It's using the trees, watching and waiting, killing us off one by one. The chopper is close, but this thing is too fast. We won't make it, it's pointless to run. Talk, no more games.
I don't know what it was. The jungle came alive.
Go on.
It happened very fast. Not easy to describe, but you must have wounded it, unless my eyes deceive. When the big man was killed, its blood was on the leaves.
If it bleeds, we can kill it. She discovered the key. There is proof we can wound it. So repeat after me. If it bleeds, we can kill it.
If it bleeds, we can kill it.
Yeah, now take a stand.
Here now, take a stand.
We can bring down this bastard.
We can bring down this bastard.
If we stick to the plan. If it bleeds, we can kill it.
Something's out there.
If it bleeds, we can kill it.
Waiting for us. 2 or 3 men out there at the most. Am I the only one who's awake? I don't believe in goblins and ghosts. Fucking lizard, give me a break.
If it bleeds, we can kill it.
An expendable asset.
Yeah, now take a stand.
I woke up, why don't you?
So instead of
Push
complaining,
out bullshit's not gonna
you should
work.
give us a hand.
I got nothing better to do.
I saw it, God damn it, those eyes, they disappeared. It cut down my friend and it ran while I emptied that gun.
If it bleeds,
I
we can
saw
kill
it.
it.
I saw it, God damn it.
Stop shaving, you don't have a beard.
That thing will come back, and when it does, I'm gonna have me some fun.
If it bleeds,
I'm gonna have me some fun.
If it bleeds,
if it bleeds, we can kill it.
If it bleeds, we can kill
We
it.
can pull out the
We
wind,
can pull out a wind.
set a trap for the monster,
Set a trap for the monster.
while we still have our skin.
While we still have our skin.
If it bleeds, we can
2
kill
or
it.
3 men out there.
I believe it can
I'm the
fall.
only one who's awake.
When you're feeling downhearted, just remember the call. If it bleeds, we can kill it. If it bleeds, I can kill it. Now it's all up to me. Mud all over my body, so the bastard can't see. It's a solo campaign now. Get revenge for my men. Hawkins, Mac, and Ramirez. Billy Dillon and Blaine.
Hello everyone, my name is Notepad Anon, and I usually write games for fun, but we're not going to be writing a game today. Today we're going to be in fact looking at a few. So what is this case? What is the curious case of, let me do this right. OoOOOORah! And I don't think anyone quite realized I tried to like twerk in my chair because I am twerking Soldier Man now. I've lost control of my life, please send help. What is this case? The curious case of OoOOOORah. Sir, yes, sir, OoOOOOORah. Yeah, exactly. What is this? What is this? I think... There we are. I think the absolute basis of this game is our fascination with guns. We love guns. We love war. War and guns. That's amazing. Don't you all agree? It's something primal inside of us when we see somebody with the really big gun and you see somebody, you know, reload the rifle, you pop the mag out, toss it aside, you big burly Arnie with his gigantic gun ready to save America. That's primal. That's human. Why am I losing so many frames all of a sudden? What's going on? I see. Don't you say I can't see you, OBS. I know you're saying I'm going at like 1600 kilobytes a second. Come on. Come on, fix yourself. I can see things on my side. And OBS is having a stroke. I'm going to get off tenor now. That's probably is what's causing it. But, or someone ate your frames. Yeah, pretty much. War and glory is something that's human. And I think everybody and their mother has attempted at least once to make the gun game. To make the stream is buffering. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. You and your twerky soldier. Yeah, it's, whatever's going on, it is not appreciating whatever the fuck I just did there. But, regardless of that. Good. Good stream. I see everything's stable there. Fuck it. War is human. Guns are fun. Well, obviously, the tabletop games should have a lot of games with guns and war in it. You would think that, right? But amusingly enough, modern TTRPGs are actually fairly, I wouldn't say rare, but they are very clearly they're not quite what we would like to call GURPS, Fiasco, Spycraft, D20 Modern, yeah. They're very clearly not quite what we would imagine it to be. We see a lot of when it comes to like modern TTRPGs, things like Call of Cthulhu being probably one of the more famous. And it's funny when people say, oh, Call of Cthulhu's modern, when a vast majority of the setting usually does think that you're in the 1920s. With all the associated issues that kind of come along with it. Then you have things like World of Darkness, for example. World of Darkness has combat rules, alright. Are they good? Well, that's debatable. But generally speaking, we don't see a lot of just strictly gun-focused games. Probably one of the most, detailed and most popular gun-focused games, actually. Cyberpunk. If I can type things correctly. It's things like Cyberpunk. But generally speaking, those are, yeah. There are very few modern setting to yeah. Yeah, then you have things like Delta Green, for example. Delta Green's a very good example of that. Kind of the sister, I think, son, you could say, of, that you kind of see things like that. But generally speaking, like, military role-playing is kind of niche. Especially when it comes to tabletop games. And there, you can make a few arguments of, like, why is that the case? I think one of the biggest arguments you can always make about why isn't modern role-playing, why is modern role-playing not as fun? And the answer is, because it's modern. Yeah, even as Varric kind of puts out, arguably Pagan Publishing made 2/3 of popular modern TTRPG settings. And yeah, that would be very accurate. I think one of the issues with modern role-playing is two things. One, it's a lot harder to run. I would say it's a lot harder to run because it's normal. It's something that we know. We can say, hey, I bring out my smartphone and then I look something up, because if it's 2022 and we're running the game, no shit, I have a smartphone, or at least a phone of some variety. Oh, hey, there's something wrong going on. I Google it. Oh, hey, there is... Yeah, it's like, oh, well, this is, we don't have assault rifles. Assault rifles aren't real, Anon. It's the AK-74 super deluxe shot fire, or... oh, hey, that isn't a shotgun. That's a Heckler and Koch fucking cock blaster or whatever. It's really easy to get anal about this, about modern things, because we know it. It's something that is fundamental to us. Even if you go into something like World of Darkness, for example, and say, well, World of Darkness is a mystic world of strangeness and weirdness. It's still modern. It's still something human. Now, because the thing is, a lot of modern RPGs really do... how do I want to word this? Modern RPGs usually need to have something completely weird. Something alien. Well, in Delta Green, you're not just regular people. No, you're a secret government, or you're effectively a secret pseudo-government organization trying to fight your way through, gribblers that want to eat you. That's pretty bad. World of Darkness has you take the role in a fucking horror setting, effectively, where you're the monster. But one of the hardest bits about any of these games is something very simple. This is the gun. Now, you may be surprised about what a gun is. Guns are a thing that you bring out and solves the problem. That's one of the problems with firearms, is that firearms are, and I want to emphasize this for everybody at home. There we go. I just want to put this in here. You have 4 time periods: ancient, Conan, medieval, near futuristic, and far future. Yeah, modern is kind of in that weird stuff. But here's I think one of the issues with modern games is right here. Firearms are real spooky. Because the problem is, even the lightest gun, even a fucking 22, if you get popped in the head with a 22, you're probably not going to have a good time. Oh, hey, if you get shot by my fucking 45 ACP round, probably aren't getting back up if you don't have the right armor. But if it's at level 2 body armor, is it level 3 body armor? But oh, it doesn't fucking matter because he winged you in the neck and you're dead. One of the hardest things about firearm combat really does boil down to the fact that there's a lot of factors that go into firearm. And it's really easy. You see in a lot of these games that try to do like D&D Modern, where it's like, oh, well, firearms are like crossbows. They just do 4d10, they just do 4d8 damage or whatever. It's a 4d8 damage Glock. Or if you do know firearms, it's like, well, you do it does 2d8 pen damage, and then it does 2d8, post pen, and this even just like, oh, well, sorry, this is a pit, you're trying to do something very specific. Firearms really do change a lot of things, right? Similar how firearms changed warfare in our own life, firearms really changed how games can be played. Because, again, I'm going to shoot you with my 44 Magnum, you don't have armor on, you're dead. But then you end up with a problem, very simply, of reality says that, reality is shot by 44 Magnum in gut equal dead. That's just how the world works. If you get shot by a 44 Magnum in your gut with absolutely 0 armor, you're probably not going to get back up. However, in fiction, which we want to play, getting shot by a 44 Magnum in gut deals 4d8 damage. Which, if I have 50 HP, suddenly I'm fine. I don't know what's going on. Oh, nope, nothing pumped up, nothing's on. Steam. Steam's probably downloading something. And I think that's like one of the bigger issues. It's like, oh, well, suddenly me getting shot in the gut doesn't fucking bring me down. It brings me to 32 HP. That loses a certain impact, don't you think? It's like, well, yeah, no, maybe that's not doesn't quite feel right. So guns have always been kind of this oddity that people really want to go hardcore on, or people really want to bring back. So let's combine these two factors together. We have the military, which by itself is very difficult to roleplay in, and there aren't actually many military-focused role-playing games, simply because, well, in the military, you just do what you're told, which is correct. And you also have guns, which guns really do change the nature of warfare. They change the nature of people. They change the nature of just about any situation they're in, because having the magic boomstick makes everyone die. The games we're going to go over today are games that emphasize guns, firearms, shooty bang bangs, and war in general. The games we're going to be going over today are 316, Carnage Among the Stars. I love the core. Now you may also, I love the core. Born in the press of freedom. Stay Frosty. And where was the last one? Ah, yes, this little game that you maybe never heard about before. Ops and Tactics. These are the games we're going to be going over today. Now, originally the plan was going over actually these two, which was Cepheus Modern as well as Modern War. These two were kind of already originally slated, but I kind of realized they were the same fucking game. And Ops and Tactics was kind of a last-minute change, and I didn't quite realize how terrible I Love the Core was. So, we need to talk about all of these, some variety. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to start 316. No, we are not doing Ops and Tactics first. Again, I debated on it. I wanted to do it, then I said no. I really, like, some of these other ones have a little bit more history behind them, and I think they would be a little bit more interesting to talk about. 316, Carnage Among the Stars, game guy Gregor Hutton. And it's a game, fundamentally, about space war. Or more accurate, well, life's good. You go all the way down here. I'm going to give you the lore of 316. Humanity has hit a point where everything is fine. Earth is beautiful, everyone can live for as long as they want, and nobody wants for anything. And so, obviously, some people want to leave. Now, the basic idea is that the Earth's government understands this. Turns out having everything you want tends to make people stupid. So, they think, they wonder, they question. Obviously, we need to do something to save you, not only save humanity, but get people off their ass. Thus, the Interstellar Marine Corps. Actually, let me see if I can remember the full name. Yes, the Expeditionary Force. That's what it's called. You are the full Expeditionary Force, and you have been not necessarily drafted, but you've chosen to go along with this plan to do what you can do to save humanity by and I do quote this nicely, eradicating all life in the galaxy. You are in power armor, you have the biggest guns available, and your job, with your team and with your group, is to eradicate all life. If you find it, you glass it. You see something bad, you kill it. That's the plan, that's the movement. Now, 316 Carnage Among the Stars, however, has a very specific name. The 316 is the 3rd Army 16th Brigade. That's who you're going to be playing as. It's very impersonal. You already kind of know what's going on. You just see immediately the 316 invading a planet. The first real image you see is, I can't believe it's not fucking 40k. But I'm going to give you a secret here, everybody. This game's got a little bit of history behind it. And you can kind of see it in the corner there. Welcome to the High Ronnie. Very proudly, I would like you to know that it won the High Ronnie Award winner. It's very happy. Now you may be wondering, who is Ronnie? Who's Ronnie? Ronnie has to be someone pretty important, right? Well, I'll give you a very secret. The Ronnies are Ron Edward. Now, for those who do know, Ron Edwards is the founder of the Forge. As you can kind of see here, this is our man. This is the man who's done everything. He's the one who actually did the High Ronnies. 316 is actually part of 316 is part of the Forge era. Most notably, it did come from the Forge, with all its additional problems and all its additional interests. As you can kind of see here, I can't say anything. This is 316 right here from BoxNinja. You're like, alright, they haven't really published anything. Most of the games that this 316 is by far their most popular game, and this game came out, technically, in 2008. Or 2013 for the most updated, valid version of the game. And as you can see, everybody really likes it. Oh my goodness, it's so fun, it's so amazing, it's so great. And it's very, very happy that it won a high Ronnie Award. His other games are things like Best Friends, which is little hatreds best friends have for each other. Yeah, nothing really there. Hell for Leather. Then Kill Bill, The Crow, and Ghost Rider. One thing about it is that he likes to really say, designed by that with visual presentation by Gregor Hutton. By visual presentation by Gregor Hutton. Gregor Hutton. Gregor Hutton. You'll remember Tomorrow. Dirty. Yeah, so 316. This man really does like 316. Well, I think a more accurate notion would be this is his one thing that people probably know him about. This is GregorHutton.com. As you can see, it's straight out of 2008. Now, okay. Well, we want to. What's the plan? This game isn't actually very expensive. Wait a second. Coming soon, Carnage Amongst the Tribes, a fantasy version, a partnership with Cubicle 7, and don't forget about AD 316, a historical version of 316. Wow, whatever happened to those? They never came out. None of these really ever came out. Kind of see this. Did this actually come out? I couldn't find it if it did. That's the thing. Yeah. I don't even know if this is real because it's technically free and nobody's ever read it. Nor could I actually find it anywhere. You know, ISBN is currently not available. I couldn't actually find anything about this game. As you can kind of see here, because it's unpublished. The vast majority of the time, it just didn't come out. Here's a pre-release version of AD 316. Pre-release version. None of these games actually came out. Because you may be wondering, who the fuck is this dude? You know, well, here's the High Ronnie Awards right here. You have Ron Edwards himself. You know, if you don't play narrative games, you're actually brain damaged. Give me 1 second. I'll talk about that in a second there, Draco. Is spook that haunts you? Yeah. Yeah, as you can kind of see here, Ron Edwards, this was very big because the thing is, this game is not actually the game that won. You know, this game right here isn't the one that actually won the High Ronnie. And remember that. This game won the High Ronnies. This is the original version of the game. This is the original 316. You know, role-playing game for October Ronnies using the term Cosmos and Fight. This was effectively a game jam game. Most everything did kind of maintain the exact same wording, and it is effectively the exact same, except a lot more art, obviously, and a lot more stuff going on. But you're like wondering, oh, well, is there more here? No, this is 16 pages. If you want to play 316, this is the game. You can play 316 with just this, because it's the exact same game. He almost quadrupled the page count. He didn't really quadruple the nature of the game. So, this is kind of the thing that, it's kind of hard to see, like, where this, like, really kind of came out. As you like, this is kind of the earliest that we can kind of find, which is 2005. But you can probably assign it that maybe this has been kicking around in someone's head since 2004. This game is nearly 20 years old. 316 has 16 pages, 3 stats, and 16 skills. He is going 125%. Yeah, he's living the gimmick. He's living the dream. And again, if you're going to go with something as light as this, you need to. Now, There's a secret about Gregor Hutton. A very big secret about Gregor Hutton. You may be wondering, why hasn't he done anything else? That's so weird. That'd be really wacky, like why he hasn't done anything more. Well, here's his Twitter. And now, civil servant and occasional indie game designer. Vegan cyclist of limited ability. Astronomy graduate, improving procurement and project capability. This is him. He's still around. And that FRAS actually does mean, if I, let me see if I can find what the... That is the fellow... He is a fellow of the Royal Astronomical Society. He is a astronomer, effectively. But he works in government. So I'm like, wait a second. I need to find this out. What do you mean he's a civil servant? So I did a little bit of searching. And, Gregor Hutton, not TTRPG, Edinburgh. Give me a second. This guy actually works for lack of a better word. Okay, give me 1 second. Gotta sign on. Gonna get mad at me if I don't, because LinkedIn is stupid and doesn't let me have any fun. Yeah, that's fine. Give a shit. Don't give a shit at all. Come on. Come on. Look at Edinburgh. There we go. This is Gregor Hutton. You may be wondering, Airpad, this looks a little bit weird. Why is Gregor Hutton here? Well, he's technically the head of commercial project capability at the Scottish government. He's a government official. This is just who this fucking dude is. You know, this is the guy before, not procurement. But you can kind of see here, he's a literal Scottish government individual. You know, civil servant. He works for the Scottish government. I thought, like, this can't be the guy. No, this is him. This is why he hasn't been able to do anything for a while. Because he works for fucking Scotland. He is a literal Scottish civil servant. Yeah. That's why he couldn't do anything. And I thought that was actually interesting. That's kind of the reason why he hasn't really done anything. Is because he's probably been working at his job for the Scottish government. But let's finally get into it. Let's actually learn a little bit more. Imagine Dankula playing his game. Yeah, that's it's one of those things where you realize that, like, 316 Carnage Amongst the Tribes probably isn't going to come out. 316, you know, AD probably isn't going to come out. Simply because I hate to break it to everybody here, but the man actually works a civil servant position, and he probably doesn't give a shit about this anymore. He probably is a very busy person. But obviously, we need somebody competent, we need somebody smart to help us learn about how to be a real human being. Say hello to Jaster Punish Lawhead, the most Scottish man I could find. And if you may be wondering, Notepad, this looks really fucking light. Yeah, we'll get to that. So, welcome to 316. This is lore, this is what the game is, and this is getting started. You need character sheets, you need dice, and you need a GM. Cool, you need a venue, you need a theme, you need preparation. Here's all the glossary of stuff that you're going to need. So, how do we generate a character? We need a name, okay? You need a reputation. Cool. We need 10 points among our 2 abilities. Because in this game, you only have 2 abilities. Fighting ability and non-fighting ability. This is the only 2 things you ever really need to worry about. I'm going to shoot you with my gun. You're going to roll fighting ability. I want to hack the computer. You're going to roll non-fighting ability. That's it. You have to have a minimum of 2 in each of these. So technically these spreads that are possible are things like 2-8. It would be, technically if we want to do it, it would be 8-2, 7-3. It would be 6-4. It would be 5-5. And just variations of these. These are pretty much the only variations of the system that's actually possible. Or one of these varieties. So you can have 8 in NFA and 2 in your fighting ability if you want to be useless. So yeah, you have effectively 8 sets of stats that you can choose from. But this is are available. What's actually here. Now, big thing is, it's pretty simple when it comes to that. Fighting ability is fighting, non-fighting ability is literally everything else, including spotting or finding things. Basically, as it says right here, basically, not fighting. Now, you may be going into this thinking, wow, Notepad, this is really fucking light already, and I'm not really digging it. Why am I here? I am here. Hello. Thank you for following. I'm gonna try to say it. A Chaosian? Chaosian? That dude. Thank you for the cheering as well. I can try to say things properly, but I'm just going to say things poorly instead. The game is just attribute to murder things and attribute to not murder things. Yes! You are very correct about what 316 actually is. So, the main thing about this is that you don't actually generate hits or hit points or anything like that. You generate kills. Kills are the most important thing you have in this game. And you have to generate your initial kills by the number, what your fighting ability is, and then adding them all together. So, generally speaking, if you have a lot of these, you end up with a lot more kills. So, Jaster for example, actually ended up with a total of 40 kills by virtue of having rolling 6d10. Because this game is primarily a D10 game. That would be the best way to kind of word it, would be a D10 game. Call him Ryder, for fuck's sake. See, that's not fun. I always like to try to pronounce everyone's name and fail miserably at it. You begin the game with flashbacks called Strengths and Weaknesses. Wow, you don't begin with these. These don't matter to you when creating your character, but these are kind of weird. But we also have our ranks. Whoever has the highest NFA, they're the sergeant. Whoever has the highest fighting ability, it's the corporal. Wowzers, everybody. We're doing it. We're gaming. We have our basic kits. We have our weapons that we have the ability to choose from. And here's where we are. Now, this is the trooper. This is the basic character that most everyone's going to do. You have one responsibility, which is kill as many life forms as possible. This is all your ability. These are all your gear. None of them really do anything. And you have the options between an energy rifle or a slug rifle. Now, weapons are kind of interesting because this is really it. But these aren't really what they are either. You are actually very able to actually increase the power of all of these over time. You can up them up by various steps to make them better and better. Now, you may be wondering, what does it mean by close, near, and far? Well, it depends on where you are. If you're close to the enemy, you will deal 1 damage. If you're near to the enemy, you will do d10 damage or 1 damage. So, you're going to find pretty much the place kind of immediately where you want to be. So, okay, easy enough. Corporal. Order 2. Maximize the kill ratio. Do you realize this is the funny Starship Troopers game yet? So, you got your basic weapons right here. This is what you end up with. Sergeant, a non-commissioned officer. This is what you have to deal with, and you have responsibilities such as follow directives issued by orders and protect your squad of troopers. And you can use the evac ability. That's it. Now, mind you, there are a lot more of these, but we don't really need to worry about those at all, because you probably won't live to see it. So, how do we play? So we generate our character. We can prep our planet, which is very simple. We then do our mission briefing. Oh no, how do we do this? And don't forget about role-playing. Yep, you should. Yeah, you role-play. And then you find our first encounter. This is the game. Everything else in this game can be very simply broken down into roll a d10 under your non-fighting ability. Jaster, I need you to decipher some runes. I don't. Oh no, Jaster, I need you to spot the alien threat. I do. Jaster, oh no. You need to drag him to safety. I do. Jaster, I need you to shoot something. I do. That's it. I've taught you how to play 316, everybody. That's really it. If you want anything more or anything less from 316, you're not gonna fucking get it. Because that ain't what this game is. You know, the idea is that everything is supposed to have different frames and scenes and all that, but it really does boil down to this in just a raw number sense. But the first thing you have to do is find dominance. You're gonna roll a d10 and try to score under your ability. Now, dominance effectively allows you to go first, is the best way to kind of word it. But the idea, too, is a little bit weird because your initiative order isn't necessarily dependent on whether or not you succeed or your team or anything like that. It's how well you succeed, which is as close as possible to failure. So let's say, for example, Jaster here has a non-fighting ability of 4. So he's got an NFA of 4. He and let's say an alien rolls a 5, and this is a success. This is a big success for him. However, if Jaster rolls, let's say for example, Jaster rolls a 4, he's still going to succeed, he's just going to be below him. If Jaster rolls a 5, he rolls a failure, and will still be below him. That's how we determine initiative. What happens though is that if you fail, you technically get put into a second kind of initiative track, you could say, of whoever scored the highest. So it's like, okay, whoever succeeded, and then whoever failed. So having your high NFA still contributes to your combat ability, quite a lot actually. Yeah, roll a d10 for all the aliens. Yeah, all PCs successful, ambushed by the PCs, high success for PC, sets the initial range, set the initial range. Because the initial range is really determined by how many note coins do I need to sing to EDF? Because this is kind of the big thing with dominance. This is kind of the first thing you do. If you succeed, you actually get to set the range for everybody. If someone gets a player to set, gets to set ranges, who sets what. The big concept at the end of the day is where you are currently, because almost everything you do does require a check of some variety, which is really stupid. I really hate. Because every single thing is just roll a d10 under that attribute. That's it. I've talked to you how to play the game. It can do everything you can do to change the nature of this. You can say, like, oh, well, it's this, oh, well, it's this. It's really not, though. The test of dominance isn't, to overpower or overwhelm and you can get to add bonuses. No. It's whether or not of who gets to set the initial range, and then you start rolling dice at each other. Now, there are only 3 ranges: close, near, and far. For some reason, they choose the grenades to be close range engagements, which I always kind of thought was weird, because the last thing I want to do when I'm in hand-to-hand fighting is pull the pin on a grenade. That's like the last thing I want to do. Near is optimal range, and far away is generally far away. I've talked to you how to do this. I use some nice painted miniatures from a very popular war game. Wink, wink, wink. We're still British here, boy. And this is kind of something, this would be almost, I would say, to have a board like this would be very essential to how to play the game. Because the aliens, the aliens don't actually do this. It's really only you. The aliens just are there and you are either close, near, or far away from them. That's it. Now, let's say, for example, oh no, you've been ambushed. Everyone becomes a mess. Everyone pretty much takes some damage. You have a fun fact, you have a 3 health. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, dead. So if you get ambushed, you're fucked. If you ambush them, everybody rolls the amount of damage. Everyone rolls to D1d10 and removes threat tokens, which is pretty fucking bad. And this is the I don't want to word this. The first of many times this will be said as each PC removes 1 threat token as they cause kills, and they add their total kills roll to kills this mission and total kills. You will see this repeated over and over and over again. The same thing, the same line, repeatedly. Very annoying. Also, capitalize your fucking eyes. Yeah, so one of the big ideas is that there are threat tokens here. That threat tokens actually dictates how many aliens there are, sort of. Every time you land a kill, anytime you land a hit, you remove a threat token. You may kill 1 alien, but you still remove a threat token. You may kill 100 aliens. You still remove 1 threat token. Because this is more of the beat of the fight. If all the threat tokens are gone, they've routed. They've run away, or they've been all annihilated to the man. It's important. Encounters, combat rounds, turns. Oh no, will they be fighting or not fighting? Wow, they tried to roll equal or less to their ability. Wow, we did it. Pretty much there are 3 options. Well, 4, I would say 2 options you can do if you choose to roll. Let's say I want to roll my fighting ability. Jaster wants to roll. He succeeds. He can remove 1 threat token and cause kills. He's pretty much whatever range he's at, his weapon will deal that much damage. Or he can cancel my own success, and then everybody else fails. Everyone else in the round will fail. This does mean that person with the dominant position can just make sure that some people just don't act. And it's like, oh, okay, that's a little bit jank, but it works. Because each player, this is your initiative effectively at the end of the day. You're going to need to be rolling your initiative every round, because it's very important. Let's see here. Each combat is a fictional event where the PC and the alien take turns in sequence. Trying to do, players to the alien uses the alien ability. Because your success dictates how far you're going. And we're using that same initiative system. So, for example, Jaster rolls a 6. Alien rolls a 5. Jaster is successful, and he gets to go first. His action's going to resolve before the aliens do, and he can say, aliens don't get an action. Everyone below me gets 0 actions. If Jaster rolled a 2, for example, and the aliens rolled a 5, bad shit's going to happen to poor Jaster. Because he's going to get shot. But that's really it. This is the entire combat system. Do you want something more? You're not going to get it in this. You remove a threat token. You achieve the attempted the task. You call it. If you're rolling for the aliens, you're going to cause damage to 1 PC who failed or rolled equal. And remember, everybody only technically has 3 HP, but you really only have 2 HP because it's 1, 2, dead. So that's it, really. You don't get to add like multiple actions because the aliens act all at once. And if you cancel your own success, well, you stop them from murdering people. So if you roll consistently better than the aliens, that pretty much means that you can consistently stop them from doing things. Yeah, that's fun. That's really fun and exciting if you can't tell. However, the problem being is you cause everybody else to stop doing what they're doing. So rolling too well is ironically bad. Now, if you do fail, you just don't do it, but you always have to narrate what actually occurs. You get color narration. That's one of the big ideas. So, for example, let's say Jaster succeeds at shooting the enemy. He gets to narrate that he shoots the enemy and they die. If he fails that, however, he gets to narrate that he shoots wide and he doesn't hit anything, or he does negligible damage. That's really it. You're just adding color to the... Because you gotta remember, this is still from the Forge era. This is still a era not really of war or carnage or anything, but this is a game about narrative, about the story. And that drives me up the fucking wall. Yeah, so pretty much there are a couple different encounters of which can end it, but generally speaking, it's you're all dead, they're all dead. That's really it. You can try to run away by pretty much going beyond far range, but that really doesn't do anything. Or no kill or cause for 3 complete rounds, which, if this is occurring, is you are deliberately going out of your way to stop it. I think that's the best way of thinking. I remember playing this game years ago. Playing this game years ago on the play-by-post site, seeing you break it down like this, realized it was definitely best format for it. Honestly, yeah, I could see this game doing really well on like play-by-post stuff, just because there isn't really a lot to work with. And killing Buzz is the second best thing to do. Here's the number of kills you get. You kill it. Yeah, whenever weapon says, that's the kills you add to your kills this mission and total kills. So it might be a 1 on a d6. Wow, that's how much damage you do. That's, it, really. You could say one of the most, the only really mechanically interesting bit is the idea of the armor. Pretty much anytime, let's say you're going to take a kill, you instead can mark your armor. You mark that done, and that's it. It's your 1 time per planet ability to ignore 1 damage. Because, oh no, this bio-alien is vomiting death at me. 1 damage. Oh no, this alien uses a pulse rifle and blasts my armor apart. I'm 1 damage. Oh no, this gigantic xenomorph was ripping into my 1 damage. Everything is going to do 1 damage. Or 1, maybe 2, but 2 is also death. Yeah, so drugs, secret best friends, it allows you to reroll your FA. However, you then get a 10 on a reroll. Take a kill. Combat drugs are really the only thing, and this is the largest section on combat drugs. It's not even a paragraph. It is very small, and it's, oh no, I failed. Oh no, I failed. You're done. That's it. That's how you use combat drugs. Just reroll. Now, what are threat tokens? Well, threat tokens help you pace missions and as well as kind of give you a basic idea. Now, let's say, for example, we have 5 PCs. There's going to be 25 threat tokens. The best way to kind of think about this, though, is not threat tokens necessarily. You have to think of them as 25 hits. You need to hit them 25 times to kill them. You need it because every kill, pretty much one damage equals threat token. You can say, "Oh, I killed 100 aliens." It doesn't really matter that you killed 100 aliens. You just did hit them once, and you did damage to them to kill them, to remove a threat token. This does also lead to one very interesting note: is technically, in this case, for example, let's say with my E-cannon, and I'm close, and I rolled a hit. And I do hit, I will take no kills. I will still remove a threat token though. Because I am technically doing damage. However, if like grenades, for example, if I'm far, I can't do any damage, therefore, I do nothing. As long as you hit, you will remove a threat token. That's the most important thing to realize. Very, very important. Kills remove them. Every time it succeeds on FA, then 1 threat token is removed. Player rolls for kills to add to their total. They activate it in special alien abilities, and using strength ends the encounter and removes all remaining threat tokens. Because there's a very important idea of the nature of strengths and weaknesses. Remember when we talked about at the beginning where it doesn't really matter? These are over here, strengths and weaknesses. If you trigger a strength, for example, you automatically win. So if there's, oh no, there's 12 threat tokens or something, and you trigger a strength, they're all dead. Oh no, you've triggered a weakness. This is so bad. You remove a threat token, but you get removed as well. There are blips on the sensor. That's pretty much the extent of what you can do with threat tokens. It's not very... yeah. Because when it comes to things like health, for example, your health does boil down to take a few damage. You don't restore health between missions or anything unless you do something kind of important. What you're going to do is you're going to have to kind of man it up. So even taking like 1 or 2 hits is kind of bad. So you kind of want to distribute damage among everybody. So even taking a little bit of health suddenly means that you're out of the fight. Except if you're using emotional or exhausting wounds, which is still technically possible for you to die with. So if you take emotional wounds or something like that, you can't mark your armor, but you have to mark your health. Congratulations. Now, it says like, oh, further encounters. Oh, between encounter, all PCs heal 1 kill. Not really restoring your health very. And it's very quick. And then you use all the remaining. Then the final encounter is everything else. Generally speaking, our final mission, for example, let's say we have 25 threat tokens. Our first mission might be 5 tokens. Our second mission might be 10 tokens, and our final mission will be 15 tokens. That might be a full mission. Now, we might be doing something of like, well, we have to secure data. Secure sites. 15 tokens. Generally speaking, this is a very structured game of how it's going to be playing out. You survive the mission, well, you don't really get anything. Weirdly enough in this game, for some... well, I wouldn't say bizarre, but interesting reason is whoever has the most kills at the end of the mission, you actually gain a level. And that's the number of raw kills you end up with. So if I ended up with 30 kills and you end up with 29, I will get a level and you will not. Whoever gains a level, you add 1 to one of your scores. Up to 9, up to 10, that is. PCs also gain 1 flashback slot. Whoever has the most slots of not available. Oh, wow. So yes, leveling up makes it so you can remember things better and remember your flashbacks better. It also increases your abilities, including the fact that you can no longer fail. So if you pump those abilities up, there's a chance that you could just you will always succeed at certain checks. It's just how well you succeed. Yeah, you do fully do this, and then you just do replacement. This is the big idea that I actually kind of like, which is between missions you develop your PC. This is covered in its own section. You can improve one weapon by a step and try to gain new war gear, increase a different weapon, increase your rank, but you have to succeed at an NFA check. I do like the fact that you have to improve your weapons by default. You still will get something. You may not level up, and you may end up in a situation where you're just not increasing, but you can always bump up your weapons to make them do something else. I do like that. I think that's very appropriate. So, this is an example of combat. It sucks. Yeah, this is, kind of see here. These are kind of like how the character is supposed to look like. Oh, you have 4 threat tokens. Oh, this is it. Artificial eel beasts with razor hands. Wow. Now, this is their alien rank, which is the highest FA -2. So, being a dick and increasing the FA real high just means everyone's going to die harder because you're cooler. Yeah, that is the entirety of the game, as well as describing how to play it. This is a very simple game. And part of me likes it, other part of me does not. This is a very important mechanic, though. This is the idea of flashbacks. whenever you flash back, what's going to happen is you're going to either win a conflict on your term or you're going to lose on your terms. Now, when can I do this? Anytime you feel like. Finally, you can use them proactively when you aren't in immediate danger if you so wish, but note that when you have defined a flashback cannot be reused to help you again in the future. Yeah, so technically, for example, Jaster, in the heat of combat, he's going in there, he's fighting for his life. He can say, I remember the time I shilled Fear and Hunger to Notepad Anon and forced him to buy the fucking game, and then showed him fucking Termina, and now he has to buy Termina when that comes out finally. Strength, he automatically wins the encounter, removes all the threat tokens, and it's Jover. However, once that flashback is defined, it's useless. Yeah, you technically have 5 wins across 5 levels, and 5 weaknesses across 5 levels. Yeah. Pretty much, you may be wondering, why would I ever use a weakness? What's actually a weakness at the end of the day? Weaknesses are able to lose on your terms. So, for example, Jaster says, I'm going to use a weakness, and instead of dying horrifically, he runs away, or, instead of dying horrifically, he gets only his arm blown off. He stutters for a moment. He's not dead, but he's out of the fight. The one example they use is because he's a sociopath, the aliens drag him off and nobody covers him because everyone's scared of him, and you have to save him. You still lose. You're still a fuck up, but you lose on your terms. Don't write anything next to it. This is why I actually didn't write anything in here. I thought about writing in just like example ones, but I'm like, no, that's not how the game works. Yeah, it's right here. Well, right now, what is done to change the present situation. That's it. Ends the encounter, removes all remaining threat tokens, cannot be used in response to a weakness, cannot be used in response to another strength. If I trigger a strength, I can't trigger my own strength to override yours. If you trigger a weakness, I can't trigger a strength to save you. It's fucked. Weakness can be used in response to a strength. Yeah, weakness lets the PC take the blow on their own terms. The big thing there is, technically, you can use a strength in case you're fighting one another. And if this happens, you can use a strength to automatically win, but you can use a weakness to lose on your own. That's really it. 2d10. Kills this mission, total kills, blah, blah, blah. This is the idea. Shannon's character, Dog, loses, and Shannon doesn't want Dog to take a kill. So she said Dogs is showing a weakness. Shannon describes Dog's youth. It's his first day at school, and his proud parents take him to class. Hours later, they have to return to take him back in shame. Another child took a building block that Dog was playing with, and he attacked the other child brutally. Violence and terror in society is unheard of, and years of turbulent schooling and drug therapy followed for the sociopathic Dog. The first opportunity, his parents signed the papers and forcibly enlist Dog in the expeditionary force. His application is stamped sociopath, and the other troopers are uneasy around him. He gets dragged away. What about you and build your character? Wowzers. I look at things like, here's the thing when it comes to this system. I like Fear and Hunger first. I think Fear and Hunger is a very good game. If I was any good at the game, I would play it on stream, but I'm very bad at the game. Delicious. Do I like flashbacks? And I like the idea behind flashback. I like the idea that you can go back, that you kind of are remembering something and suddenly, oh, well, I have an advantage, or hey, I'm pulling through at this kind of last moment. I do like that idea. The problem is, this is kind of a big issue for me, is that they don't do anything after you've used them. They are not like something that is, I wouldn't say valuable or sticks with you at all. They are about they are fundamentally speaking just a resource. It's a resource you have a limited variety of, And it's not, well, I'm using this flashback to really flesh out my character. It's, I'm using this flashback now because we can eliminate 12. We can eliminate 12 threat tokens, like no one's going to take any damage, and we're going to be fine. Or, hey, I'm going to use this, I'm going to use my weakness right now because not only does that end the fight, but I can narrate it in a way that I'm not, I'm not completely fucked. I just get my arm blown off rather than anything too serious happening. Wow. Cool. That's it. That's, I find that really odd to me. Like, something about it doesn't really, if there was like, you get a +2 to whatever your role is. Like, so if you have strength, you fight, you're like, fight like hell or whatever, yeah, and you get a +2 to your fighting ability roll when you are doing something. When you are fighting for your life, or like, to give characters a little bit more anything, because generally speaking, once this resource is filled, it's over. Yeah, this is really it. Because I was hoping, like, okay, flashbacks are going to be able to allow me to augment my abilities, maybe change the nature of the dice, maybe do something like, no, it's you spend it, and it's over. I spend my strength, I win. I spend my weakness, I lose on my terms. I spend my thing, and I win. I spend a resource, and something happens. Does it, oh, well, I'm a notorious swindler and all that, and I'm allowed to do, does that have any impact on anything going forward? Absolutely none. None. And that really, I mean, by its themes, yeah, I can understand that. But here's the thing. You can make an argument that, like, the entire idea of this is like, oh, well, you're supposed to be disconnected from humanity and whatever. The problem is, it's about building your character, but there's no mechanical, there's nothing mechanical about it. Because, I've said Jaster is a notorious swindler and something like that, he doesn't get a bonus when he's swindling or something. He doesn't get an advantage of any variety. He gets the ability to just eliminate things, and it doesn't matter. The problem is there's so little actual character to this game between individual characters, is that sometimes they're like trying to like emphasize the themes of like, oh, well, you're alone, you're it's very dangerous, it's very scary and all that jazz. Like, oh no, it's very impactful. It really doesn't feel that way though. It doesn't feel impactful. I say it doesn't feel impactful because you want to know how you make Jaster again? You write a 6 and a 4 in here. That's all you do. You take the E cannon, you take grenades. That is actually how you make Jaster. Oh no, I want to make a new character. I'm going to write a 6 and a 4 in there, and then take an E cannon and grenades. There's no difference, except I get all my resources back. Oh, but it's so sad that Jaster died. I don't fucking care. It's hard for me to get involved in a character that is so thin. I get invested in characters by virtue of having things that they're them. Because he has all these abilities and stuff, I feel a little bit more connected to him. These are my things that I've developed. These are my character. This is my character. I've given him a personality, and I don't want to lose my strengths. I don't want to lose my weaknesses. Because those are things I've invested in. They're mine. No part of 316 really makes you feel this. That's kind of an important fact that you have to kind of remember. Planning fiction to the encounter. The first encounter. You should never use that many. Wow. Yeah, you want shorter game session. Generally speaking, they're saying, like, you're going to have about... Generally, if you have 3 players, it's going to be about 15 to 25, so about 3 to 5 players, you're going to have about this. This is really good for convention games or one-shots. And arguably, that's what this game excels at doing, is one-shots. You play it once and you're done. So you kind of are, you don't feel as connected to it. And I think that's the problem, that if you want to actually play the game the way that it says, you don't give a shit. You want to burn all your strength because you just want to, because it's easier that way, but you're never going to get anything more. It's a catch-22 a little bit. Yeah, so it's like, for example, you shouldn't commit all available threat tokens. So like right here, first encounter has 3 threat tokens. Second, it has number of PCs, all remaining. You know, future missions, and you find numbers encounters and their pace works best for your group. Wow. Because, again, aliens don't do more damage if there's more threat tokens. It's not like, okay, there's 6 threat tokens here, therefore they're going to do 6 damage. No, it's 3 threat tokens just means you have to hit 3 times. If there are 5 PCs, it's you have to hit 5 times. Then it's you have to hit 4 or 5 or 6 times. It's you have to then hit them that many times. That's it. And that's kind of a bummer, because it looks like the pitch and the ideas of this game are really nice. Targeting missions, field promotions. Yeah, if technically you can get a field promotion, which doesn't do anything, technically. A senior ranking PC dies during a mission, then the next highest ranked PC is immediately and automatically given a field promotion to the rank of the dead PC. Yeah, so, you know, this is considered additional to any promotion that the character may receive with a development role between missions. Yep, you know, between missions, you gain levels, you already get that. Automatic improvement, you can improve the steps. Development roles, what you need to do is you need to roll under your NFA. You roll under your NFA, you can increase strength, you can increase your rank if you used a strength. So again, to increase your ability up, to actually get more stuff to play with, you need to use your strengths. It's a resource, so you want to use your strength so you can rank up to get more toys. But you don't get any benefits for using these strengths after that. No, resource. If you really want to, you can just put a little X next to your strength, saying you've used it. Oh, but that's not the spirit of the game, no, Pat. I don't fucking give a shit. It doesn't matter. Get a new piece of war gear, increase different weapon to buy 1 step. If you fail, you just go down a rank. If you use a weakness. Does it do anything else? No. Here's some medals that you can get. The medals don't do anything, unfortunately. I wish, like, medals gave you something. I think that would be kind of fun. So, gaining levels, you increase this. You gain flashbacks by virtue of leveling up, which does mean you really want to get the most kills, not because you are a very accomplished person, but because if you get the most kills and you level up, you can kill people faster and gain more flashbacks to make sure that you can kill things faster. So if you do hit a full 1, you can only gain this weakness of hatred for home. Final weakness is that made available to a PC when their FA plus NFA is equal to 17 or 18. You can only technically level up 8 times. Because these can only go up to 10. Like, this is very... Technically, you can level up, I believe it's 10... You can level up 10 times, but you can really... you're leveling up 10 times, something's gone wrong. But generally speaking, 17, 18 is the most... Single PC gains access to the... As an option, once a single PC gains access to a weakness of hatred from, then any other PC can acquire it as an available weakness if they want to use it. Let's see here, this is the amount of flashbacks you're going to have as you level up. And, yeah. Gaining ranks. You can get promoted only if you use the strength, though. That's kind of the sad thing. Yeah, these are various gears. Now, this is what I mean by kill steps. So if you do 1 damage with a weapon, let's say Jaster here, he does 2d10 with his E cannon. If he wants to rank it up, he goes to 3d10. But let's say he wants to go take a 0 to a 1. If he takes that 1 to his 1 step up, he gets a d6. So improving the E cannon twice technically could make it go from 1 damage to d6 damage. So when he's there, he gets to do d6 damage, which is pretty good. You are always going to be improved. This is kind of the main way to level up. You could consistently get the lowest amount of kills but you're going to be able to at least get some improvement. Some. Not a lot. Some. Why are you having so much trouble today? PS is just having a hell of a time today. Don't know what's going on. Let's see. Anything downloading? That'd be my guess that something is downloading. But nothing is downloading. The weird part. I should ask, is everything coming through okay? Hello? Alright. Good. Bitch. Bitch. Good. Okay. Turn the music on now, Twitch. We good? We gaming? We gaming? I'm not noticing any drops. We're a minute 30 in. Maintaining consistent frames. No dropped frames. No problems. We may be gaming, everybody. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for 2 minutes. I'm gonna wait for 2.5 minutes before I begin in more honesty. Oh God, please work. I'm begging you, my brother in Christ. Please, please work. I will be so happy if you do. Am I even coming in okay? I do not know. I am petrified. All right. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. No frame drops, no problems. Hi, everyone. I'm back. How are you all doing? Yes, Insanity stream. I think I know what happened. Fuck it, we're doing it live! We're doing it live! Hi everybody. Sorry about that little problem there, everyone. I think Jeff Bezos sent me to Taiwan. I don't know why. For those who don't know how OBS works, in OBS you have the... If you go to your settings and you go to stream, you can actually set the server you're on. This is a fairly, pretty important thing. And usually I leave it on automatic because automatic is usually, it says go to the best server possible. I changed that to US East, where I am. And there's been no problems. There's been absolutely zero problems, and we're going for 3 minutes and 45 seconds now. I have no fucking idea what happened there. I have no clue. But we're doing it live! Wow. Alright, yeah, that's cool. God, I love streaming. I love technology. Daddy Bezos, please don't execute me now. Yeah, hi everybody. We're back. We're live. We're doing it live. For those who don't know, or I don't know how I'm gonna do this video now. Fuck. Jeff Bezos decided that I wanted to go to Taiwan. So where were we? Yes, we were going over 316. Let me reopen up 316. For those watching at home, about 20-25 minutes have gone by. So yeah, okay. Hi, we're back. This is our weapons. For those who weren't here, I'm just gonna go over the basics of this. You get your development roll to actually gain ranks, and this is actually how this is like one of the main ways of leveling up in 316. This is a very important facet of the game, actually. Now, one of the weird things about this game is the idea of gaining gear and weapons. You can't really just get stuff usually, you have to make NFA rolls. Those NFA rolls, because Jaster Lawhead is a very useful person, I said Jaster Lawhead is a very useful person. Let me open up the character sheet real fast. We're doing it live, everyone. We're going to pretend like nothing happened. We're going to pretend absolutely nothing happened. It's great. Hi, Varric. Jeff Bezos sent me to Taiwan. That's the only explanation I have. Yeah, everything's working fine now. I can only assume Twitch servers decided to put me elsewhere. I have no idea why. Welcome back, everyone. Apologies for that entire thing. I will, don't know how I'm going to fix the video. I'll do my best to try to fix it. But, generally speaking, you're going to be improving your weapons very consistently. However, know that all weapons can only be improved by 2 steps at each range. Now, so for example, if I have a 0 in something, for example here, Jaster has a 0 in his close range, I can only go up to D6, 1, 2. However, my 2D10 can go to 3D10, and then D100. Yes, the highest amount of damage you can do is 1D100 in this game. And only a few weapons can actually have the possibility of doing such. So for example, this is the basic energy rifle, and you can improve it, and then improve it further. Now, luckily enough, if you lose rank, nothing really happens outside of the available weapons. That's really it. Replacements work exactly what you think so. So, generally speaking, you're gonna die. The game kind of expects you to die. And some people are gonna like that. And this is what I mean, like, there's my one issue with the game, my singular issue with the game is kind of a big one and is very much related to this. So, just because it doesn't mean the player is out, generally speaking, you're going to have the exact same. You may have point split between FA of your new character, no ability. Again, you're going to be starting with pretty much a fresh character. Flashbacks and use your dead UC are also used for your new PC, except that 1 strength is made available again. No need to detail what the used ones are, though. Your new PC starts with any available flashbacks from before, and has 1 strength to help them. For some reason, new characters have consumed flashbacks, have a consumed resource. So pretty much what this is saying, except your new PC, except that 1 strength is made available again. No need to detail what the used ones are, though. Your new PC starts with any available flashbacks from before, and has 1 strength to help them. So technically, if you have like a developed character already, and you end up using a lot of these resources, your future characters don't get them, which is weird to me. And your rank is either a trooper, at least 1 rank lower than before. So generally speaking, you're going to be a trooper, or no available flashbacks dies. His replacement is Colonel Trooper with 14 points in FA and NFA and 1 strength. Yeah, Again, this is pretty metal. Now, these are the higher ranks. These are kind of the more commissioned officers, a little bit more formalized, a little bit more practical. These guys get the big toys. These guys get the fun toys. Now, first things first, we have the lieutenant. You know, the most common officer rank. No creature in the encounter survives. Enforced discipline in lower ranks. You get all the equipment plus a power claw, because this is not 40k. You can do a drop pod, but because it's not 40k, you can do you can become a captain. You get a power blade, but you also get the APC and TPK bomb. Promotion to captain, you can request replace an APC or TPK bomb if required between missions using a development role. The major, I'm a modern major general. Troopers on our mission, great, important, and full of danger. Kinetic field armor transmitter, flame gun, or shotgun. You get a drop shed. Lieutenant colonel, you get all the just same thing except a paradise bomb as well. Paradise bombs are pretty much explodey death machines. Yeah, identify planets for destruction and inform Lieutenant Colonel. Kill those who disobey orders. Star Killer. You get one on promotion to Colonel. You can request a replacement if required using a development role. This is pretty much a planet killer. And this is the Brigadier. The highest ranking officer PC can reach in 316 is that of a Brigadier. You are in charge of the whole 16th Brigade of the 3rd Army of the Expedition. Answers to no one except the Terran Council and directly to the General of the 3rd Army. Responsibilities. Order 15. Kill all life in the cosmos. Order 16. Ensure that the Expeditionary Force does not return to Terra under any circumstance. I have a job to do. Either help me or you die. Possibly both, which is... Now, the device. A weapon capable of turning D10 parsec area of space into rich star-forming region. It can be used only once. You must kill, the Brigadier must be dead, and you must be a colonel to even attempt to become the Brigadier. But generally speaking, once you hit this point, I'm going to give you a secret though. Here's the thing. After Captain, all of this becomes bullshit, almost impossible. It becomes very difficult. Because like, let's say you have strength. Let's say you have strengths. You have a total of 5 strengths. Let's say you start off as a sergeant. So you go to lieutenant. Sergeant, so that's 1 strength. This is 2 strengths. This is 3 strengths. This is 4 strengths. This is 5 strengths. If you succeed on every single strength roll, on every single thing, you have the potential of getting up to colonel. And that means you have to kill the Brigadier to get any higher. That is if you succeed on every single roll. Or you do the gamer option and you try to get up to major or lieutenant colonel. 1 strength, 2 strength, 3 strength, 4 strengths. Let's say you get up to major though. If you die, you're going to come back as a captain. And as captain, you get a free strength, so you use the strength to get up to major. And then you can try to get up there. Generally speaking though, getting anything up higher up here is a little bit more difficult, because if you notice, like weapons and gear, as colonel, as lieutenant colonel, as major, you just, after major, you stop. There's nothing after major. You gotta remember that. That's a very big and important thing. Kind of a GM section, you know, this is how you GM, this is how you play, this is how you do things. You know, threat tokens, using them, don't pull your punches, pace the mission using encounters, choosing from the list. So one of the big things about this game is the idea of making your planets. Wow! So let's say planet creation. This is so much fun. You know, crossing off and making choices more than just boxes. Our alien ability. Let's see what our alien ability is going to be. Let's do a D20. 8. Our 8 is our highest FA. -1. Wow. We did it, everybody. That's their ability to do things. Oh, the planet's called 12. It's a Whistler. Man, I love Whistler. Let's do a planet description. It's a cloud. It's a gas planet, and our creatures are shadow beasts who can ignore armor. Here's all the descriptions. High gravity, ice covered world, low gravity mountain. These don't do anything. The only ones that really do anything is if we go all the way down here. These are their special abilities. These are what actually have some value, some mechanical depth to them. Is this particular section and this particular section alone. So, let's say, for example, if you choose, oh no, they're ambushing, by expending 1 threat token, give the alien an ambush on the PCs without having to roll the start of an encounter. Uses the builds up the GM while they materialize in the air. So pretty much, if you roll ambush, you spend a threat token to kill the PCs. Cool. That's cool. That's fun. Oh, the aliens have armor. Cool. Boost ability. Oh, well, it can boost. 1 for the whole encounter. Neat. Oh, it can flee. The fear and fearful death creature very adept at escaping from combat. Now, one thing that's odd that you should always remember is that a lot of these weapons, a lot of these things are spend threat token, do thing. So, for example, the resolute species, these aliens can ignore grievous wounds and continue fighting. Spends a threat token, any kills caused the current combat round are ignored. Successful PCs do not add kills to their total as the beasts keep attacking them and do not die. Impair has the ability to impair. Let me guess. It's for every threat token spent by the GM. It's reduced by 1 for the encounter. A lot of these just make them annoying. Or they just do something that just makes things just more frustrating rather than interesting. Oh, hey, you can shift all PCs to a new range chosen by the GM. Well, that's kind of annoying. Regeneration. They can just not die. And it's like, oh, wow, cool. You can just stop technology. You have to use, hand to hand. It just kills itself. Yeah, that's fun. Because, my favorite enemy in every game is the exploding one. One that runs up and just explodes. That's fun. We've got here's a bunch of example planets. Oh, wow. Wowzer, so much fun. So cool. Yeah, this is kind of what it means by all the war gear, energy rifles, cannons. It kind of goes over how they all look and what the best one's going to look. Excuse me. And how the best are going to look and how the last one they're going to look. Yeah, you get things like, oh, the power claw, for example. It's close combat weapon. Amounts of troopers left arm or right arm, depending on the owner's preference, makes a potent weapon that can be switched to hand to hand, even if you failed on your last turn. New twist on the fist attack. So it's cool. You can have a sidearm. You can have a power blade. These really don't kill PC at a close range with the aliens who failed their die roll this combat round. This is really the only weapon that does really interesting and new things. Everything else kind of just does basic things. Now, mind you, again, because you got to remember, you're not really going to get above maybe Lieutenant. So drop pods is really going to be the only vehicle you're going to get. These aren't really vehicles. So for example, this is the drop ship. Oh, space surface landing craft. Designated as commander, rolls with NFA for the drop ship in the combat sequence and calls D10 kills at any range. Crippled if it takes kill and destroyed if it takes another kill. It can be repaired between encounters. Okay, alright, everyone, easy enough. Drop pods gives PC an automatic ambush upon its first encounter. Cool. The APC, but you have to be a captain. Takes a kill, then it's crippled, and that's the same thing. Because again, there's no differentiate. The aliens could be throwing sticks and stones at you, and they will still break your APC. Because that's how the game works. Star Killer, you're going to destroy everything. Oh wow, the player declares that their PC is using a Star Killer at the mission briefing and marks the planet off the list. They describe what happens and add D1000 times 10 kills to their total kills and gain a medal. Mission briefing for the new planet then follows. The PC starts the new mission with 0 kills this mission. You just described Avatar. Ooh, Korean carrot sounds good. You just described Avatar. Now, this is D1000, and I'm going to attempt to roll D1000. I believe that's 3D10. So let's... Ow. I just hit myself in the fucking face. I rolled... Good start. I rolled 666. Actually, no, 660. So I would have gotten 6,660 kills. So 6,600 kills. Wow. Cool, everybody. I'm so cool. You don't understand. Now, I get to add that to my arbitrary list, and now I'm a good person, and I get the special one. Yeah, so the device is the weapon of the last resort of the Brigadier. When activated, will turn D10 parsecs of space centered on the brigade's ships to a rich star forming region. The effect will destroy the brigade, local star, and 2d6 surrounding star system. Only one use. Don't count the kills. It ends the game. Game Master should never have the Brigadier use this weapon. Yeah, they have just the device. The device. Wow. Yeah, the hand nuke. When every PC counter at close range, including the user total of how many PCs have taken a kill, that is the number of threat tokens removed. Yeah, this is the odd one, which is like the TPK bomb causes one kill to every PC. A total of how many PCs have taken a kill, and this is the number of threat tokens removed. For each threat token removed, the TPK bombs reveal D100 kills. Yeah, technically, if you want to use the TPK bomb effectively, everybody has to rush up together and you all bomb each other. Yeah. Technically, it's one of those things like the TPK bomb and the Paradise bomb they will, if you just throw them naturally, a localized nuclear bomb or a non-nuclear bomb, there is a chance you will remove one. There's a chance with the Paradise bomb you will deal 0 threat tokens because it's just based on it. You'll remove a single threat token. One kill to every PC in the encounter, including the user. Yeah, so you'll just like very little everyday trooper shit. All those shows. Oh wow, these don't really do anything. That's kind of the one use per panel. You get the orbital bombardment option. Yeah, evac stuff. Like, let's say, for example, like, oh, officer only, D1000. All PCs take kill for their trouble. The orbital bombardment ignores any armor, automatically turn any PC into, at best, a mess and possibly render them dead if they were already crippled. Let's see. So, after the mission, more senior officer will grill the character on why they called in the orbital bombardment. Test MFA must successfully avoid demotion of 1 rank. If the same player calls in an orbital bombardment on another planet in the future, it automatically kills their PC. Hubris is a bitch. Why is that the case? I don't know. It is, because you're a genocidal super faction. That doesn't mean that you have to call in the genocidal super weapons. For some reason. Don't question it. The alien gets nuked, survived. Zam. Yeah, one of the other odd ones is force weakness. This is where a player forces a PC other than their own to use a weakness, even if they did not want to. It can only be attempted once per planet, and the first eligible PC to declare its use has to be attempted to force weakness. Now, weird thing about this, if they are successful, then on their turn of the combat week, the target PC must use a weakness and fail. Weakness chosen and its effects are entirely up to the target. There is literally there's literally an option for some godforsaken reason for you to consume somebody's weakness. I don't know why. Joint lower. Steven, PC is able to call on the sign, while troopers do speculate about their fellow grunts. Typically, it is the officers or the troopers think are weak, and will get everyone in a mess. Lower ranking officers often see weakness in their more senior colleagues, too. Yeah, for some unholy reason, this is an option. That you can force somebody to lose an encounter. This isn't a difficult role. If you're the NFA guy, you force weakness on somebody, there's a chance where they're going to be exposed and lose. It's like, well, why? These are just a bunch of stuff for you to get it. Here's the issue. Here's the problem. 360. This is my core issue with this game at its absolute basic. 316 has two things it wants to do. It says, me want to be story game. Me want story game. Alright, simple enough. It wants to be a story game. I don't want to be a story game, but it also says, me want to be deadly. Okay, we can merge that together. That's not me want to be one shot. Oh, okay, me want to be story. Be long story. It wants to do a lot of things because it's like, well, it's going to be a one-shot game. Is this a one-shot game though? I don't know, because you have the strengths and the weakness mechanic over here. The strengths and weaknesses, if you just play as a one-shot, you're going to have one strength and one weakness. That's it. And it's like, why would I want to do that then? Okay, if it was like, okay, it's a one-shot, you can burn as many strengths and as many weaknesses as possible, and it's just about you ripping and tearing through it. Like, okay, that's fine. That's easy enough to understand. But then it's like, oh, well, I want to be deadly, so you can't, so it's like, okay, like, you want to have this very dramatic game, but you want to be deadly, so it doesn't matter, but replacement characters still consumed the strength and weaknesses. What the fuck? What? But it also wants to be this long story because it just gives you the option of being the brigadiers, of being the higher ranks. Playing a fucking one-shot, you're not going to be able to get up higher unless you, like, willingly force them to be that high. Then it's like, but why? Can I see this played long-term? Can I see this played multiple sessions? No, I think the game is way too light for that. Now, it is, it was proposed very much earlier on that this looks like a play-by-post game. And arguably, playing this as a play-by-post game would be a lot better. Simply because, I guess the 85% of the past 16 pages has an oh shit vibe. It's, if we really take it just like, okay, let's like the first 16 pages. Like, first 16 pages is like how to play, the glossary and stuff, but like you can really summarize most things. So if we let's take a quick gander. Like, this is 16 pages exactly. This is the lore. Okay, we've got the lore. Here's how to create a character. This is the entirety of the character creation. It's pretty simple, not too complicated. Yeah, it's interesting too, because if you look here, the 10th weakness is for a member of 316 is always hatred for home. This is a realization that the trooper has reached the end of their mission. There is nothing left to kill but Terra. It compels them to head toward homeward and to seek bloody revenge. This isn't really talked about in this version. But yeah, that's the idea behind hatred for home, is that you're supposed to kill it. That after you kill all the planets, you go back to Earth and you kill everybody. Started the game with the energy cannon. Wow, cool. It's like, yeah, these are really your only options for ranks. They don't go any higher because you don't really need to get any higher. You have mistakes. Playing the game. Here's how conflicts go. Pretty simple. They kind of changed, like, there was a very distinct change in this, because you have things like, oh, highest ability score conflict is the acting character, is reacting character. So you're always failing. Like, they did change the system of this, and arguably, if you want a one-shot game, you do want just like an honest-to-God one-shot, I think this version is probably a little bit better. Can we get much higher? Oh! I think that's the issue with my main issue with Carnage Among the Stars is that it's like, what are you really trying to be? It's like it's trying to be a lot of things without really doing any one particular. Okay, we are really far behind on time. So we're going to do a light game now. We're going to do a pretty light one. Because we're very far behind, and I'm going to be perpetually stuck in here, because God is dead. I'm going to stay free. Now, you're going to notice this. I'm going to do the first 3, and then we're going to get to the other ones. A lot of these games are actually sci-fi. Sci-fi stuff does allow you to mitigate one of the main issues of modern games being it's in modern times. You don't really need to be really specific with, the gun. This isn't an AK-74, this is an AKU, or whatever the fuck it is, or an AKM. This is a pulse rifle. What does a pulse rifle do? It pulses rifles. Bang, bang. Understandable. I get this. This is fine. Everything is happy, and we all are happy with each other. I think a lot of military sci-fi stuff does allow you to skip some of the issues. And that's why actually a lot of the games we're going to be going over today are actually military sci-fi stuff. Simply due to the fact that it's easier to avoid. It's easier to get around some of the more complicated bits of modern conflict. You can talk about it, but you don't really have to worry about it. Now, Stay Frosty. Frosty TRPG is by a company called Garske. I think it's Garske Games, otherwise known as a guy named Casey Garske. This is the guy. This is the guy who did this game. Do I have anything on Casey Garske? Like, if I look at, no. This is really all he is. This is just kind of how he functions. He doesn't really have any other games except a couple of these odder ones like Space Weirdos. This is a war game. It's called Space Weirdos. It seems to be pretty popular. It's a war game though, so I don't really know much about it. If I were to ask people, maybe they would know. I couldn't find anything really like, okay, Silence in Heaven, Space. Scenario for Stay Frosty RPG for $4. Unholy Land. Old school hex crawl campaign for mid-level characters taking place in Judea around the birth of Jesus Christ. Oh boy. Yeah, this is all this guy really does. He's not really done anything else except Stay Frosty. It's a gold seller, so it's clearly done well. But this is a 32-page book. It came out in 2017. Is there any other rules? Any other ideas? No, it is actually an OSR game more than anything. Well, sort of, it's an OSR game. Oh, well, he's got an itch. I did not see the itch earlier. Hello, Casey. Yeah, it's the same shit. This is, if you want to get it on here, it's $5. Looks cool, my guy. Kind of reminds me of 316 Carnage Among the Stars, except like more minimal. It's a vibe. Yeah, nothing much on this game. It does borrow a lot from OSR. We'll say that. It does borrow quite a bit from it. So, Words and Art by Casey Garske. Editing by this. Garske Games. 17. This is a military sci-fi game. What are you going to be doing? You're going to be rolling D20. Oh no. Yeah, you've played hundreds like it before. I'm not explaining to you what a D8 or a hit point is. The advantage and disadvantage, exactly what you think it is. Absolute badass. You're going to roll 3d6 in order. Now, interesting to note about this game is this is a roll over D20 system, but the way they want you to write the stats are like this. So for example, Dense Dingo Vacuum here, our boy Dingo, he actually rolled a 12 for his brains, which is really bad. Because on a D20, he has to roll above a 12. Anytime he wants to succeed at a brains check, he's got to roll above it. Anytime he wants to succeed at a dex check, though, he just needs to roll above a 7. This is actually how they want you to write them. Now, I rolled pretty average. My first time I rolled for his attributes, I rolled phenomenally. I rolled astoundingly well. I rolled so well that he was useless because I rolled super fucking high. I got an 18. I never roll 18s on 3d6. I never do. Why is it always that I roll so poorly when I don't need to? I'm like, oh man, I'm such a gamer. I rolled and I got a fucking, like, even this is god awful. I got a 14. This is god awful. In any other world, this would be amazing, gamers, but it is not. I am a failure because I keep rolling high when I don't need to. It's a curse. It's the dragon curse all over again. How anytime you have a dragon in any game, you will inevitably fail, and it will fail every roll. It's really actually impressive how you can just fuck up. But yeah, as you can kind of see, this is a very simple game. And it's 32 fucking pages long, guys. You gotta remember that. 32 pages. 34. And yes, it does look like this. There's very little art, very little anything, really. But one of the things I will note is that you do need to have actually pretty decent attributes and everything. It's, armor, armor advantage, card attribute score lower in parentheses. Brains is really important. You need brains to be pretty low. Dense, however, rolled fucking terribly on his brains. So the only option he had was actually being infantry, because everything else was just slightly out of range for him. The majority of these are kind of like your class in a way. So if you play armor, advantage to operate or repair armored vehicle. Okay. You are issued a light tank. Okay. Cyber, you need brains of below an 11. You need a 10 or lower, effectively. Engineer, 10 or low. Pretty much simple. It's 11. It's 11 or below, I should say. Infantry can have anything. You just get a special weapon. Dense, on the other hand, he just rolled grenades. That's all he rolled was grenades. Intelligence operators, medical guys. PsyOps is an option. You can play Psy Operator if you really need to, which we're going to see is a weird common trend. As well as Spec Ops, which you need to roll 10 or below on everything. Denz was super close to becoming a Spec Ops, but unfortunately, he failed. And as you can see, author can't draw. You don't need to draw when we're going. Yeah, Spec Ops is technically, you can say Spec Ops is just the better version of it. They do pretty much the exact same as the infantry, just better. Let's shoot a badass beret, not a helmet. We have our basic ranks. Now, interestingly enough, these do give you some things. I chose to be, if I go over here, I chose to be a private. Because I wanted to be a private, because I didn't want to do anything else. So issued swagger stick, give an advantage to private or sergeant once per encounter. +1 HP per level. Issued a combat knife. I wanted a combat knife. You're going to have 1d6 plus 4 HP. Dense, amazingly enough, actually rolled half decent on his HP, but there is a distinct chance you will have 5 HP just as much as you have 10. And yes, you will die immediately. This game is brutal in that regard. If you're a private, luckily you get at least 1 extra HP. If you are playing a private, you're going to have 6 to 11 HP. If you are playing not a private, you are going to be having less. These are your basic equipment. It's like, back and breast armor, helmet, infantry rifle, 1 ammo die per weapon. Because interestingly enough, about Stay Frosty, I have the notes back here. Yeah. Stay Frosty was actually the Black Hack. Begin as Hack of the Black Hack, but I end up rewriting the whole thing. Perdition, tension, frostiness mechanic is strained of the stress from Perdition, an amazing OSR game. The Hill Cantons. Writes about point crawls and use them in his adventures. All of these, alien, things. Now, for those who don't know, for those who live under a rock slightly, the Black Hack is probably one of the most famous, I would say one of the, if not, like, the most famous OSR games. You know, this is actually a very, very big OSR game. It's Adamantine Cellar, one of the very few Adamantines. And this is what this game is very based off of. We also see the white hack down here. And a lot of games actually owe their lineage to the black hack in one way or another. Old Piece Publications have done a lot of these games, which is a very important thing for OSR. Do feed onto each other. Maybe feeding on each other isn't the right term for it, but like one of the big things is if somebody makes something good, somebody else will take it and then do something different with it. This is kind of how OSR spread as fast as it did. Is that it's a system, a series, a group that feeds off one another. Things do well, they'll feed. They'll take and they'll edit, they'll change. The most popular OSR game is Morkborg. God damn, I want to ban you there. Condemn you to the Shadow Realm. Force you to play exclusively D&D 5th edition with homebrew modern day combat rules. Bailiff, whack his pee-pee. Yes, this will kind of give you the idea. This is an OSR game. If you think this is anything other than an OSR game, you're wrong. Oh, hey, no, I'm going to play a fun game where I want to play a fun little game that isn't an OSR. Nah, you're not going to play fucking Stay Frosty then, because it isn't. So, this is your standard equipment. Armor is your ability to mitigate damage. You're always going to get a back and breast armor and helmet. Is there any other kind of armor really in the game? Not really. These are your basic weapons. I'm putting this in here for one very distinctive reason. I'm sorry, Varric. You're being condemned to playing D&D 5th edition with Critical Role. Or more accurately, somebody who wants to play D&D with modern day combat rules, trying to be Matt Mercer, but doesn't quite get it. That's what I'm condemning you to. I want to talk about this because this is what a lot of games that handle guns send into. Auto pistol does D10 damage. Combat knife does D8. Flamer does 2d6. Infantry rifle does 2d6. The LAW does 5d6. The saw does D8. The stick does D8. This is the easiest way to think about guns. Guns are far more complicated than this, mind you. If you were to look at anybody and say, oh, well, an AK-47 and an M16 are the exact same rifle, people are going to look at you like you're insane if they actually know guns to any capacity. Or maybe, even better, we'll do something even stronger. What if? All I'm saying is, I'm gonna bring out my Glock, my favorite Glock. Give me 1 second to bring up a picture of a Glock. I personally do not believe that anyone should be carrying a Glock. Or, you know, I personally don't believe this. No, I don't believe in, you know, those AR-15s. You know, the AR-15. The other AR-15. This is an AR-15, I think. I'm like 95% sure this is also an AR-15. Let me... I think this is also an AR-15, guys. I'm like 95% sure this is an AR-15. Rest assured, this is also an AR-15. Like, it's one of those things, like, you can very easily pervert gun autists and make everybody's life a little bit harder. Because guns are hard, guys. Guns suck. Making guns suck. And this is where the vast majority of games kind of handle it. It's infantry rifle. It's the SAW, which is squad assault, which is not SAW, it's squad assault weapon. That's what a SAW, I think that's the acronym for SAW. Someone correct me. Squad automatic weapon, that's it. You know, range. These are your basic ranges. Can you play this on a map? I think so. They kind of say you can, but also say you don't. Really, at the end of the day, you can play this without a map and just do just fine. Arguably, it would be even better. You just say you're at close range, you're short range, medium, long, or extreme range. Your ammo die. This is actually a mechanic I enjoy. I like using depletion die. I don't get to use depletion die as much as I'd like, though. Because just the games I use sometimes don't need them, or I want to get a little bit more specific with it if I am dealing with it. But depletion die is a very simple mechanic. Let's say, for example, with my gun, let's say for Dents here, the Dents has a D8 rifle ammo. He's going to roll anytime he needs to reload or do something like that. So he rolls a 7. Nothing happens. He's fine. But let's say for example, he rolls a 1. His D8 ammo goes down to a D6. And if he rolls another 1 on that D6, it's going to go down to D4. If he rolls a 1 or a 2, a 50-50, he's out. Depletion die pretty much try to replicate the idea that you are always going to have it until you don't. We will always have ammo until we roll a 1, and then we roll another 1, and then we don't have any at all. The rapid descent. Here's it's actually a little bit harder because it's 1 or 2, which turns things from, instead of kind of like a 1 in 8 or a 1 in 6 to 1 in 4, 1 in 3, just raw 50-50. It's usually 1, but 1 or 2 here does make things a little bit easier to expend weapons. I like depletion die, and mind you, everything is tied to depletion die in this game. You know, as you kind of see, the toolkit, the ration box, even grenades are technically tied to depletion die. Some weapons are agile, some things have armor points that you can ignore. Blast can use against normal human-sized targets. Heavy weapons, large weapons, spread weapons. There's quite a few different little things you can do, but like you're going to end up with some miscellaneous equipment. I ended up rolling rations. I rolled a lot of rations because rations are good. Now, what do rations do? Reduce tension by 2. Tension is very good. Tension's also very bad. Grenade launcher extends the range of grenades by log. Comes with D4 ammo die of grenades. Get more grenades. Have no fear. You have our basics. Yeah, everything kind of has a supply die. And the things they carry. You can only have a certain number of equipment, and everything you have on you is technically regarded as equipment. So me carrying D6 rations, D8 toolkit, combat knife, infantry rifle, ammo, grenades, helmet, and back and breast armor does technically count as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I didn't do my math right. It does count as 8. I believe actually I put 9 because I think I added something in. But if you try to go over that amount, if you try to go to, say, 12, if you try to go to 13, you're going to take a disadvantage on everything, which is very bad. You don't want to do that, obviously, because that's death. You have 4 vehicles. Wow! 4 vehicles! All-terrain vehicles, all slow and heavy armor can only damage with heavy weapons. Yeah. As you can see, 3 of these actually have it. Fuel die of D8. Result of 5 on the danger die triggers a roll. Repairing vehicles. It's that kind of the same thing. Generally speaking, it's very tight in how it's designed, but it's emulating a very tight game. I said tight twice now, and now it's a little bit weird. So, initiative, you're just going to roll your decks. If you succeed, you go before the opponents. If you fail, you go after. They will, most likely, beat you and eat, because they are scary. Now, PC's turns, you can attack. You can attempt to, target and roll willpower, give them disadvantage on their next attack, focus, use side powers, skill roll equipment. At first, I didn't really appreciate the idea of Battle of Wills until I kind of realized, oh, if you go first, you can really screw with them and make sure that they can't actually hurt your guys as easy. It's, okay, I'm going to make sure that they break before we do. You know, that gribbler over there is trying to fucking get my Battle of Wills. I'm going to make a make my willpower check, and I've succeeded. Now, he has disadvantage when he's going to attack my guy who failed his roll. Very simple. Hostile attack, declare PC target. D20 rolling under the PC's dexterity for range attack or brawn for hand-to-hand. This is a very interesting one for one very particular reason. You have to roll under rather than over. I want to shoot Dents. I rolled a 20 and fail. I want to overpower Dents with my karate. I roll a 5 and I succeed. I hit Dents. He dodges. He does this. The absolute lowest roll you can actually have in this game is 3, and that's a 3-up, which is insane. And that means an enemy is going to have to roll a d20 and roll 3 or less. It's very punishing. But if anyone's targeting his brains, he's going to have a lot easier time. Bolded because it's fucking important. PCs and hostiles subtract 1 from their attack rolls for every hit dice the hostile has over their PC's level. Better for hostiles. Yeah, this is an odd one because let's say, for example, we're fighting a level 3. We're fighting a level 3 enemy, and we are level 1. What's going to happen here is that everything we do is going to be at a -2, which is bad. Everything they do is going to be at a -2, which is good for them. This does allow you to kind of make things pretty easily, and it kind of mitigates the need for like really in-depth stat blocks. I like it. I think it works. Critical hits. I do not like how they roll it, because what you have to do is you have to roll on the foobar table. 20 or 1 to roll on the appropriate foobar table. Light cover, disadvantage. Now, for those who don't know, foobar means fucked up beyond all repair. It's foobar. For some reason, this is both critical successes and critical failures. Can I tell you why? No, I can't. I think it's kind of stupid they word it that way. I would just call it crit with the foobar table and like a critical success table. That's how I would do it. Kind of a weird wording. Modifiers combat. You're in light cover. You're in heavy cover. That's it. Subtract PC and piece armor from armor. Done. That's it. Very simple. This does mean that most PCs actually are going to have 1 to 2 armor minimum. Because there are characters who don't have helmets, and there are characters who do. So you're going to have 1 armor or 2 armor. That's it. We have Death and Die. Reduces 0 hit points. Any extra damage is added to a random attribute. Piece of 0 hit points is out for the duration of the fight. Any attribute reaches 21, the piece dies. So this isn't quite correct when it comes to hit points. So let's say, for example, I take 10 damage. What's going to happen is they're going to roll. I'm die here and see what. I take 10 damage. I'm going to assign +1 to my brains. I ain't dead yet, but things are going to get a lot harder going forward. If I take more damage, I'm going to have to add it to random other stats. If anything ever hits 21, though, I am fugged. I'm dead. DEA dead. Not having a good time. Eradicated. Eaten. Bored even. Heal all their hit points after 8 hours. Each damage attribute heals 1 point per day for the rest. This does mean that like lower attributes technically have a lot more like raw health than you would think. Because it allows you to just increase your health by just suffering anything. Like Dents, for example, here too. Let's say, for example, his brawn. To get his brawn all the way up, he has to get 11 points of damage. Minimum on that. And that's for his, it would be for his brawn. His willpower needs He needs 11 damage on his will. That'd be 13 plus, that'd be 3, 10, he needs 14 on his, actually no, this would be 12, because it would need to be 21, not 20. You know, it needs 14 on his dex, and it needs 9 on his brains. So, at the end of the day, he doesn't have 9 HP, he actually has quite a bit of HP. He's just going to get more and more crippled as things go on. Skill rolls are active. Attribute. As we go, roll in the snafu table. Saves. There are no skills in this game. There's no skills, there's no abilities like that. Anytime you need to do anything, you're going to roll one of the 4 attributes. Hey, I want to lift open this wall. I rolled a 10 and I succeed because I rolled brawn. Hey, you need to sprint across this you need to sprint across the roof to get to the other side. I rolled a 17, I succeed. You need to figure out how to operate this computer. I rolled a 6 and failed. That's it. Nothing too exciting, nothing too weird in that regard. Saves kind of operate the same way. I do kind of like the artwork. I personally do like the artwork. I think it does work. Leveling up. This isn't based on mission by mission basis when it comes to a lot of the leveling up things. You can roll 1d10 to add it to the hit points. If your result is less than the score, you subtract 1 from that attribute. Privates can roll twice, take the better of either brawn or dexterity, and roll twice for brawn or willpower. So, for example, if I want to improve, say, my... let's roll. Let's say Dense levels up. His brains. He rolled a 12. He doesn't succeed. He doesn't increase. His brawn. He rolled a 5. He technically lowers it to 7. He lowers his dex to 6. And he lowers his willpower to 8. I rolled a 1, 2, and 4 there. I am a fucking god. Dense did not get smarter, even though likely he should have. You're going to mostly average out, like my guesstimation was you're going to average out about 8 maybe. Across the board. Anything else is going to go back down to the average. Why do I say 8? Because generally speaking, if you just roll enough, it's just going to end up lower. You know, the action per round can be used for attacking, battle, wills, or focus. Yes, because technically, you do get a lot. You do get extra actions, which is very important. Extra actions are cool. Psyops can also learn new powers. This is the entire Psy thing. If you have Psy power, you're going to make a willpower roll. If you succeed, well, you do the power. Or you can do Perils of the... I do like Perils of... Yeah, this is effectively... I wouldn't say it's necessarily Perils of the War, but it's like, oh, if I fail by 2 points, I can burn 2 HP to do that. There's quite a few Psy powers as well, because of course we need spells in these games, because it's not an OSR game if we don't have the magic user. Stretch for 250. All right, here, give me 1 second. Let me just reach behind my back. There we are. See, unfortunately, it's not like my old microphone in which you could actually hear my back cracking. I wonder if it'll... this probably won't pick up, but... Yeah, my back still cracks horrifically. Not as bad as what it was. But yeah, as you kind of see, a lot of these are like, oh, hey, you can cloud this. If you take a -2 to it, but all importance have, all of this have this. Healing, you'll 1d10 8 level HP. Psychics cannot heal themselves. If your psychic does not tick up healing, you shoot them. Shoot them in the leg. Just chick, and put one of his kneecap, because he's being useless. Every other crap, Jesus Christ, because we have to spell out everything here. Balls, hunger, drowning. Yeah, this basic shit. Marines in hell. That's pretty much it when it comes to it. Now you may be wondering, Notepad, what's all with this? What's all with this tension stuff? What's all with all that tension things? Well, all the way down here. Now we have all our point crawling. This is the danger die. So, Stay Frosty mission requires a mechanism to ratchet the tension, increase risk. The danger die. The danger die. When the PCs move between point crawl nodes, enter certain areas, or rest in dangerous places, because this is a point crawl game. Now, first things first. You take a D6, and you roll. I rolled a 5. Consumable depleted effects ends. Ugh. Bad. Oh. Let's roll again. I rolled a 3. Clue, a sign, or environment. Something has gone on, and we are looking at it. One of the big things, though, is the idea of increasing tension. This is tension. Slowly building it up as things start going wrong and worse, and you're getting more worried and something is happening. Oh no! Now, you must roll a supply die, such as vehicles fuel die, any temporary effects, such as side powers, combat drugs. Ends right here. Built up tension and stress is released in a burst of emotions. PCs must make a willpower save. Take tension times level and damage. Excess is not applied to an attribute. Instead, PC gains 1/2 their HP back and rolls on the going ape shit table. So, what happens here, for example, let's say we're at chill. Something's going on, we're a little bit chilly. If I roll, I'm gonna take 3 times damage. And if I fail my save, let's roll my d20 here. I failed my save. I would take 3 damage. If that were to somehow kill me, such as if I'm level 2 and I would take 6 damage, this can actually be pretty bad. You're gonna go ape shit. However, tension is good. You want tension. I'm being pinged by people. What do you people want? So, one of the ideas is that if your tension increases, if you're cool, you get +1 damage rolls. Now, these are cumulative. Advantage on saves, advantage on initiative. Range attacks even gain agile, which allows them to be fired in close proximity, or gain an extra action per round. Tension is good. Tension gives you bonuses, very important bonuses when it comes to enemies that can really rip your asshole in two. But if you ever roll that tension explosion, suddenly taking damage that you may not have. Here's our random mission generator, just random shit going on. More random generators, because we all like random generators. Fuck yeah, natural 20, because get hyped, or you want some? Show me your war phase. Find a weak spot, double your damage right in the middle, and stun for round. Quarterback is toast. Style dead. You have a 1 in. If you roll a 20, you have a 1 in 6 chance of fucking killing somebody. You can also just kill everyone. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh damn. You can increase tension. You can give off balance. Weapon is jammed. You're tripped over like a goofball. Or the tension explodes. This does mean that it is possible to actually have people at different tension, which can probably get a little bit confusing. This is the snafu table, which is on skill roll. These are like the really bad ones. This is the going ape shit. For the remainder of the combat, damage roll all have advantage, but roll and ammo die every round. Fight on attack rolls. Flight, big mouth, twitchy, last stand. These are kind of like, these can be advantages in some regard. Like, these are things like, yeah, for the remainder of this combat, you're getting things. You're trying to run away from your problems. You're trying to kill them. Some of these can be pretty good. Last stand is a little bit amusing because you throw away your guns and armor and face your enemies as a warrior with only hand-to-hand weapons. These are some basic, basic hostiles. Let's, for example, the bugs. Bugs get some very basic things like wonderful defense mechanisms, sick, and wicked sick attacks. They are able to randomize things. So, for example, a basic bug might have webs, and they might also have thick exoskeletons. They have +2 armor and short-range blasts. You have to make a brawn roll with disadvantage to break free of them. You know, it's like, oh, it's, hey, it's, you know, fucking scary or full of babies. You know, it's, yeah, it's, you know, under the damn ground. You know, here are demons. You know, things that really want to maul you. Flaming swords, hunters, robotic assassins. Yeah. Do I like Stay Frosty? Maybe. Kind of hard for me to say, like, ah, man, I love this game. I think this game's amazing. Or, oh, wow, I hate this game. No. Kind of hard to, kind of hard to say, like, I hate it or I love it or anything like that. I can accurately say I think it's fine. I am okay with this game. Yes, it's exactly what it says. Can you run, like, really long games with it? No. I think a nice little one-shot. If you're looking at, if you're playing with guys who like playing OSR games, you're playing OSR games, going from, say, hey, we are going to do a one-shot where let's play a Predator game. Cool, let's play Starship Troopers for a minute. You can play Stay Frosty and nothing. Everybody's happy. Everybody wins. Everyone gets what they want. Is it anything more than that? Not really. The one thing that I will say about this, the one thing that that's kind of a sticking point for me personally, is this game is, if I go here, this game is normally $5. Some people can justify, like, yeah, that's $5 for this, but it's like, it's $5 for a 34-page game. There's no art or anything in it, not really any artwork or anything in it. It's not exactly like a game that you can play 5 million times or whatever. This isn't like a, if you want to buy $5 worth of game, that's fine. I know some people get really weirded out about that, like paying a lot of money for something like 34 pages or something like that. I need to say about it. This is kind of, there's also kind of this, which is a scenario. Entirely new type of soldier, play as an arsonist, murder, political dissident, or other criminals. So if you kind of want to get more out of the game, maybe picking this up would be a better idea. This is 25 pages, get a little bit more options out of it. Some people get weird about it, some people don't. I just want to comment on it. I thought it was a little bit light for what it's trying to say it is. But yeah, that's kind of just that's kind of just my little opinion. Wink. Wink. So, what's our next game? Okay, we're going to talk about this game now. Okay. All right, everybody. I want to preface this game with one very important thing. I hate this game for 2 reasons. I'm going to open up just saying right away, I really dislike this game. This is I Love the Corps. What is I Love the Corps about? Well, it's about playing the Colonial Marines. Except, disaster have struck. Isn't exactly what you think it is. Let me find a good picture or something to, You're playing the Colonial Marines. Humanity has been spread across the stars because Earth is dead. The United Colonial Forces have kind of brought it together. You are part of the United Colonial Marine Corps. Are tasked with trying to preserve humanity and stop any gribblers out there. That includes even enemies of the state, enemies of mankind. You can do this, but you are underprepared and undermanned. But don't worry, you are who you are. Trained soldiers, and you will survive this. Maybe, perhaps, maybe not really. Now, I kind of opened up a little bit mean. Man, I don't like this game, I said to myself. And I don't. I really don't like this game very much. And we're going to go through this game with Ira Blaskowitz. Call sign's uncle, he's a specialist, he is a mechanic, and he's from New Warsaw. CMC, and obviously, I try to make him the most authentic looking man available. Now, why don't I like this game? Why am I not a big fan? Now, we're going to talk something. We're going to talk a little bit about this, guys. A little bit of you and a little bit of me. I want to start this first because this is going to be very painful. I can't really do this game for very long. This is the standard font through the entire game. This is the standard font. I have no fucking idea who the fuck thought this was a good idea. Who the fuck thought this was a good font? I do not know. I cannot tell you what was going through people's heads when they're like, you know what the world needs? This horrific font. This god-awful font. And this isn't just like a single page or something. No, this is the entire game is full of this font. I hate this font so fucking much. It makes things a little bit harder to read than what it should. Like, the weird thing is, if it was just like this, then it's fine. To me, this is fine because it's kind of, it looks a little bit weird, looks sci-fi fine. Because like you're not going to make the main body font of that. That would be ridiculous. No, it's they made the main body font. It's very odd to read. But who made this game? Well, this game is actually done by Christopher Dean. Now, if we go over here, this Christopher Dean has right guy. Yes, this is Christopher Dean. This is actually the main guy. So, freelance overworld gameplay developer is out here. RPG project. Lead game designer Psychic Cactus Games, Brain Crack Games Ltd. Has game mechanics in developed tabletop RPG called Out Here. Let's look at Brain Crack Games. He's been working there for a while at this point, so an idea you just can't stop thinking about. This is what these guys do. Farsight, Fog of War mechanics, actual unique tabletop experience. Never heard of any of these games. Looks like they do board games mostly. This is what this guy works for right now. Apparently, he's been working there for 3 years as a freelance. Now, in Drive-Thru RPG, he does have pretty much 2 main games. His main game is I Love the Core. Oh, and he has another one which is a superhero RPG. Come on. There's a website as well as, Kickstarter. Yes, Kickstarter. This is actually our first Kickstarter game. This is the I Love the Core one. Now, this is a pretty old game. This came out in 2016. This is pretty damn old. You kind of see here, there's a Kickstarter. You see some downloads, some, free quick start, free character sheets, home, and, here's what the game is all about, which I don't know why he didn't use this font, because that's insanity, because why anybody would ever use the font he did use is beyond me. But generally speaking, it raised 7.4 out of it's a 4.1 thousand pound goal because he is from the UK, because fuckers. And his other big game was Is It a Plane, which I had never heard about before, which is a comic book RPG that replaces dice with pens. Because the entire gimmick is that you write a comic book in this game. I thought it was cool. Kind of a cool idea, a little bit weird, but fine. This is what this guy does. This is his main game. This is like his main thing, as you kind of see here. It's got 2 things. One interesting note about I Love the Core. One very interesting note is it's free. The honest to God PDF of this game is a free PDF. You can buy this game right now. You can get this game right now for free. Nothing is stopping you. And I'm like, okay, then you can technically get almost all of his games for free as a PDF. The soft cover costs, it costs $28, mind you, and it's a 256-page book. You're getting quite a bit of stuff out of this, sort of. About the game. You kind of see here, he's dressing up and doing stuff. You have the mission dossier, which is also, this is a full mission dossier, taking 3 stories, 2 from Peacekeepers, 6 pre-generated characters, another $27, and the classified materials, $33, but it's also a free PDF. I'm not really going to look at these ones, but free main colonies, full point-based system, creating your own friendlies, devastating hostiles, advice for creating your own stories. If you want to try I Love the Core, you can right now. You can do it whenever you want. I think that's cool. I think, if you wanted to be perfectly frank, I'm feeling like this is kind of a cool idea. I like the idea what he's going for here. And maybe people can look at it some more. I just hate the game. I just dislike this game. Now, I mean that in the nicest way possible. So this is the main core book, though. So fiction, everything you need. Quite a few people, this is though the main guy, Christopher Demon, that's writing, game design, art direction, and project management, but also graphic design. Yeah, he did everything. As you see, quite a few different playtesters. Special thanks to all these people. Kick-ass theme tune, filming and editing, because he did do a video for it. I Love the Core. Yeah, 2016. The first backer legion. These are all the various people who helped. Colonel Ben Shuttleworth. So, yeah, this is the I Love the Core. This is a D6 game. Not a 3D6, not a 2D6, a 1D6 game. And I'm going to try my best to kind of go through all of these. Because, there's one of the big ideas behind this game really is that we're in the future, baby. This is a very hardcore future setting. I do like that. I do like the fact that it's a very far future setting. There's actually some very dramatic, sci-fi stuff going on. There's some very interesting things. And a lot of humanity actually has been augmented in some way to survive on various colonial holdings. Hey, you're an aqua worlder. You're from literally a planet full of water, and you have gills. Hey, you're from a hell world, otherwise known as one that's on constant fucking fire. You've been augmented to survive that, and there's actually some mechanical benefits to that. I hate the system. I despise the system. I think it's dumb. I don't like it. Yes, this is boot camp. This is your basic rules. Now, if you ever want to give any graphic design or any layout guy a stroke, you give them this. Is there a reason? Tell me, world, is there a reason out there for anybody to do this? I once went cave down, came out with crap. I am angry. You are from a hell world. You can play as a Californian, yes. Yeah, the font in this game makes it really hard to read. And I really don't know the reason why. Now, for those who maybe aren't as font adjacent as I like to really work on my fonts. I like readability over any. This is what you're going to be reading majority of the time. I would say the heading font works fine. If this was in here, that's fine. Kind of more lore segments. The thing is, he changes the font. See, I think this is just fucking Times New Roman. This is really annoying. If it wasn't this way, it would be a little bit odd, and it'll get to, it's one very specific thing. I don't like it when it's going back, yeah, you brought to change the italic font. No, that's the way that it's supposed to be. That's the issue. I think, because he's signaling each ability or abilities. Because nowhere else does it do this. If it was this, it works fine everywhere else. It's just the main core rule book for some unholy reason. But this is our character, obviously. We have Ira Blastowitz. Now, as you can see here, oh, this is kind of pretty simple. You have a few ability names. These are your core abilities. you have brains. Chutzpah, the second game I've ever known about with Chutzpah as a mechanic. Collateral damage, drop and give me 50. Freaking Ninja, Grease Monkey, Powerhouse, and Sentry Duty. These are your attributes, everybody. Like, the thing with, like, I'll say, if it was, like, solely in, like, this lore section, I think it looks fine in the lore section. Because it's clearly signaling, like, yeah, we're kind of doing it. Because, like, this is the big thing here is that's like, oh, this is file 2 of 4. It's like you're reading a file. I think it looks fine here. It gets harder down here because there's the main mechanic behind it. It's called SL. And when we get to it, it looks a little bit wonky. Now, these are your core attributes. Yes, you can have a high score in freaking Ninja or drop and give me 50. Now, for the life of me, I cannot tell why this is the case. But your core score here is going to be very determined by you. These go to a maximum of 4. With 0 being bad, 1 being about average, and 4 being peak human performance. As you can tell here, Iroh is pretty average across the board. He's a little bit above average in most cases. He can't shoot worth shit, but he can definitely aim. He can definitely maybe shoot somebody. Because the main mechanic behind this is right here, actually. This is the passive ability. So, for example, for my brains, I add whatever my score is plus 3 to get 5. If I add plus 1 to get during an action scene, get 3. Remember, fellas, if you have a fancy font that isn't complete one with Nix and Axe, use it sparingly as much as you can. Yeah, pretty much. Yes, this is a strange thing to me. Also, I will always love the idea of what chutzpah actually is. For those who don't know, chutzpah is I believe it's Yiddish. And it's it's a mixture of, charisma, everything, and raw audacity. You have chutzpah if you throw yourself before the court, praying for mercy that you are an orphan because you murdered your parents. That's chutzpah. That's just raw bullshit energy. I've always loved the word. I think it's really fun. Haven't been able to use it for anything, but saying you got chutzpah is just amusing to me. As you can see, though, I don't know why he named things the way they are, because these are treated as pretty normal. Brain is your intelligence, this is your charisma, this is your weapon skill, this is pretty much your strength. This is kind of like this is a combination of your strength and your constitution. This is just your raw strength and close combat ability. This is a kind of a different facet of intelligence, which is just engineering. This is your dexterity, and this is your perception. Part of me is thinking that he wanted to split things up, so he had to assign different names. Because, like, yeah, brains makes sense. Grease Monkey. Freaking Ninja. Drop and give me, like, I have a strange feeling the original draft of this game had some more different ideas. But one of the most important things to do is the idea of narrative scenes, action scenes, and beats. Beats are used for a host of connected actions in a narrative scene, for a single action, and an action scene. A vast majority of this game does boil down to comparatives. For example, scenes end in each beat, you can choose 2 ability types using 2 different ability scores in different ways. For example, let's say I need to examine something. I want to make sure that no one's getting hurt or something. Actually, no. Here's a really good one. I want to use freaking Ninja to run across the area. I want to sprint across. But I want to use my I want to use my, sentry duty to kind of see if I can't find something. I'm looking around, but I'm trying to get away. I could use the passive score of sentry duty, but the active score of freaking ninja. Or maybe we're just using the passive abilities. Maybe we're just using this. This is a really weird system. And I don't know if I like it or not. Because one of the things about this, I believe it's up here. Production, yeah. I believe it's at the end. Actually, let me see if I can find where was it? These were planted. I Love the Core, at least what became I Love, started as a take form during my early 20s, survived seeming death, and came back full force 2 years later. More long periods of unemployment follow until I got full time in nursery. Kids, not plants. Yeah. One of the weird things about this is that this was born of a very... How do I want to word this? This started off as a very ruled light game, almost free-form tier. Game started off not exactly as like a really hardcore game, and it really does show. The 2 ability types are passive and active. Static total of 3 plus affiliate. Action score passives can only be used with abilities that have a score in. Always result in 1d6 plus ability. So, for example, if I want to try to impress someone, this is an action. I'm trying to actively impress somebody. I'm going to roll 1d6 plus whatever my actions. I rolled a 2, so I got a 4. That's what I do. Because I have collateral damage at 0, however, these are both 0. Having a 0 in something is pretty fucking bad. When you select passive or active, and the total of these is recorded, you can use defense. Ability totals of the relevant abilities. Because a lot of the time, it's comparative. So if I want to use my sentry duty, somebody else might be trying to actively avoid me. If somebody is actively attempting to avoid my 5, they might be rolling their freaking ninja plus 1d6. Very itch.io. Yeah. Yeah, all of this is done through success levels, which is a very odd way of writing things. So where the rules refer to using an ability type, an ability total is not needed, such as reloading, an ability total is not needed, but either your passive or active totals cannot be used. Allows you to ability for both ability types. This means you can use the same ability score twice in a beat. This is a really weird game of how it makes a little bit more sense when you get to like how it's describing things, but they kind of throw you in there right off the bat. A lot of things though, it's about comparative. It's very comparison heavy. Yeah. So if you defeat a TN, you get success leveled. A TN of 6 needs 7 minimum to beat, which gives you SL1. Being below a TN creates negative SL, which with opposed ability totals, success levels to the target. The SL you get, the better you do. Attacking ability can use increase SL of an effect, add together for total result. Hard ass or state, add to a status. No. Leave some reason affected in the appendix. What this is effectively saying is that a lot of the time, most things are going to be comparing. I want to use my grease monkey to try to outrun this guy. We're going to compare our grease monkey scores. I have a 6, you have a 3, I beat you. Hey, I'm going to use my drop and give me 50 to pull myself up. A 4 is going to do just fine. It's not very difficult. But I want to actively use my drop and give me 50. I'm not going to be able to make it, so I'm actively sprinting to do it. I'm going to roll d6 plus 2 and fucking fail. I want to use my chutzpah. 4 is going to be able to convince him. This is what a vast majority comes in. Comparison. And you want to get higher or lower on a vast majority of things. If you get higher, you get more bonuses. Things good things happen. If you're going lower, bad things happen. So let's say, for example, I get SL4, I get a plus SL4. I have +4 successes on you. I get to do things faster, I get to do better, I get to spot you quicker, I get to see you things hitter. I hit you harder. The vast majority of things. If I have a -2 SL on something, that means things have gone a lot worse. I outright fail it, or something bad has happened. Veryitch.io, yes, veryitch.io. It's, but a lot of these things simply build up your success levels. Striking is stopping them from fighting. It's chasing an opponent and stopping them from fleeing. Striking them, stopping them from fighting back. Knocking an opponent back around or to the ground. You want to use these SLs to do something. You knock a weapon down to the ground when at range, grappling a target. This is a very narrative game as well. Some attacks have areas. An opponent or ability can hit multiple targets. I was initially very fucking confused of what the hell they were actually talking about here. But what it really does boil down to, again, comparison. If you get lower, you cannot receive no negative success levels. You won't accidentally set off a bomb, meaning that you can only fail if you do not achieve the total required SL in the task by the end of the scene. Concentrating is the idea of like you're building up effects to do so. I have 4 beats to do this, so I can with a 5S with a 5 or something, it's 5, 10, 15, 20. If I can beat it by that 4th beat, I'm good. I'm done. I've succeeded. Or I might need to use a kit. I might need to have help, something similar to that. This is the idea of effects. Now, which can no higher than 15 SL, but can be boosted further with ability SL. Let's say, for example, I take some damage. Let's say I get shot. I might take 6 SL. I'm taking 6 to my lethal. I'm fine. Nothing bad has happened. But let's say I'm at 15. I'm within my compromised range. I'm now compromised. I'm not doing too hot. If I take a little bit more damage, if I go to 22, I'm neutralized. I'm out of the fight. I'm fucked. That's it. Very complicated way of wording something very simple. I think that's a very good way of describing it. Immunity. If you have a ballistic immunity or telepathic resistant, you ignore the resistance, reduce it by 6. If you are vulnerable, you get +6. Ugh. Target has no immunity. The effect is increased by the attacker's ability SL and reduced by hard ass or state. There might be, this is mostly going to be applying to like right here, but sometimes here. Let's say, for example, I have right here, this is my background. Anytime I break the rules, I'm not going to take any problems to it. That's not really my thing. Anytime something goes wrong tech failure-wise, I don't really mind. I'm not really going to have any problems with it. If somebody's using mind games again, I'm going to be taking at least 6. So if something's getting a little bit spooky, it might be 2. I'm going to be taking 8 psychological damage because of it, because I'm adding +6 to whatever it is, rather than 2. If this continues, I'm slowly going up, and up, and up, and I'm slowly going Bananarama insane. Because that's something I'm vulnerable to. If you don't have a vulnerability, or you don't have immunity, or being even resistant to it, what's going to happen more than anything is you're going to be having to pretty much adding to whatever it is. So, for example, my gun, here, my gun does 12 SL. If I hit with, let's say, +1 SL, I'm going to do 13 lethal damage. But if somebody else hits me and they score 3 bandages, that 12 is going to turn into 15. How it works, nice and simple. We can't explain it that way. We have to explain it like this. Here, once. We went through 2 simple games with one simple game worded very like a heavy one. Yes. You know, armor piercing weapons, some things pierce armor, range, all the various range tables, sense range, because yes, there's a full senses range table, which is very important. Close range TN0, anyone in an action scene can move 5 feet. Because to move, you have to elect one of your ability scores to move that much. So let's say, for example, in an action scene, I have an action scene, I could use drop and give me 50 to automatically move 15 feet. That's me sprinting. I can do that. No, actually, for an action scene, it would be I can roll a d6, whatever my drop and give me 50 is, for a total of like 35 feet. I can move quite a bit. Range. More range, situational bonuses, ability bonuses, parrying, focusing, covering fire. Covering fire is its own thing. Suppressing fire. It's psychological effect with an attack. Improving statuses. Generally speaking, get better. You want to end up using something to lower it. Which, you guessed it, you're going to be using abilities, which is target number 5. You're lowered by the total SL acquired each beat of the scene. You can be increased by any negative SL acquired, as you fail to calm someone or give them ineffective medical treatment. Resisting threshold penalties, a death and dying, instances, glory points, and fortune points. This isn't even how to make a character, mind you. This is explaining all the various ideas behind making a character. If you really want to make a character, you get 20 points to spend. You can spend it among your ability points. You also have to spend it among your aspects, which are kind of like traits. And also spend it with equipment. Now, if we go through, let's say, here, so we've got all our aspects. Your hard ass and stay frosty, these are your ability to resist effects. So let's say, for example, I take 10 damage from a basic melee attack, and I don't have my armor on. That means I'm going to reduce it by 2. 10 damage becomes 8 damage. But let's say I'm wearing my armor, I get a 6, that 10 damage becomes 4 damage. Pretty simple to understand. Stay frosty is the same idea. Pretty easy to understand. That also reduces your thresholds for things. Now, you do have multiple attributes that kind of like say which one you want. You know, statuses and thresholds, these allow you to... This is also kind of a weird one of wording it. Technically, your thresholds start at 10 to 14. Let's say I have a +2 to it. My thresholds are now 12 to 16. And your basic neutralized range is always going to be 15. But let's say I have a +2 to it. That means I raise it 17. And to see here, he actually raises it quite a bit. Is this game called Derive Scores Abilities? No. These are abilities. These are your abilities scores. This is your narrative scene passive ability score. This is your action scene passive ability score. And your ability score affects your hard ass rating and your Stay Frosty scores. All of these are the same terms. At once. Yeah. These aren't derived scores. They're just statuses, thresholds, something, but they'd still do the same thing. Your abilities are this. You're more caring about your ability score, which can be affected by other things. So, for example, this is having a 4 in something, which is compromises 14 to 18. Like, okay, easy enough to understand. Lethal, pretty uneasy to understand. Now, at first I didn't quite understand this. How could this be happening? This doesn't make any sense. So, because 15 for neutralize losing it and are increased by appropriate ability scores. Technically, this person didn't do it right. I thought for a while, because they wrote this in, this isn't the case. This is completely fine. I don't know why they wrote it this way. Because I thought statuses meant something. It does not. These are what they need to actually show you. These are things that you gain later on. I don't know why they make it that way, because like, oh, every status starts at 0. You know, when you take effects in play, you know, it has a relevant score. Because your status is affected by effects, which increases score, but you have to reduce it by your score. It's all the same terms, all the same time. It's lovely. What an esoteric game. Yes, it is esoteric. You know, because the thing is, various things might have different effect statuses. For example, a machine pistol has the effect status of lethal, and its effect is lowered by the hard-ass rating, which is then added to the target's lethality, and the resulting number is added to the target's lethality status. Now, in play, in actual like reading it, it's really weird. But to give you an idea, if I want to say, for example, I hit somebody with the Freeman crowbar, its effect is lethal. Its effect is lethal, and it is going to do 12 success levels. What this should more read is, what should read is plus success levels, plus 12 success levels. So let's say, for example, I hit with a +2. It's going to be 14 SL. If I hit with a +2, it's going to be a total of 14 SL. That means they are going to take 14 SL damage. That's it. 14 SL lethal damage. However, let's say their hard ass is 3. Let's say they got -3 because of their hard ass rating. They're now taking 11 SL lethal damage. Not exactly the most complicated thing in the world if it wasn't using weirder terms. Because let's use this for just different wording. I hit you with the crowbar. The crowbar is lethal damage, and it does successes plus 12 damage. Easy enough to understand. And you have a hard ass rating of 3, so it's pretty much a DR of 3. You have a damage resistance of 3. So, ideal. I have 2 successes. I do 14 damage to you, -3. -3 because of your DR of 3 equals 11 damage. That's effectively all it is. They're just doing things in a different way. They're wording things stranger for some reason. And this is why I say, this is why I was kind of harping on the font to begin with. If this wasn't in this font, I think it would have read a little bit easier. It would read a little bit smoother, but it really doesn't. And sometimes things kind of just flow into each other at points. Because this is the entire thing on, characters may have a permanent trauma, but physical and mental traumas can be acquired through this field. If a Marine has already suffered a little bit too much already, and you're a glutton for punishment, you can start with trauma and gain +1 fortune points back for it. Permanent physical trauma, sensory trauma give you -4 situational penalty, or loss of a sense. Permanent psychological trauma leaves you automatically freaking out whenever it was caused the trauma, such as fear of heights, or losing it from trauma increased the situation penalty suffered by a further -1. What this is saying is, anytime you have a thing, you remove it. I do not know why everything is worded in the way that it is. Because if I take, let's say, a physical trauma, let's bring back Iro. Hello, how you doing? Let's say he has a physical trauma, and let's say he has a what would be a good one? What would be a good status to? What would be a good, nice status to think about? Ah, let's say for example, Iroh. I don't know. He's got a gnarled hand. That means he gets a free fortune point that he can spend on something he wants. Pretty simple to understand. You just have to take a trauma for it. Trauma, you take a penalty to it. Or he could be like, oh, I'm deaf, cannot hear. Cool, that's easy enough. Blind, cannot see. Easy enough to understand. Or you can do one eye. If you choose to, If you choose to have the effect of one eye, you get a -4 to sight. I have no idea why it changed font on this, by the way. I cannot tell you why. I do not know how I did that. Text formatting options? How the fuck did I change the font on this? I don't know. Don't think about it. I am a wizard, behold. Now, I don't know why it's worded this. It sounds just a little bit weird. Now, these are your defining traits and your weaknesses, or both. They don't tell you this until the very end of the fucking game, almost. But your defining feature means absolutely nothing. Your weakness technically doesn't really mean anything. Pretty much anytime your defining traits give you a +1 situational bonus for any notable action, and weaknesses give a -1. That's really it. Doesn't really do much, and they don't really tell you about it later on. So anytime I'm trying this to be jolly and I'm a nice person, Iroh's gonna get a bonus. Anytime he's in a fight, actually, he ain't gonna be fighting very hard though. He doesn't fight. You have our basic backgrounds ones, age 68, unarmed attack, and forced personality. These are just here for some reason. Very basic ones. So here's him going over how to make character. Not exactly the most complicated in the world. And I looked at it, I'm like, yeah, this is exactly the way that it was going to be. See here, the way that it looks, the way looking at each other. And then I realize, oh, this character is completely fucking crippled because he doesn't have Powerhouse, Grease Monkey, or Brains. And you do not get a raw bonus in any of these. Now, what does this mean overall? This means that it is physically impossible for you to succeed at anything involving Brains or Grease Monkey. Unless you actively use it. If you actively use an ability, what you are allowed to do is your 1d6 for it. You're allowed to say, okay, I need to fix this. I rolled a 4. I have a 4. I need to hack the computer. I rolled a 6. I have a 6. If you're just trying to rely on your passive abilities, it ain't gonna work. Hello, phone. Yes, hello, phone. Unfortunately, there is no eat crayons option. That kind of took me out of the took me a little bit out of the theming. And in case you're wondering, yes, this is technically a 5-page character sheet. Though this is an optional one, but yes, it is 5 pages. These are all the simple ass, kind of the simple character options. And a lot of them, Iroh turned out to be pretty average overall. Too esoteric there. All the way down. A lot of this game, you may be looking at it being like, wow, look, this game is 236 pages. It's not 236 pages. These are your abilities of how they go over all of these abilities as well. So, use force personality, corral people by inflicting psychological effects, resist freaking out, losing awareness, collateral damage, Grease Monkey. One of my favorite pieces of art. I don't know. There's something primal about this one. There is something very primal about a colonial marine leaping on what appears to be a fish bear with the intent to wrestle it. Again, it's a primal instinct. Sentry duty. Aspects that make a marine. Aspects are, well, your benefits. They're things that help you. And, yeah, of course there's different ranks for each of them, by the way. Let's do Armed and Dangerous, for example. So, Armed and Dangerous costs 1 FP per level, so each level applies to a different weapon type, explosives, firearms, or vehicle weapons. You only take 3 levels of it. When you select the weapon type, you can use any weapon of that type without the usual -2 for explosives or -4 for heavy firearms. So, if you want to use a gigantic gun, you are going to pick Armed and Dangerous, you're 1 level of it, and you're going to select heavy firearms. Simple as be. The big bada boom. You can use an attached ability to attack with explosives, target without cover within close range, and oppose the movement effective TN of 1. You don't receive a -2 situational penalty total for relating to explosives. Now, what this effectively is saying is you can use Grease Monkey to attack with explosives, and if they're within targets without close range that oppose with movement, have an effective TN of 1. That means they have to resist, and if they don't, they're going to die. Easy enough. You take a 2nd level in it, you get a +2 bonus to it. Easy. Let's do some more esoteric ones, okay? Let's see. Duck and cover. You can gain +2 situational bonuses for certain attacks. Exceptional record. You have a score of 4 or higher. You know, it's like you can choose the best of the human race with a chosen ability. The attached ability has +1 ability bonus, so maximum of 5. Finding trait with the attached ability, the situational bonus increases to +2. Forward momentum. You can do this. At first, I was intimidated. Have I done a review of the Starship Troopers TTRPG? Yes, I have. I thought about making a video of it, but the issue with the Starship Troopers RPG is that it is D20 modern. It is very D20. It knows exactly kind of what it is, and if you're thinking that it's going to be like its own unique Starship Troopers experience, it's not. I wish it was, though. I kind of wish like it would be a very good like thing by itself. I think that would be actually benefited quite a bit. I'm surprised they haven't made like a dedicated it's just Starship Troopers TM. There is one game I'm trying to think of what, if you really want to do it, honestly, 316 wouldn't be a terrible option. I do know there's a game that's like everything except that, you know, head in the game. This is a huge amount of the game, or these aspects. And I didn't quite realize how important the aspects were until I saw things like I know my stuff. When using a specialist field, ignore any situational penalties that would normally be applied to the ability total, not just for specialized uses. For any other penalties such as threshold penalty, for each level to the specialist field applies to. Please. I kind of realized when he was kind of going over how the game actually plays, what this is not that. What it is not this. What this is really is I can do this, and I instead up here. Anytime I roll anything regarding weapon engineering or vehicle engineering, I don't take a -2 penalty to it. I don't. Because I have that ability. Because I am ice cold, I can use my chutzpah to oppose the horrors of the void, and I get a +2 to it. And because I get a +2 to oppose horrors, I can do this, see, and I hit this. I go here, I this, and I placed it right here. This is not necessarily me saying, oh, well, this, but if I'm trying to oppose a horror now, I have a 6 in my, my chutzpah. If I want to oppose a hazard, I have a 6 to oppose it. If I'm trying to use my vehicle engineer, suddenly I have being able to use my full 6, and if I take something else, I might be able to even increase it. This is a very important part of the game, actually, because this is how you're going to be able to get some things. It's going to allow characters like the one who has 0 brains or whatever to change things from his brains to something else. Well, instead of using for memory or cunning or anything, you can use chutzpah for it. He has chutzpah. That's fine. You've just switched the values around. Well, you have drop and give me 50 for the... But what if you use powerhouse instead for it? What if you use, instead of freaking ninja, you use grease monkey? What if instead of collateral damage, you use chutzpah? It's things like that. That's how the aspects actually work. And a vast majority of these do just cost 1 FP, so you're kind of encouraged to really take up just like 1 or 2. Like, they actually suggested use only 10 points. I used a little bit more than 10 points, because I rolled 1d4 -1 for each one. I was mystified by it. I was confused, sickened even, worried. Now you can take the augmentations, and yes, the augmentations do things differently, such as being a feral worlder. He roared, his machine gun rattled away and emptied. There was still one monster left, stamping toward him. He threw his gun away and removed his gauntlets, showing the long, genetically modified fingernails. He roared again, displaying his fangs, and leapt at the monster's head. Level 1, if you take this for a 1 FP, you have close range, singular area, natural weapons with SL6 lethal effect. Decide if the weapons are crushing or lacerating when choosing this aspect. Your hearing range increases if you spend 2. Your smell range increases by 1. You have either infrared sight or ultraviolet sight permanently. This bonus increases the +2 if you have the other ability aspects, such as duck and cover, ox, or run. Increase natural weapons effect to 9. Natural weapons for the attached aspect are armor piercing against resistant and immunity statistics granted by aspects. Targets compromised by attacks also suffer physical trauma. This does run into a fun 40k situation where you have this thing ignores the thing that says it's immune to it, which is not. You have an immune breaking immunity weapon now. It's great. Oh, you're from the ice world. You can take these, including just getting raw ability bonuses. If you invest in 5 points for this, you get all of these and 2 ability points, which you can just freely invest if you feel like. What's Hellworld? The heat cocoon their armor, drawing heavy sweat from their pores. Team flag, except for Vesuvius. Rumor said he was modded for a jungle planet alive. They didn't call him Vesuvius because he liked to blow stuff up. It was there that too. You have immunity to extreme temperature hazard when concerned with heat. You are viral resistant. You receive no TN increase for hot environments, jungle, and desert terrain. You can become chemical resistant, heat resistant. You also receive +1 ability damage to drop and give me 50, and you get a second ability bonus. Pretty much, Hellworlders are people born on nightmare planets. Yeah. And stay down. Badass. I didn't choose badass at all because that's not me. I ended up taking ice cold and I know my stuff. I thought that would be most appropriate. But like, badass just allows you to raise your hard ass thresholds by quite a bit. But you can only go up to certain amounts. Brutality, controlled breathing, cover me, will ya, double tapping. There's quite a bit here. Psycho. Psycho, you can use your hard ass score and place a Stay Frosty against horrors. You can use your hard ass score and place Stay Frosty against force of personality or other weapons with psychological effects. You're just scary. Yeah, there's a... Yeah, then we have all the cybernetic implants. Unfortunately, not many cybernetics. We have various glory aspects, because the glory is a very important mechanic we can get to later. You can become a psyker if you feel like it. That's another one. To see here. And then we get our gear. This is your gear loadout table. How often do stuff like viral resistances come up? They come up as much as the GM needs them to come up. So if that's one of those things where it gets a little bit weird, where you're like, is this really going to come up, and is it useful for me to invest points into this? But I guess it would be kind of the situation where if a player decides to become a Hellworlder, that's just going to be a part of the game that the GM needs to remember to add in. You need to, as a GM, understand that your players decided to all play Hellworlders, so you should place them in Hellworld situations. You should place them in situations where that isn't going to be the case either, so kind of at a disadvantage. So, your basic amount of gear you're going to get a free armor piece, you're going to get 3 explosives, a firearm, a melee weapon, a sidearm, and a pair of a tool. Now, you are able to switch out for any of these at any time you feel like. So, for example, let's say I can take my 3 explosives and I can trade those out for 2 tools. I don't need explosives. My armor I can actually sub out for a new melee weapon. I can sub my firearm out for 2 more tools. I can also sub out my melee weapon for another tool. And I can, that's pretty much it. I can sub out any of these things I want. Now, you can also spend FP to get new weapons or new things. Hey, if I want to invest in an upgrade, I need to spend 2. Hey, if I want to invest in a drone, it costs me 1. I want to invest in a mech. It's not quite mech, it's mechanized armor. It'll cost me 2. Pretty simple. If you want to get any new equipment, it's really going to be it's just going to cost you a little bit of fate points. Those initial FP you have, which you only have 20. Now, armor, if we go all the way down here, because what they do is they give you the table and then they give you the descriptions. This is the armor. Their standard armor is right here, which is the battle armor. You're going to be resistant to ballistics weapons, crushing weapons, and lacerating weapons. Now, for those who remember, resistance means you take a -6 to whatever it is. So if I shoot you with a gun that does 12, if you have battle armor on, you're only going to take 6, minus whatever else you have. Hey, I'm going to take, I have contact armor. Bang, I'm fine, I'm going to be okay. Undercover armor. Bang, I've been shot. Ugh. Then you get things like battle armor and things like that. These also increase your movement speed. Now you may be wondering, notepad, +1 target number to move. That pretty much means that to move, you have to kind of burn an action to do it. It's going to be a little bit more expensive to do such. So, alright, easy enough to understand. That's really it. Doesn't really do anything else outside of that. This is the undercover armor, shell armor, battle armor, contact armor, and that's the last armor. And almost everything, I will say this is kind of neat, almost everything you can have can be upgraded in some way. You want antipsychotics? Cool. You want close combat assistance AI? You want improved magnetic charges? You want instantly sealing? Oh, cool. The armor cannot be breached. It will seal regardless of the damage. Oh, you want motion trackers embedded in it? Cool. You want paracoils? That's an option. Cool. You want to become power armored. +1 ability bonus to powerhouse. Unarmed attacks become lethal. +3 SL to close range effects. Cool. You can turn your power armor into something else. And plating, targeting. This does really give like a small amount of options, a lot of different options. I do enjoy that. I think this is kind of cool. I think it's neat. Now, they do also go over every single one of them, which is slightly different. Yeah, this is where the actual like numbers of things come in. You're just bulking the page count. So, our basic drone options. Here's all the drones, how they work. Drones are kind of allies. Don't worry, you can also upgrade them. Upgrade all of them. These are the mechs. These replace your basic armor. You choose to buy a mech, get a labor suit, for example. Exploration suit. Technically, if I wanted to be really precise with Iroh, I should have gotten a labor suit. And these are what a vast majority of these things kind of look like. It's battle suits, exploration suits, blast suits. They are power armor. You like power armor? We got power armor. And don't worry, you can augment all these things to Kingdom Come. And have no fear, everybody. You totally can choose to take all of these. Many of these benefits do end up looking something. We'll use the antipsychotics. So, take these to give an ally during the beat as part of the movement ability total. Alright? The target ignores -1 situational penalty for freaking out for the scene. If losing it, only take a -1 situational penalty. The target has -1 situational penalty on following scene for all ability totals due to feeling lightheaded. 1 slot in your gear loadout gives you one of these tools per scene. Every scene is composed of beats, and you're going to be able to get anything pretty consistently. You can't spam all your antipsychotics. You're putting your antipsychotics every scene. But you also get things like, binoculars. Do these. This isn't you have binoculars, because that would make sense. No, it decreases the range of targets you are locating by 2 steps on the range table. So something at medium range, normal sight range, TN5 can now be started with sentry duty at 0 as if it were close range. Or you get compads, which gives you not only a basic computer operations +2 situational bonus, it also allows you to lose the bonus received of the -2 situational penalty unless you have the I know myself ability aspect with computer. But you also have the +2 situational bonus when using the device. So if you have the I know my stuff, you can use the I know my stuff to get the bonus of the compad, or you can just use it for basic computer operations, but you don't get the bonus if you don't have it. I am in hell with this game. I am in complete hell. Like, this is massive amounts of stuff. I think that's like one of the big things of the thing is like you have a lot of things that really only augment. It's like, oh, you can increase it by 1 or 2. Oh, you're increasing it by 3. Info link. Oh, wow. Yeah. Make radio communications with a +2 situational bonus when intercepting and decoding signals. Or the video footage and broadcast to other electronic devices. Medkits, painkiller, seal foam, sensor strip, steroid sticks. And in case you're wondering, yes, every single one of these are detailed, and there are augments to them. Hey, you want to get your float cam on your stick cam? It's an augmentation. Here's all the bonuses. Hey, you want to get high strength painkillers to augment your painkillers? So it's going to cost you 2 FP to do it, but you get all these bonuses. Oh, don't you worry. Don't you worry. You've got upgrades. I find that amusing more than anything. alternate vision mode recordings, float cams, and things like that. You get so many different options. Even vehicles get a bunch of things. Vehicle weapons can be placed on it. And in case you're wondering, oh yes, they can all be upgraded, including your explosives. We have all our firearm tables. There aren't actually many firearms to work with. However, rest assured, every single one of these can be upgraded. These are the heavy firearms, such as the black hole gun, motors, plasma launchers, and yes, it can all be upgraded. Because you do want to pick up nitrogen canisters for your flamethrower, which changes the effect type, change to cold. Weapon loses its original additional effects and gains the following. Next time a target is in armor or a non-biological target struck by this weapon is hit, they can automatically be classed as breach without the +4 SL. Armor targets that are compromised by this weapon are frozen and cannot move for the rest of the scene unless +SL3 is used to break or melt ice sufficiently. Whilst non-biological targets are similarly frozen if they reach half of their neutralized threshold. Everything charted and then detailed. Yep. And mind you, it's sometimes, we got all these different things. And yes, melee weapons can also be upgraded. If you want to change your lethal bludgeon, let's say, for example, I want to change my small blade into a retractable blade, or I want to turn something into a shock weapon, thermo weapon, or a two-handed weapon. A vibro weapon, that's an extendable one. Here's an power gun, which you can use nail gun or the cutting laser. Poison blades, you just have a second weapon. Just two weapons connected together. Stun batons, swords, small blade, lethal batons. Sidearm tables. Yep. Tasers. Tasers are their own thing, mind you. Blade attachment, cryo darts. And then we have this psychology. Mind you, we're at page 171. Here's the personalities. Here's some defining traits. Here's some basic, kind of giving you an idea of like what you can kind of summarize as. These aren't really important. Again, these just give you a +1 or a -1 to whatever it is. Weaknesses, on the other hand, give you the exact same thing. Greater weaknesses are pretty fucking bad. If you want a weakness to be more profound, say rather than being short-sighted, you actually want your Marine to be partially blind, you can increase the situational penalty of your weakness, or you can still only have one statistical weakness. Yeah. So, finding traits is weakness. Finding traits of weakness is tables. Here's more tables. Here's a background check. Here's all the horrors that you can undergo. Blood and gore, breaking rules, first contact, Mother Nature, necessary evil, shock and awe, fail. Various background elements. These are the basic ones, like these are the kind of the basic ideas, but at the end of the day, you're going to have 2 that you're immune to and 1 you're vulnerable. If you say, I can drive anything, you're immune to breaking the rules and tech failure, but you're really vulnerable to shock and awe because you don't want your ride to get. I've seen my fair share of monsters. First contact immunity, mind games are vulnerable, Mother Nature you're immune. Or spoiled brat, breaking the rules you did, Mother Nature, tech failure bad. That's it, really. Anytime you gain trauma, though, you're just having like a pretty nasty / this negative to whatever you're doing. These psychological trauma tables, these are things that are going to really hinder you. These are bad. Arrest that Marine. Things. These are psychological problem, child. Additional training. This is the weird part when it comes to glory points. Glory points are abilities to allow you to kind of get bonuses. They're good. Anytime you were to gain a glory point, my soul is ready. No, we're going over the whole thing. We haven't even hit the fucking combat section yet. This is what I had to read this entire fucking thing. I'm sending you here too. We're doing this together, Varric, because you don't get an option. Because you get glory points for doing exciting things. Exciting things. If you are a heroic person, you get glory points, and glory points are converted into fortune points, which you can then use to improve yourself. That's great. But only if you actually do things and you do the correct ones. Don't forget about war wounds. Now, what I want to do is I want to do where's a good example? Where's the good example? Ah, okay. We will do this. I think squad arrives. Sergeant Jones goes to the Marines. Bear Squad. General sent us here. Blah blah. I'd like to cut him off with right hand. So I would like to use Sentry Duty just to keep an eye out. Pass active or passive. May as well roll it. Got an 8 on my active. I will prepare collateral damage as my passive just in case. You know, Corporal Dante can see the face of the privates to the faceplate of their helmet. Jones' last comment about being the best bomb to fuse last with, not sees the one private mouth something, sarcastic expression on it. Just radio the private in question. That's him. Docks it, and so let's see. See the Marine in his place, he sets visibly. This is really what it boils down to. I got an 8 for my active. I prepared my collateral damage as my passive, just in case. So I will prepare this as an active ability, because you will always have passives and you will have actives. Your passive might be able to do something, your active might be doing else. Anytime you roll, you're going to be active. Anytime. So it's like, oh no! Rolling big numbers. This is where things get weird, because if you're rolling active, I think the best way to think about it, if I'm rolling active brains, I'm going to roll d6 plus 2. If I have a passive, my brain is, during a narrative scene, it's 5. During an action scene, it's 3. The target numbers default at things like 5. So you need to use these situational modifiers and these other billion different fucking modifiers for things. I think this really kind of highlights a moment of the game where it's like, yeah, CN5 to move 60 feet normally as it lies within medium range, and you need to get all these little bonuses, little changes to increase the numbers up. Because remember, it's just fucking comparison. Everything that can be described in one way is explained differently. My soul is draining. Yeah, no, it's, yeah, you can manage it. You take the pass. I wanted to go over this game because it was, you know, this is what it means. Like, okay, up to you, kid. Here we go. GM has set the TM for disarming bomb at 7. Same for examining. As Katrina has examined the bomb with an active brain total of 7, matches the TN, so it does not succeed or fail. Yeah, for some reason, if you match it, you don't succeed or fail. It's a few seconds of staring at the bomb as you open it up and see the maze of wires inside. It's lightly intimidated despite your claims, but you don't get any positive or negative SL from your examination. Fortunately, there's timer on that. Let's give you 20 seconds. Plus 2 SL is needed to disarm the bomb. The game decides 10 seconds per SL. Okay, I boasted about that. Best bomb CPU expert ever. Really don't want to screw things up. Reroll brains. D6 and get the 4, adding to her an 8 total. Alright. I've improved the result. The ability. We go to beat 2 of this. Examining further of any false moves, you decide to take a closer look and start pulling wires. Think you know where you need to start with. Everyone is incredibly tense. Spend 10 of the 20 seconds staring at the wires. However, you get a plus 1 SL and cut the first wire. So far. Yeah, I concentrate. 8 again. Concentrate. The third and final beat. You nearly cut a wire, then stop yourself. No boom yet. No disarm. And you cut another wire and you've diffused it. Good job. This really does summarize the game. It's this. It's comparison. It's comparing. It's changing. It's oh, well, I have a 5 and you have a 2, so I need to roll a d6 plus this to get this, to get this, to get this. It is. So, roll sentry duty. One hostile retreats a total of 6, the other approaches with a total of 8. I got a 7. Yeah, it's... Ultimately speaking, this entire game boils down to roll 1d fucking 6. That's what the game is. You want to know how you hit somebody? You roll a d6 and try to beat their score. That's it. You hit them, you hit them. You're going to do damage, you're going to apply. That's all it boils down to. You know, it's like, since I use my active ability to run first, I run with my passive ability, 5 total. Yeah. Do I love the Corp? Do I like this game? No. I don't like it. I think one of the issues with it, Brooke, boils down to, because you only have 1d6 to work with, and the way it's explained is not... If you need to make it, there's not a single place in the game that really does just sit you down and say, if you want to make a check, you have 2 options. You can either take the passive option or you can take an active option. No part of the game does that. It gives you 4 paragraphs to say something similar to it, but it's like, oh, well, if you're on a beat, you can use an active or a passive ability, but there's multiple beats per scene, and don't forget to add all your success levels, or something completely fucking different. But if you add your success levels here, you have to compare it to this, and you might compare it to that. If you strip this game down to its core, I do mean absolute core, I am 97% sure, maybe 87%, that it does boil down to 1d6 at every scene. Everybody has a passive plus an active. Everyone has a plus and an active per beat. That's the big thing. That's what it is. So if I want to, my first beat, it's like, okay, the scene begins. I want to look at here. I want to look at there. As a system, do you think it's bad or just poorly written? I think the game is poorly written, and I think there are some good ideas. I think the problem was that this is a game built on a very shaky foundation. That foundation is a pretty much a very rules light, almost diceless game. And the ideas work fine. The problem is, the way they explain it makes it worse by association. Because it's like, you need to use these aspects, because you only have a d6. For a lot of these checks, you only have a d6 to work with things. So if you have, say, a target number of 5 on a d6, you're fucked. Unless you use your passive abilities, but your passive abilities are different. Is it a narrative scene? Is it an action scene? And you're doing different things at different points to different reasons. What I would want from this is a cut down version. Maybe something to make it look a bit better. Make it not look so agonizingly painful. Because the way they describe things down in the actual how to play section, which mind you, you gotta get to almost page 200 to get to the actual how the hell are we supposed to play this game part. And it's just agonizingly stupid. And because it's like, oh, well, you have to use the active ability, but you have to use the passive ability. But, oh, well, you have to combine them all together to get different things. Like, shut up. Shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Because everything is, here to be interesting. Everything is here, it's just explained so poorly. And when it isn't being explained horrifically, It's just odd. And it boils down to just, oh, well, make sure you add your +1 here, your +1 here, your +2 here, your +2 here. Don't forget about your -4 here, your -2 here, or the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's like 4, there's a potential to get like 6 modifiers happening all at once. Get like a +2. It's like, that feels really awkward. I think that's the best way to kind of summarize this game. It's a really awkward game. But it's free, so that's kind of one of those things I always gotta kind of like remember. It's a really awkward game that I'm like 90% sure I know what's going on. I'm like 90% sure, but it's also just a bitch to read because I hate the font and it hurts my eyes. So that's I Love the Core, a game I dislike. So, okay, we got 2 options here. We got two. No, actually, no, we got 1 option. No, we really only have a single option. Fewer charge, easier explanation, better writing. I think if you really want to do a fix, I wouldn't say fix I Love the Core. I think if you really want to make the game a little bit simpler to read, it would be not necessarily fewer charts. Charts are fine. I like the equipment section. I think the equipment section is pretty interesting. But I think like earlier explanations, better, easier to read, a little bit more flow, a little bit more, I wouldn't say simpler ideas, but like, yeah, please explain to me what the fuck you were on about when it's like, oh, well, you have to use it on the beat, on the scene, on the... No, because you're making it now seem very structured. And it is a structured game. And I'm like, why though? Just tell me it's 1d6 plus my attribute, or I can use a passive attribute. There, I've explained the system to you. You have every scene, you have the option of using an active or a passive. If you use a passive, you just get the effects. Active, you roll. Cool. If you're actively looking at something, you have a chance between a 1 and a 6, which in action scenes is really important. But if you have a 0 in something, or if it's really low, it may benefit you more. Active. That's fine. I've explained the system to you. We're good. You don't need success levels. You don't need it. But you have it. And those are all influence each other. I think that's the issue. At the end of the day, I Love the Core's main problem. That there's a shit ton of things that's fucking smothering that core idea. To the point where the core idea is dead on arrival. I didn't much care for it. But there's one game. We've been to space. We've killed enemies. Now, we have to kill the real enemy. Alright, gamers, you ready to kill the real enemy of mankind? Second, I need to play the real music. Oh, come on! Let's read Ops and Taxes. No, this is important. This isn't a very long one. I want to save Ops and Taxes for last for a very specific reason. That's the price of freedom. I love killing commies in games. In games, my beloved feds. Yes, this is the price of freedom. This is an old game. As you can kind of see, it's by West End Games. Now, you probably have never heard of this game, or if you have, you probably never really gave a shit about it. But the price of freedom is a relatively unknown game, published by West End Games in 1986. This is an old one, and there's a problem. This game fucking failed. Miserably. Just actively, horrifically failed. Because in 1986, for those who are a little bit, well, in 1986, Gorbachev is back. Yeah, you know, Gorbachev. You like Gorbachev. Fucking snow. Yeah, Gorbachev is in power. Right here. Otherwise known as the man who wanted to effectively reform the Soviet Union and led to the creation of the Russian Federation only a few years later. We had won the Cold War. US had won. Legit died, yeah. Gorbachev legit died only in this year, yeah. Pretty much, this was the end of the Cold War. We had won. The American states, the US of A, managed to defeat the communists. We had outlasted. Capitalism reigned supreme. God love us all. Gorbachev was in power. You know, things were finally lightening up. Things were good. Things were happy. The Price of Freedom came out during that time. And yeah, according to Peterson, The Price of Freedom is a conservative game designed by a non-conservative designer wishing to sell games to conservative, and clearly explicitly meant to be played by conservative US players living in 1986. Yeah. This is the issue with The Price of Freedom. Is that the basic concept is that the Soviet Union takes over the US after they develop an anti-nuclear super shield. The US president folds. He has to fold. The Soviets can nuke us into orbit. Now, there's a movie called Red Dawn. Came out in 1984, very tongue-in-cheek, and it was pretty much... One of the ideas was that the Soviets had invaded. It was the Wolverines. They're teenage guys. We're doing our best to fight the good fight. It was deliberately 80s. Very 80s, in fact. And it was taken of a time that was kind of, tense. Actually, let me use the, we do the Soviet coup. Yeah, we have things like the 91 Soviet coup attempt, but in like 1984 Soviet Union. Yeah, it was like things were different. Things were maybe Soviets were still kind of a thing, but they were clearly the end of the day. But Red Dawn had a very specific thing about it. Red Dawn was tongue-in-cheek. It's kind of funny. It's kind of amusing. And the idea was that Red Dawn was gung-ho Americana. Fuck yeah! Go America! We gotta fight the Soviets because they're our enemies. Yeah! It was deliberately doing something that was a little bit... yeah, this is funny. This is a little bit goofy, a little bit silly, but clearly not really... This wasn't serious. It knew it. And that was the point. That was the joke, you could argue. Kind of even see it right here. They did remake it in 2018, I believe. Which North Korea invades instead. Because North Korea. Terrible movies for troubled time. Doesn't need to be insane, it's good, but it was goofy. It was goofy and dumb. Also, Patrick Swayze was in it. Hi, Patrick Swayze. But The Price of Freedom is an interesting time capsule Because this is by a company, this is by a man named Greg Kostikian. Kostikian. And this guy is an OG. This guy has been around for fucking ever. And to say what he hasn't worked on is a little bit odd. He worked on Toon, Star Wars the original role-playing in 87, Pax Britannia, Paranoia, featured at 8, Shedgoen, Mad Maze, Violence, The Price of Freedom. This guy was very big on the entire, well, the best way to think about it, he was kind of there at the beginning. Worked at SPI until it was closed by TSR. He came to West End Games in 83. And West End Games had done a lot. Now, for those who don't know who West End Games are, have you been living under a rock? West End Games was probably one of the... excuse me. These guys were one of the most important companies out there. They did pretty damn good for themselves for a very long time. They made some fucking bangers. You know, the original, D6 games. The original D6 Star Wars game. Who did Ghostbusters. All correct. Yes, they did Ghostbusters. They did so many different little games. West End Games was kind of posed there for a while to be the big one. They were the heroes. They were going to be the one to save gaming. But West End Games had an issue. If we go to here, you see bankruptcy in 1998. Because what happened was, in lack of a better word, they went to bankruptcy because mismanagement. That and they were literally bought by a shoe importing company. Yes, they were owned by Bucci Retail, owned by a company that imported fucking shoes. Now, the main guy behind it was Daniel Scott Halter. This was Dan Scott Halter. He was a very big guy. He was a very nice person. And that was West End Games was his big thing. It was war games and role-playing games. He died 2 years ago. Passed away. Which did lead to kind of a lot of problems. I could probably do an entire video on the saga fucking... Red Dawn was fits in the same place as Escape from New York. Yeah, pretty much. I could probably do an entire video on the idea, just what happened to West End Games. But it's a sad state of affairs of just bad timing, of money not panning out, and some flops. One of those flops being, well, one, you have the court case over, over Paranoia, which Kostian was actually a big part of. It was constant, and you also have games like The Price of Freedom, which failed. The game didn't sell very well. It sold really badly, in fact. It was kind of a terrible game. Didn't do too hot, but not because it was a bad game, but because it just came at the wrong time. It was the wrong game it was the wrong game, and it was the right game at the wrong time. And it didn't take itself serious. It didn't joke too much. I think that was like another big issue. Now, obviously, I need to bring the only man who can save America, Andrew Prince Fields, everybody. Everybody clap. This is our man. Mr. Fields is obviously a trained gentleman, preacher of passion, the freedom fighter checklist. Now, I actually had my man, Manly Salmon, help me with this. I did my best. I learned a lot of Russian. Nichevo, Pajlusta, Privel. Let me see if I can do this. Time for me to say, how do I enlist my child in the Young Communist League? Как мне не запьять моя ребенка cum communistici yo kakmienia Depshat Moyeshev Rebyanka ve Komun Esti Shevyev Skuyo Partio. I'm a natural Russian speaker. Call me Moscow, everybody. Yeah, this is a... Man only said half of these are bullshit, but... Yeah. I think one of the issues, like, this was in the 80s, not 70s. This was a little bit past... The Satanic Panic had kind of already... I wouldn't say ended, but it was kind of clearly... 2/3 of those are bullshit, yeah. The Satanic Panic was kind of ending at that point. This was bad just because it was trying to be like gung-ho Americana, fuck the Reds, but not. We'll get to some of the reasons why it's a little bit weird. But these are our sample characters. I see Billy Barstow. You know, this is okay. Maria Caligari. Now, Maria here is a little bit odd, as you can see, she's technically a Trotskyite Marxist, but she's also a Catholic Marxist, Catholic Trotskyite. She's also Italian. Her personal heroes are Leon Trotsky, Che Guevara, and Eden Pastora. Billy just likes a guy named Bruce. Jake Westry, Nera, he has an interest in guns and violence, a passion for justice. White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Yes, they do call them WASPs, White Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Personal heroes, J. Edgar Hoover, J. Gordon Liddy, Bernard Goetz. And then we have one of my favorite characters, not quite you, German-American, Buckleyite, conservative, Catholic, mercenary, weapons, right-wing politics. Yeah, now, this is Johnson Merriweather. Tall, well-groomed, businesslike, professional, passion, money, interest, the market, military affairs. Race, nationality, black. Politics, anarcho-capitalist, lapsed Baptist, Wall Street broker, lived in Harlem. Personal heroes, Martin Luther King, George Washington Carver, Ludwig von Mises. Now, obviously, some of these guys have pistols, SMGs, you know, you've got a pistol there, you got a pistol there, you got a rifle. Johnson Merriweather, because Johnson Merriweather fucks. Johnson Merriweather fucks people, and he's a cool dude. This motherfucker brought in his nunchucks and shurikens. Yeah, just remember that. This man has brought in nunchucks and shurikens to the revolution against the commies. The man is a gamer. You will never be as cool as Johnson fucking Merriweather. We also got Moshi. Yeah, welcome to our tiny Jewish man. Our Polish Jew we all love. Yeah, technically he has the most manual dexterity and alertness of the entire crew. He does have a handgun because, again, he's cool. Everybody has, like, sensible weapons. I don't know why they gave the race Jewish. Yes. Now, I do say this. This game was one of those games. It came in a box set, obviously. Quite a few different things. So we hit our aqua. I did the wrong thing. It does bring things like this. I actually kind of think this is neat. This is your internal passport. So it's like, oh yeah, here's what the communists are giving you. Here's your UIPs. They're like, make sure to write all the things here. Oh no, pre-liberation fascist affiliations. I swear to affirm all of the above. Ooh. I like the idea of this. I think it's kind of funny. It gives a very, you know exactly what you're getting into. I enjoy that. It's kind of goofy. It's kind of funny. These tables are very, very based on the times. I will say that. Welcome to a man not quite enthused about the fact that he's here, but better dead than red. So what is this game? What is this game, really? Well, very simply, it's a D20 game. It's a 1980s D20 game. So, let's generate our character. Cool. Character background. Magic character. Our tags. As you can see, a real gamer here. Now, pretty much what's going to happen is that you're going to get 50 points to distribute among your attributes. Now, Feels here obviously went for a pretty rounded build. Nothing was too tanked. His manual dexterity is a little high, agility's pretty decent, alertness. He's a pretty decent guy, but his backgrounds, of course, he is a Italian-American. He claims to be Anglo-Saxon. He's esoteric, radical, anarcho-monarchic with St. Nicholas pan-Roman idealism. Religion, born in the USA. Obviously, his preoccupation job is a hot dog vendor. Family relationships, proud Italians, disowned them, too busy on that pre-Sigma grind set for family. Grew up in Jersey City. Person healers are George Washington, Tony Soprano, and Jeffrey Epstein. Technically, I can say this. Rook, you don't understand. This was 80s Epstein. 80s Epstein was cool. Everything after 80s Epstein, not very cool. I could say that. Don't worry, guys. Yeah, technically, you gotta remember, Jeffrey Epstein was a cool dude back in the 80s, and we all liked him. Not anymore, though. We can't like Jeffrey Epstein. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm going to the Forever box soon. Now, you also have to distribute 150 points among all of your skills here. You can only have 40 points per category, but these only go up to 20. Now, for example, I chose here, I have automatic weapons, hand-to-hand combat because he does know Italio Fu, indirect fire weapons, pistols, rifles. Communication-wise, I went for high bargaining skills, business man, they go up to 20, I forgot. Ugh. Business management 14, we gotta love the con, fast talk at 5. Driving's at 11, demolitions. Didn't really have anything in the crafts category. Education, he did pretty decent with. Survival, though, criminal operations, drug lore, fishing, aerial lore of Jersey City, and mountaineering, because I thought it was funny. The main mechanic of this game is going to be rolling a d20 under an attribute, or a skill. I want to shoot someone with a rifle. I rolled an 11 and failed. I want to fix an appliance. I rolled a 9 and failed. I need to do some law. I rolled a 20 and failed. I need to criminal operations. I rolled an 8 and succeeded. There we go. Yeah, I finally succeeded, everybody. I did it, Mom. Let's see. But yeah, they kind of go over everything because your passions here don't actually mean anything. However, your interests, anytime your interests are being threatened, if you roll under your interest, you're actually kind of more susceptible. Kind of gotta go for it. So, for example, if somebody is insulting my drip, and I'm gonna roll. I rolled a 17. I resist going bananas on it. I've resisted it. But if someone is threatening the grind set, oh baby, it's time. This is the Joe's KGB interrogator learns before the occupation Joe was an avid stamp collector. He brings his huge stamp album, including an invaluable set of early English stamps. Joe Sellen offers them to him. Joe has an obsessional interest in stamp collecting. In fact, his interest value is 5. Joe's player rolls a die and comes up 4. Bad luck. Fascinated with the stamps, Joe lets out important information of a slip before realizing his mistake. Oh no! Yeah, that's what passions do. But facial features, passions, interests, politics. Don't forget about your politics. I like the look of it. It does have a very distinct look. I do enjoy it quite a bit. I think it's pretty neat. This is also one of the very few games where you are fully able to play Jews for Jesus. That you can play Jews for Jesus if you want. Seventh-day Adventists, Christian Scientist, Mormon. Want to play just Islamic or Shintoist? Any job you feel like, family relationships. Then you have our basic attributes. No, these aren't too exotic. Now, let's say, for example, his skills here. You get 150 skills. You're not going to get too much. Your skill can be no higher than 14. And your 14 is going to be for your occupations. 2 skills can be 13 or 14. I only have a 14. Business management, because he ran a hot dog stand. That's what he did. He ran a hot dog stand. Because I could. Got some basic equipment, and then you begin with a single hero point. Now, everything in the game is actually measured in kilograms and weights and prices in gold. You begin 2 ounces of gold, actually, as your primary, pretty much currency. So, don't worry, everybody. We can do it. Very basic. You want to get you're going to, anytime you complete objectives or do anything like that, you're going to be able to do things. You're going to be able to increase your abilities. Now, if you get into a hardcore combat session, the GM may say, okay, assign 2 points to your combat skill. Everyone gets 2 points to your combat skill. Hey, you've been, doing a lot of crafting and stuff. You can distribute 4 points among your combat skills or your crafting, stuff like that. Generally speaking, it would probably be everyone's going to get like 3, 4 every session, just to say, hey, this is who you are. This is what you get. Yeah, it's roll under to activate, and that's a bad thing. Because that means you're being drawn to it. Yeah, one thing about it, though, is your attributes are actually set in stone. If you choose them, not improving. This is the main gist of combat, which I actually quite enjoy. Combat is mostly based around the map. As you can kind of see here, this is a very old school war game map. Now, if these look a little bit familiar, these are actually primarily based on hex and chit games. Now, hex and chits are actually fairly interesting, and this is what West End games kind of did. For a very long time, these are what West End games kind of focused on for early careers, and these are still very popular. Hex and chits do pretty good. Price of Freedom is played on effectively a hex and chit board. This isn't like Ghostbusters or anything like that. Very war game focused, let's say. Now, you can offer to do that, and they did have a lot of things planned out. Don't worry. Dark Horse Miniatures is producing an official line of Price of Freedom miniatures early 1987. 25mm figures of American and Soviet characters. Wowzers. This is kind of like how everything's supposed to be looking. Combat and Game Master control. Basic combat sequence is, are the enemies panicking? What can you see? And then NPCs decide, you decide, and then everything resolves at once. Because the big thing is, you don't actually know what the enemy is going to be doing until you do it. So you can try to hold, but they're shooting at you and you choose to hold, well, you're not shooting at them. Here. Now, a vast majority of the time is you're going to be aiming and firing. You're going to be aiming at Reds or traitors. You're going to be shooting at turncoats and fucking commies. All that jazz. At the very end of things, what you're going to do is you're going to take your D20. Add in any of your modifiers and try to roll under your attribute. Succeed? Succeed. Good job, team. Fail, well, you fail. Opportunity file, reloading, unjamming, moving, firing heavy weapons, preparing and throwing a grenade, or prepare or throw a grenade and move. These are technically two different actions. Melees and charging and all that jazz. And the skill number. Modify skill number by range and other factors. Skill roll, modified against your modified skill. If the skill roll fails, you've missed. And you hit. You refer to the small combat table to determine how much damage you do to the target. Now you may be wondering, nope, pal, what do you mean my damage to the target? Well, interestingly enough, if we go all the way back up to the small arms table here, let's say, for example, you hit. You do damage. Someone's getting hurt. Let's say I shoot someone with a rifle. Right here. Now, if I go over here, this is the damage. I'm going to roll a d20. D20. Roll. I rolled a 19. That person's fucking incapped. What? 4. Only stunned slightly. 12. Hey, you just took a heavy fucking wound. Damage in this game is pretty fucking brutal. Because everything is just ranked out of this. And if you take a light wound, taking another light wound means a heavy wound. Another heavy wound, you're incapped. It is entirely possible in this game to get capped in the fucking face and die immediately. It is very possible. But the big thing is, you need to kind of start doing things like this. Well, it's like, well, you need to get on the ground. You need to do opportunity fire. You need to, you need to get behind cover and shit like that. You need to make it as hard as possible for them to hit you because you're fucked. One hit is going to hurt you. One hit's going to bring you ass down. And some of these can get pretty damn deadly. Like an automatic rifle might be able to hit you 3-4 times. Now, if you get hit 3-4 times, baby, that's three rolls of the D20, baby. Oh man, you took 3 heavy wounds. You mean you're fucking dead. Yeah, very deadly game, and I do enjoy the combat in this game, actually. I think it's very interesting. But one of the big things is kind of like, opportunity fire. You gotta manage everything in your ammunition. Very important. Fire a weapon to consume ammo points. Burst firing consumes all but one of its remaining ammo. Yeah. You do have like the last shot rule, which is the idea that, like, if you burn all your ammo to 1, that 1 does go away. You can't load it. Which is a little odd, but I think it works. It contains full as many ammo points. Reloading takes a full combat round. So Ralph jams another clip into his automatic rifle. He rapid fires and runs 2 hexes. Road. Next round, he rapid fires twice, 2 points. On the next round, he wishes to burst fire. You only have 7 ammos left. You go burst fire 3 times. Bang, 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 bang. Jams, if you fuck up, you gotta jam. It takes just time. It takes an action. An action you don't have. But it also has things like bows and hitting, if you do hit the target, roll again, refer to the small to determine damage the target receives. Oof. One of the big things is that a lot of like rapid fire and burst firing things aren't necessarily about hitting a certain target, but a certain area. If you put down automatic fire in an entire section, anyone's moving, they're taking automatic damage. It's like, zam! These guys can get fucked up pretty badly. Grenades are really deadly, it turns out, because grenades have a very good chance of turning you into salsa. And it hurts. A lot. It's a very much its own time, though. You also have the bushwhack rule, which I think the bushwhack rule is very fascinating. Because every single enemy, every single melee weapon has a bushwhack value. Which if you sneak up behind somebody and you roll to hit, you have to roll your bushwhack value first. And sometimes it might be something like 16. So I rolled a 20 on my 16, I kill them immediately. I jump behind them with a knife and stab it into their throat 3 times, and they're dead before they hit the ground. It's I garrote wire. I choke somebody out with the funny Agent 47 wire. They're dead, but they can't do any damage. Interesting. Stun. Stun count, you can't do anything for the rest of the combat round. Lightly wounded characters, skill number reduced by 2. Heavy wounds, everything's halved, which is bad, and incapped is you're fucking dead. Death is death. Various stances you can do, skill uses. Hero points allow you to ignore problems. Only Americans get hero points, as God intended. And this could allow you to take more actions around, dodge bullets, ignore getting killed. So yeah, as God intended, Russians can't have... Russians can't have hero points. Sorry, Merrick. I'm sorry, Manley. You're just not cool enough. Then we go into an entire thing on how the Soviets work. Yeah, how to wage a guerrilla war. Yeah, it's going to teach you how to play a full guerrilla war in this game. Various automatic weapons. All the weapons act roughly the same. It's like a big thing. All pistols are going to act like pistols. All rifles are going to act like rifles. So you can say, I have an M1 Garand, or I have a Heckler & Koch HK91. Going to act the exact same. You know, automatic carbines, automatic rifles. A lot of these, and that's like the one thing that I'm like maybe not a big fan of, is almost everything acts the exact same. Which is like, oh, well, that's kind of a bummer. Yeah, I'd like maybe a little bit more there, just to give something a little bit fun. Now, this is the idea here. A note to note to the libs. You should enjoy it. You should have fun. You should do something amusing. Now, this is the GM section. GM book. Which goes over almost everything else, which is actually fairly important. I'm going to just skip ahead to the combat section because all of this is just like adventure path stuff. Like, this is the GM book. Hey, have you ever need a GM book? There's the hex maps. Here's all the various maps. Here's all the fucking charts. I think this is kind of cool. You know, it's kind of neat. I think it's interesting. Various, rifle grenade launchers. Cool. Neat. Little neat. Various vehicle charts. Oh yeah, of course. Playing cohesion table. NPC rosters. Ivan, Krimko, Strauss. Movement. Generally speaking, you can move not terribly far. To want to move in actions, combat rates in the travel chart. Generally speaking, you need to be getting a few points. The thing is, if you're moving really fast, you're not going to be aiming much better. You sprinting ahead and shooting wildly isn't going to help you very much. If you're kind of walking forward, you can kind of take the shots a little bit more. But if you want to get a good aim on anything, you sit your ass down and you take aim and you shoot. Cool. That's pretty much a quick and dirty. One movement equals movement 1.5 kilometers per hour. General survival. Gonna have to do fatigue stuff. I'm going a little bit faster because I'm tired and my throat's giving out, and I want to get done with ops and tactics. Trace lines of sight, panic and preservation. Pretty much if somebody's panicked, they're freaking the fuck out and they don't want to die. And they start doing things bad. You kind of have ideas like leadership, preservation. Nobody wants to die. And they're, the Soviets are out. They're running away. Oh no! Yeah, you kind of see, all buildings have apertures with 3 types of aperture: door, windows, and slits. Stancing, it's weather and light. This is a very detailed section. There's a lot of ideas behind it, and I like it. Here's the thing, I do enjoy this. It's like, you get a lot of options. Barbed wire, claymore mines, do with weapon flashes. Yeah, so you gotta manage your weapon flash. Now, here's the thing though. Here's the issue. Here's a breakdown of Soviet forces, everybody. Want a full breakdown of Soviet arms and armor? We got it, baby. Here's the issue. Map's got some tokens. Are you on our mailing list? Let's see about Ghostbusters. Who are you gonna call? Star Trek, Cosmic Encounters, RAF. Kind of sped through this game a little because, generally speaking, I like it. How did they get away? It was the fucking 80s. Fuck, man, no one cared. No one gave a shit in the 80s. Here's like one of the things that's interesting to me. Price of Freedom is a decent game. I think it's an 80s war game RPG. You may be wondering, like, what do you mean by that? An 80s war game RPG was like, this is clearly kind of, you got the hex grid, everyone's moving around. It clearly is borrowing from it. But at the end of the day, if you want to do something, it's pretty easy. You're going to be rolling D20 under your attribute, and you want to kind of build up your bonuses, flank around people. You hit somebody, roll that D20. Oh no, they're wearing armor. What happens? Well, just take a penalty to it. You hit. Yeah, you hit, but it doesn't do anything. That's a problem. Oh, damn. We should get some of that. Or, yeah, like, how do we fight a vehicle? Well, there's rules for that. You just roll and hit. It's not too difficult. The thing about this game is actually too difficult. It's pretty simple. But, here's the thing. Do I want to play Price of Freedom? No. Because this isn't really my cup of tea. I like the ideas behind it. But would Price of Freedom be a better game if it wasn't the Price of Freedom? Fuck the commies. Fuck the commies and all that jazz. Like, let's say, for example, let's close our eyes for a second here. Rich in 1943, the Nazi sea lion has gone through. You're the last British resistance against the Nazi invasion. Liberate your homeland. Born in the United Kingdom. Doesn't really sound as nice, does it? Aliens have invaded your hometown. You need to defend it. You're launching a guerrilla war against a superior alien force that doesn't understand how you fight yet. Interesting. Hey, it's occupation. It's a horrifying occupation. It's the Yugoslavia liberates themselves via violence. There's a lot of options with this kind of game that you could go with and actually have a lot of interesting role-playing opportunities. A lot of interesting settings to even talk about. Just the idea of you are fighting an overwhelming force. They could crush you, but you have the advantage of being a guerrilla movement. You know the location better than them, and you know the situation more. Soviets don't fucking know New York. You do, though. You were born and raised here. Of course you can navigate around. Engaging, street engagements. You don't want to fight in a straight pitched fight. You're gonna fucking lose. You get on the rooftops and become roof Koreans. You do this. Like, I like the idea behind this game. Yes, my second idea is literally XCOM 2. Yes. If this was as XCOM 2 before XCOM 2 came out, honestly, I think we would still be talking about it. I think this would have been one of those games that's always brought up in conversation. Be like, why don't you just play this then? I want to play XCOM 2. Why don't you just play this? XCOM decommissioned. It's like, if it was like, oh, well, I think if it had a different theme, a different idea, you would have done a lot better. If it was role-playing in the now and you're fighting against Nazis. Everyone hates Nazis. So we could shoot Nazis just easy. Those are fun. Aliens? Fuck aliens. We can shoot aliens all we want. Or maybe a fictional enemy. Oh no. We're fighting a war we can't win. Maybe we're even fighting something even more historic. What are we doing against, we just do a straight up alternate history. Hey, US has been invaded by the British, or like we're launching the new American Revolution, baby. Born in the USA, bang, bang, bang. Fuck you, Britain. You know how it goes. Throw that fucking tea in the harbor. Yeah, I think people would like that a bit more. You know, kind of play on the kind of the more amusing aspect of it. If Price of Freedom just clearly didn't take itself seriously. If the entire idea was literally just, this is just Red Dawn, except we're having stupid fun. It's just funny. Like, yeah, the Soviets are completely incompetent, and, you know, Americans, you know, literally are gung-ho rock and roll superstars saving America from the commies. Then yeah, that could be funny. The issue with Price of Freedom is that it is not funny. There's nothing comedic about the game. It's actually fairly serious, and it treats it with a necessary gravitas behind it. Yeah, the fucking president sold us out, man. We gotta fight the commies, because the commies are evil. But it has such a ridiculous premise, where it's hard to take seriously. I think this was a game that's kind of a hallmark of one very important facet, which is death by theme. If this was any other theme, or even came out 5-6 years earlier, maybe this could have been a classic, but it didn't. It came out right in the wrong time, right in the wrong place. That kind of sucks. And could I see a Price of Freedom redux in the modern day? It's fucking, I don't, hard to take seriously these days because of the power of hindsight. Yes, but it's if you kind of apply it to the idea of being like, yeah, this would have been kind of wouldn't be a necessarily controversial thing, but kind of more like a, maybe not in the best taste. We were supposed to like the communists now because they were collapsing. If it had, again, more tongue-in-cheek to it, being like, yeah, here's some gung-ho American bullshit, yeah, I think it'd be fine. If it was even more historical, it was like, yeah, this is Nazi-occupied fucking France, and you're playing the French Resistance, and you're playing the French Resistance in Nazi-occupied France. I honestly think we would be pretty good. It's effectively a guerrilla war simulator. Neat. That's kind of cool. There's some clear inspiration behind it. And down to the fact of kind of making some references to places like Vietnam, which we were getting out of. Or, you know, some other historical kind of context going on. I think the issue is, it's just this. Change the name, change the idea, and Price of Freedom becomes actually something interesting. But it's kind of a product of the time. I think that's the ultimate issue. Was there any TTRPG set during the Revolutionary War? Well, I don't know. Let's take a look. I think there's one called, like, Colonial Gothic, but, there's the, well, you can get the Daniel Fox experience. It's powered by Zweihander. Fuck you, Daniel Fox. There's no choice, join or die. I don't know where this one came in. I'm a little bit worried about that one. No, not really, fun fact. Yeah, Colonial Gothic was one. It's kind of a weird time. Because I think it's... I will say there's a time period between about, like, I would say like the 1670 to about like 1760, kind of, like even like 1790. Like, this time sucks, like anything role-playing wise. Like, because there's like, you aren't really exploring anything anymore. It's kind of, you know, Daniel. It's, you know, it's because there comes a point where it's like, guns now are kind of interesting because there's quite a few, you know, guns. Like, there are some certain time periods which are just really fucking hard to adapt to anything. I would say like some of the hardest points would be like 1600s are pretty difficult, but you can kind of maybe get some like, you can get some like Age of Exploration stuff going on here. 1800s are pretty easy. Everything post 1800s is easy because you have like all the Victorian stuff to kind of go off of. 1700s is, I would say like in about 1700 to about 1820 is just Like, there's not much to really do in them. Interesting time for war games, mind you. Very interesting time for war games. Because you have, again, you have the war, you're beginning to have a lot of these little things go on. Then it's just not added. Yeah, so it's one of those time periods that it's just hard to do anything with. So our final game, our most important game, the game that has been requested of me by the author himself. The game that Varric has been waiting for the entire time. And of course, I had to bring out the only man who can really save me, otherwise known as Manly Salmon. And a 5-page character sheet. This isn't actually a 5-page character sheet. It's effectively a 3-page. So, ops and tactics. Ops and tactics. Character sheet, not 5 pages. Ops and tactics. How do you talk about ops and tactics? I wondered for a while, actually. How do you talk about ops and tactics? Does have a history. It's a very interesting game, and I actually know the main author. SweetSoulBro, or Melon, is actually a very nice person. He's a very nice guy. Completely fucking autistic, mind you. Completely autistic, but very nice. Is this game designed in PowerPoint? No, LaTeX. But what is ops and tactics? Let's just Google ops and tactics. Ops and tactics. Ops and Tactics RPG, you see the first one right here. Technically, we are in 6.47, the most recent update. The thing is, one thing you should also know about is this game is done. Done. Completely done. Finished. Eradicated even. Melon said he doesn't want to do it anymore. He has ended development on Ops and Tactics. Yeah, he has ended development on this game. This is the final version. This is mostly cleaning at this. Nothing more, nothing less. You got some like small little bonus, small little changes, but like nothing ever is gonna change really. And let's see, the most early. Yeah, this is back in 2011. As of today, I'm the only one fully dedicated to the project as game designer. As of writing, the game stands 75% complete with current beta 1.2. Because I lack a depth, particularly equipment and particularly with equipment and weapons and other RPGs had, as well as a realistic representation of firearms. The full system originally spawned a single house roll for D20 Modern. Changed firearm damage, splitting damage up by caliber rather than size of the gun. Started working on the system in October of 2009. Released first alpha in 2011. Customize your character. Everything from occupation to equipment, effect on gameplay. Everything. And if you notice this real fast, right here. You can... Now, you notice this. Now, the astute observer can notice something about this. That, my friends, is a trip code. Yes, Ops and Tactics originally owns most of its history, you could say, actually to 4chan. This is arguably where it first came out. And SweetSoulBro and Melon, in turn, really does use that, his trip code as his most important thing. This isn't even fully updated. Hasn't even been fully updated yet. There's been 6th editions. Yeah, it's 6 full edition, no fluff already actually injected into the game. Second edition brought more weapons. Third edition, new combat system, cues from Jagged Alliance. Fourth edition expanded on the point-based combat system. And as of right now, we have 6th edition. Archetype character class left over from D20, current version of play. Still being updated, many updates coming out about monthly. It has nothing. We have the armory, we have modern magic, because there's a full magic system attached to this. You can play an orc with a shotgun, or an elf with a long rifle, or a dwarf with a revolver. All of you can do it. That's kind of, you can kind of say that the main, fire now go very interesting about things to fight. And after last initial offer and Brave Reader, and to go down the GM Player Guide, that the actual dedicated book of monsters was necessary. Authoring program changed over to latex. Fortunately, an honest contributor was able to put the initial latex hot formatting for the Fig and other books. Still identification probably works two-man team. Yes. This isn't just a simple book. Now, I'm going to open everything up for you. That's how that's all we can. I can really tell you about SweetSoulBro. There really isn't anything to really talk about. He's a very quiet person. Let's fuck it. You know, let's do some looking. SweetSoulBro. He's got to pop up somewhere, right? I know he gets into fights a lot with people on K. It's free. You can see him, right? He posts on Reddit. Hello, Redditors. Hello, fellow Redditors. He still posts on Reddit. Let's see. Let's see. Let's find his early Reddit posts. As you can tell, yeah, this is his first post. Wrote an RPG. It's free. Technical advice. I was one of the technical advisors for the 7.62 high caliber mod Merc-Apocalypse and Hard Life 7.62 high caliber mod. Giving everyone guns. I have all the models. What to do with them? You know, and you know, U.S. Meat Core, secret training, different melodrama, botting, middling level Sinzadmin. Love this bike. Finally bought after my minor change. Melon here is a fascinating creature. Oh, Melon Core. Okay, we got the official YouTube channel. This is his official YouTube channel. I believe this is him with a this is him in VR. Yes, this is the SweetSoulBro in VR, everybody. Maybe that wasn't the best part to start on. Yeah, so we've learned, been learning a lot about him. We got some basic ideas. So this is who he operates at. Goes. Yeah. Let's see. I remember from years ago, Homebrew Generals. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, people tend to really like it. It's usually people who get a little bit miffed about the game tend to be things like this. Modern templates without any variation. A lot of RPGs have fantasy elements. Yeah. K is literally the most productive board. Yeah, and productively trying to screw animals. I know how you all roll. You have the Ops and Tactics Twitter, everybody. Hello, Ops and Tactics Twitter. Tap, rack, bang. Look, everybody. Wowzers. It's him. It's SweetSoulBro, and he posted a Potteroo, everybody. Yeah, we're not gonna comment on that. and tactical role-playing games. Yeah, this is pretty much Melon. I actually asked Melon, hey, do you have anything fun and exciting to... I actually asked him, hey, do you have anything fun and exciting you'd like to tell everybody about your game? And he's like, I have nothing outside I wrote the game. And so here's the thing with Melon. I like Melon. Very autistic though. Very detailed about his. He did inform me of how to make my own ammunition and make my own homemade firearms. Don't worry, Melon. I respect you. I've seen his gun collection. He does have a venerable small firearm, small, tactical military thing, as you can kind of see. Released December 2011, 2022. Now, this is the big thing. You can say this is the main setting is Centurion City. Centurion City, our forward department of strategy and tactics. This is the main setting. This isn't really a setting, though. Dedication to Mom. Jack Austin, Jade, and Sam the Dragon Lover. The TG couldn't have done without criticisms, advice, that's going to help. Thanks to Kay for all firearm now. To Alex, to Moose and Craft, to Conscript Guy, to Hospice, to Boots, to Roland Archer and Brandon, Expletive, CDRU, and Lady Eris. All those helping with this system, and was designed by SweetSoulBro. Creative Commons, Google Free Firearms website, to my knowledge, and Wikipedia. Obviously, well, yeah, so the Ops and Tag copyright belongs to SweetSoulBro and his script code. Please don't sue me, I'm just a fan. Yep. Keep telling you, that's it. This is the most recent version I could find. He probably would fucking up it because he would update it today because SweetSoulBro hates me. Now, what is this game? What's the history of it? Well, as you kind of saw there, Ops and Tactics actually owes its legacy to D20 Modern. Now, for those who don't know, D20 Modern was a attempt to bring the D20 system, this is the 3.5 era D20 system, into the modern age with things like the speedy class and the strong class. It did really actually emphasize a lot of those old 3.5 isms, which some people actually still like. D20 Modern, people usually say run it with the I think it's called Unearthed Arcana or something, but people still actually appreciate D20 Modern. Not a huge fan of it because I'm not a big fan of the D20 system, but this was kind of spawned from it. This led to Oats 1, which would later spawn various many changes, which would lead to our final version, which is Oats 6. Oats 6 is a very different game from D20 Modern. But, as I always like to say, know the history, and you can understand the reasons. Understand what you're doing, and understand who you're talking to. That's one of the most important things you can always do when it comes to just about any game or anything. Who's working on it? Who is... who's working on it? What do they like? How do they operate? Why are they doing it? And who do they claim, at least, to take inspiration from? Through all the changes of this game, I'm going to say this right now. Do you like D20 Modern? If the answer is no, put it down. No, if you don't like D20 Modern, or any of the D20 games, or any of those 3.5 era isms, I want you to close this book, put it down, and put it away. It's not worth it. Being frank with you right this moment. Now, I could be nice and be like, oh, well, it's very different, it has different things, but I'm not really going to lie to any. This is it owes its legacy, and it owes its story to D20 Modern. In turn, the D20 system, 3.5. 3.5 did not come out. This game does not come out. If you do not like that kind of game, you don't like calculating those numbers, you're not gonna like Ops and Tactics. and it's hard for me to... Half of me wants to be nice about this game, because I know Melon, you know, like him, I'm not a huge fan of Ops and Tactics, but I understand the appeal of it. But if you think you're going to go into this game thinking it's going to be anything other than that, you are wrong. There are some interesting changes. Well, some very interesting changes, and I quite enjoy them. Just, it's D20. It's D20 without the D20. So let's get into it. So, all the way down here. There's no lore to Ops and Tactics. There is none. Don't think about it. So, with Manly, I had to roll our stats. I did actually 4d6 keep 3 for my stats, and these are pretty standard stats. Pretty standard attribute distribution for that value. And it does use a very traditional strength, dex, con, and charisma. Don't you think anything else? Now, strength and dex are a little bit odd because they actually split up 2 of them. Strength is focus and power, while dex is marksmanship and agility. Now, let's say, for example, you have a 16 in here. I could actually distribute this differently. So I can do this, I could do that, but we don't. So this mod can be distributed to any. Focus is more about how do I want to work? Focus is your ability to hit with melee weapons. Power is how much damage you can do behind those melee weapons. Marksmanship is your ability to hit with ranged weapons, and agility is obviously your ability to avoid getting fucking shot. If you want a traditional dex, it's agility. If you want traditional, you know, you want kind of marksman, that's it. Now, first problem, first issue that we should all kind of fucking understand about a game about fucking guns. Dex is king. Dex is king and will always be king. Everything else is secondary. Why? Because having a fucking shotgun is going to automatically beat you every fight. Just understand that. Like, what I kind of noticed, like, oh, in the gun game, there's a distinct chance that you can just be bad at shooting people. You should not play the game then. You just stop. Stop playing it. If you can't shoot, just stop. You're not gonna have because this game is very dependent on those guns. There's a reason why you have all these guns. Rounding factions, you're always going to be rounding. I believe that you're going to be rounding down on everything. Don't forget about your saving throws. Oh, we love our saving throws. They're great. Basic ability for focus, strength. Strength is actually going to be able to calculate your recoil reduction as well as your carrying capacity. These are fairly important. I would recommend that you do get the calculation sheet. It does make things just a little bit easier, mostly when you get into like your carrying capacity and things like that. Some people, I personally like it. I think it works a little bit easier than anything else. That's just personally me. Key to 1 ability, athletics. Use your FOC modifier, melee weapon, throwing weapons. Dexterity, same idea. Luckily, though, you don't actually like add damage really based on your agility to your gun. Like, oh man, I'm super fast. Let me just shoot you with my 4d6 gun. I'm going to do more damage with it. Luckily, that's not how the case. But agility is also your ability to not get shot in the face with a gun. Just invest in dex. Need a sheet that auto-calculates, yeah. Permanent core and extended HP. Intelligence. Number of skill points a character gets at first level. Wisdom. Wisdom saving throws. Charisma. Charisma. Starting in bi-weekly wealth. Breeding abilities. This is the most common. Like, I would personally go with this one. You can do point buy. I've never been a big fan of these point buys because I get autistic about it and I want to fix things up. I want to do things with it. Though technically with 30 points, it is entirely possible to do just get 3, and you can technically get a 60 if you want to be really efficient. 8, 10. I would say get a 16 in dex, so you get 3. You can get a pretty solid. Like, you don't really need that high of strength, so you don't really have to worry about it too much. This is a weird one, which is the 3x3 grid. I'm like, okay, that's kind of an odd one. Improving your ability scores. Neat. You can change in a multitude of ways, such as practicing. Proven ability. They must practice it for 1 week. Each week per point the set score you are attempting to improve above 10. A character may only increase 1 point at a time, and they have practiced in weeks. So, oh no, I need to lift. So if you want to bump up your dex, you're going to need to do yoga for 5 weeks, and you will increase your dex by 1 point. Temporarily, anyway. If you try to increase it any higher, that's going to probably fail. Don't think about it. Characters. We start at level 1, because level 1. White choice is a very poor choice to do. The idea behind the point, like, that being decent is just because there are clearly stats which are better than others. Game about shooting, it turns out the guy with the best shooting ability is doing a bit better. Creating and leveling a character. So, choose your ability scores. Pretty simple, pretty neat, pretty easy. So, occupations. There are multiple occupations you can take. These are going to determine your wealth point. Now, interesting note, you're going to need better attributes. You're going to need very good attributes, or you're going to need to invest in your skills very much higher than I chose to go for a little bit well-rounded, because I felt that was the most appropriate. I thought, well, this is a good option. I want to improve my skills to make sure that I'm a competent individual. You are not going to be a competent individual. Apologies. You suck. Govern starting wealth point by weekly wealth points, as well as additional skills and feats, because we got feats. Occupational skills. Yeah, number denotes how many skills character gets at occupational level. That skill that always has a chosen occupational skill. 1. Occupational feats, occupational wealth and equipment, various skills, and we can't forget the starting skill point formula, which is 3 plus intelligence modifier plus 5. I had a intelligence modifier of plus 1. Starting skill points, leveling skill points formula is 3 plus your intelligence modifier. Maximum skill level for that is your level plus 1, so you're going to have 5, and your maximum skill for unfocused skills are going to be your level plus 4 to 2. Down. Now, we can't escape it. So I had 20 skill points effectively to distribute, and I distributed mine. You can only go up to rank 5 at level 1, unless the GM is kind, and lets you go beyond that. So my highest skill ended up being stealth, because I wanted to play a cheeky breaky. I wanted to play a cheeky beaky character, so I chose to go for a little bit of an odd duck. He does a little bit of everything. He's man with gun. My main goal, though, the absolute goal, was to give him an AK-74 or an AK-47. Now, I went with the AK-74 because it does a little bit better. Does a little bit better damage. But generally speaking, I distributed his skills, and when I saw this, I don't think anybody quite understands the primal instinct in my brain immediately went back to the 3.5 era. And I didn't like it very much. I don't know what happened. My brain just immediately snapped back to trying to make fucking Pathfinder 1E character. My mind snapped back into 3.5. And that really bothered me going forward. Because while the game is 3d6, that's what the main resolution mechanic of the game is. 3d6. It isn't. So you get 2 feats per level, plus any feats that you receive per their race. So as you play a normal human being, you're going to end up with 3 feats. Manly, on the other, as the manliest man I know, he took here, no, not up here through the second one. He took toughness, personal firearm proficiency, medium armor proficiency, and technically he got a free feat for his career, which was personal firearm proficiency. So yeah, these are the abilities I chose for him. Or feats that I'm like, okay, these are pretty good. These do what I want them to do. Personal firearm proficiency. You must always pick up personal firearm proficiency, because there are feat trees. Do not doubt there are feat trees. If you do say that there are no feat trees, you are lying. You will buy personal firearm proficiency. If your career does not give you personal firearms, that should be the first thing you pick up, because it is mandatory. Then you can start doing other things, because almost everything relies on you picking up personal firearms proficiency. So, Because John Q is human, he receives an additional feat at first level. He chose to be handgun specialist, and he can choose to get gloves. Because yes, simple weapon specialist, handgun specialist, shotgun specialist, personal firearm proficient. All are needed. And don't forget about your base attack bonus, everybody. Woo! Calculating BAB, baby. Woo! It's 1. You get 1 at level. And every level you get 2, 3, get a 4. You're always going to get I like the fact that OOT is a classless D20 game, but it's not D20, it's 3d6. Now, attack bonuses, Bach modifier plus base attack bonuses. You fucking know. Come on. Oh, you wouldn't be here if you did. Yep, as you can see, the AK-74. Let's do attack bonus. Combat points are actually one of the more interesting aspects of the game. When they were talking about the Jagged Alliance system, they weren't actually lying. Every character, depending on your race, actually has 15 combat points. These allow you to do multiple actions per combat round. Now, humans begin with a base of 15. As you can see right here, I begin with 15. Now, because I'm wearing heavier armor, I technically have to reduce it down to 13. That's the compromise with armor. All right, easy enough to understand. Now, medium armor proficiency and getting the armor proficiencies actually kind of mitigate some of these penalties, which allow you to do more things. I wanted to make sure that Manly could survive his gunfights as a stalker effectively, so I gave him this. I thought it was most appropriate. Defenses. This is your armor class. It's not an armor class, no pet. It is armor class. Don't you think? Oh, don't you lie to me. All right. All right. It's 3d6 instead of a 2d20. Still a hack of d20 modern. Yeah. Yep. That's one thing that I remember. I distinctly remember a conversation I had with Melon. Is he didn't want people to call it that d20 modern hack. Though I will say, in all honesty, and this is dead straight to the camera, it's a d20 modern hack. Don't think about it if it's anything else. That's the first thing you must understand. Do not like d20. Like the d20 system, Ops and Tactics ain't it for you. Because through all the equipment, through all the details, now through all the equipment, through all the detail, still d20. And really, that's what this. I think a lot of people get a little bit flustered with this game, simply due to the amount of equipment and stuff in it. So let's keep going. We got our saving throws. No, we got our reflex fort and will. Obviously, I kind of did this for Manly. Now, this is another interesting little bit. I like the idea of core hit points and extended hit points. This is, I can tell you this though right now, this is him putting putting a patch on it and stapling, just fucking stapling it. Because the entire idea here is that extended hit points are your ability to direct hits to grazes or glancing blows. Core HP is your actual hit point. You have very little core hit point. Because I actually took toughness, I'm actually able to increase my core HP. Well, let's say I take 6 damage. I'm going to reduce my extended HP first, not my core HP. Because if my core HP reaches 0, I'm DEA dead. If my extended HP hits 0, I'm just fucked. Very different. Very different. I do actually I think the formula's a little bit weird, because your core HP really isn't going to change unless you increase your con score somehow. Your starting XP formula, though, is 3 plus your con modifier plus 2. Even though it doesn't say this down here. So, if your con modifier is, say, 1, it's going to be pretty low. So my con modifier, as you guys here, is 0, so I have 3 times 2. I would have 6 normally. And at every level, I'm going to get 3, or maybe 4 if I end up increasing it by a single point. So, pretty simple. Recoil reduction. Recoil is a way that pretty much anytime you're trying to do multiple attacks, you're going to have a recoil penalty to kind of worry about. So if you want to shoot 3 times, you're going to have to deal with the recoil penalty of it. The recoil reduction allows you to mitigate that problem depending on your strength score, which is your strength score minus 10. So, if you're really just doing single shot stuff, don't really need to worry about recoil reduction. It's not really a big idea. It's going to be a bitch to carry it, but I mean, hell. Done by caliber recoil penalty, caliber that the character is firing. Negated firstly by recoil reduction. Carry capacity. By carrying capacity. Don't forget about all the little bonuses. A little bit here, a little bit there. Lifting and dragging. Ooh. Yeah, this is why I say get the calc one. If you don't get the calc one, it's just going to be a lot. This is what I like to refer to as time consuming. Which is one of the reasons I actually don't like D20. As a big reason. I'm not a big fan of it because it's, in the sake of calculating all this shit, nothing is gained. Very little is gained, actually, by, well, I can lift off the ground a grand total. Well, personally, I can lift 48 pounds over my head, but I can lift 288 pounds and push 480 pounds. But I can only carry 144 pounds or I'll be overweight. If I carry 48 pounds, I'm going to be lightweight. Oh goodness, I'm going to be a medium weight at 96 pounds. If I'm 49 pounds, I'm technically a medium weight. Fucking despise that. I think it's boring as shit. Wanna know why I think it's boring as shit? Because it doesn't do anything. It's just numbers that tell you something, rather than the mechanics to engage with. Oh no, I need to carry the 150-pound thing. You need it fucking heavy. You can either do it or not. My big thing is usually just reference, like, yeah, you're strong enough, or no, you're not strong enough. This doesn't really do anything. Never has really done anything. There is squats, which after we get done with this, I'll kind of go over squats a little bit. Oh boy, carry capacity. Oh boy, I do love editing things. Oh boy, multiplication. This is the character auction point system, which I actually kind of liked as the COP, or COP points. Your COP points allow you to actually get bonuses. You start with 4 of these, and they can get additional skill points. Increase your XHP. Increase base save bonus. Now, Manly here, with his 4, he increased his HP a little bit, gained some little bit more skill points, and increases fort reflex saves. Because fort and reflex saves are usually the best options if your GM is insistent about things. And don't worry, your BSB does change. Basic ability for character resists 3 kinds of sudden effects. Oh wow, skill points. Oh wow. Oh shit. Oh damn. Yeah, so here's the XP to reach certain levels. Yeah. Finding your character. You can choose to play a young adult. You can choose to play a child or a middle-aged, old, or even venerable. Why would you? I don't know, but you can. Now, fun fact, I don't believe it's actually possible for you to join the military in this game at level 1. Or else you have to do it, unless I'm reading it correctly. I would recommend people even start at, like, again, like level 2 would be like an idea. Even level 3 would be, I think, would be a more ideal one. Because, like, that's when you actually get some things going on. You know, highly skilled combat, Black Ops groups, John Wick, Solid Snake, Big Boss, Tequila Wen, Vincent, Barry Burton, Leon Kent, Nicholas J. Fuhrer, Rally Vincent. Yeah. Level 1 minus PFC. Yep. Now, this is what it means by the occupations. We're going to go down to one I chose, because this is criminal. Con artists, burglars, thieves, crime family soldiers, pirates, gang members, bank robbers, hitmen, drug dealers, and other types of criminals. Now, skills. craft pharmaceuticals and chemicals, disable device, knowledge, streetwise presence, health. Occupational feats, always pick up personal firearms proficiency if you haven't already, or if you don't have a better one. Adding wealth, and bi-weekly wealth point. Now, when I say it's kind of weird to be like a soldier, for example, this is the military, which is military covers a branch of the armed forces, vigorously training units. Job change requirements. An athletics or acrobatic skill modifier of 10 or greater. These are different bonuses, all these different points. I would say if you want to play like a military campaign in this, everyone's going to be playing military and doing various other things. Now, if you want to be a little bit more precise, I would say anyone can be part of the military. You're just not going to be military. You're a criminal, you're a doctor, and you're a rural guy drafted into a squad and you're now fighting. That's it. That's how I would do it. Make life easy. Oh boy, I always wanted to play a game where I'm the lowest grunt on the totem pole and being constantly told what to do and treated like I'm a complete moron. Oh boy. Yeah, technically being unemployed is also an option. Which is just the do things one. So you can play a student and get knowledge skills and craft skills. Oh boy, for a white collar position and get knowledge skills or speechcraft or technology use. Cool. Is the game about guns, by the way? Yeah, it's like if you want to play that, here's a bunch of these skills. One of the big ideas is that, you know, fairly traditional D20isms is the amount of focus skills you get. Focus skills normally would be class skills in other games. You get to choose them. You get a few for free, such as Knowledge Street, and Knowledge Pop Culture. You get those ones for free. They're always going to be focus skills which you're allowed to take. I believe you also get Perception for free, and then I believe you get 7 other ones to distribute however you wish. And you get half of, effectively, calculation. Pretty much you get 5, you'd be able to get 3. You pretty much get a lot less ranks you're allowed to be put into these skills that you're not focused in. Really want to focus it. And, oh no, technically I have to do that. It's, if I want to say, increase my pilot by 1, I have to spend 2 skill points. But if I have to spend perception to increase it by 1, I just have to spend 1. Wow, good job team, we did it. You like all these skills? You like the page and a half of animal handling? Oh boy, animal handling. Woo! My favorite skill. Athletics. Crafting. The absurd level of crafting you can do in this game. And yes, this is, if you want to do crafting, this is everything you can do. You can technically build your very own custom-made firearm if you really want to. There are rules for it. And I feel nothing. That isn't. Feel crafting a brand new melee weapon, personalized weapon, extra weapon, parrying damage on it. Crafting visual arts. Oh boy. Crafting writing. Crafting more writing. Reference book creation. Wowzers. Disable device. Driving. Knowledge. Linguistics. Wowzers. My favorite. I sure do love having the ability to speak Russian. Arabic. Perception. You have the different gunfire perception ranges. Different ideas here. Yeah, you want to hear the sound of battle. Notice the stench of rotting garbage. You know, notice a typical secret compartment. Notice a typical secret compartment or a simple trap. These are just your base TN. The DN might be higher, your DN lower. For example, someone's shooting a D6 caliber weapon. They have a negative 18 to the target number. Oh no! you better be able to hit that pretty easily. Performance checks. Pilot checks, presence checks. This is how you disguise, terrify, intimidate. Riding checks. Don't follow the riding. Mind you, this is not riding as in driving. No, this is riding as in a mounted animal in my modern game. Stealth. Pickpocket, time, speechcraft, lying, secret messages, diplomacy, and of course, confusing, captivating, bolstering, intimidating. But that's alternate intimidation, not presence intimidation. Very different. Very different. Let's be honest with ourselves here. Come on. Writing programs. Yeah, if you want to write a full program to help you do something, you totally fucking can. To help you hack places. Because he's an IT nerd too. Don't forget that, kids. Fucking treat injury. Now, this is the thing with feats. Now, this is the idea of feats a vast majority of the time. It's here's a proficiency. You pick up the proficiency, you mitigate all the penalties that you would normally have. Because if you don't have it, they're useless. You don't bring up medium armor unless you have medium armor proficiency. Because if you don't, you're fucked. Don't use armor mastery. But don't forget about the feat trees. We love feat trees. Love feat trees. My favorite. Man, I love rifle specialists, compact SMG gunners, rifle expert, which needs personal firearm proficiency. Like, how many times is personal firearm? How many times is that mentioned? Huh. A few times. Interesting. Now, this is really what it boils down to. So it's things like, hey, you are handgun specialist. You can reduce combat point cost by 1. And you get a +1 attack bonus. If you're using a handgun. You bring out your handgun, you aim, you fire. Instead of costing 5 points or whatever, you cost 4. +1 attack. Here's some evasion. Oh, cool. Here's evasion. You can make a reflex saving throw. 4th damage from a successful saving throw. Speed can be used when wearing no armor, light armor, or medium armor. But evasion is also... I guess you can also use it whenever you feel like. Improved initiative. Is pick up improved fuck initiative, because that's pretty valuable. Always like that. Second wind. Generally speaking, for manly, what I ended up doing was... I took what was needed and rifle specialist. Why did I take rifle specialist? Because I thought it would be useful. You want fencing martial arts skills? There's a full thing on fencing. Explosives, sniper rifle. Let's look at where's a good. There's the close combat rifleman. This is the rifle, assault rifles. I chose this one. I reduce it and I receive a +1 to my attacks. Technically, my attack bonus is 3. Go me. Awesome. This is what I think people mean when they get intimidated by it. Man, there's so many feats, there's so many things here. But I'm going to give you a secret. This is, let's see, where does it begin? This is 17 pages of what can really be boiled down to as essential feats and non-essential feats. You're going to pick up your essential feats, you're not going to pick up your non-essentials. Combat. How does combat work? Guess what? It's D20. Where the situation? Combat's a not rolled initiative, do so. Act in initiative order. Combat statistics. Guess what, everybody? It's 3d6 plus your BAB, plus your focus modifier, size modifier for making a melee attack, or you're making a BAB plus your marksman plus your size modifier minus any range penalty. That's how you do it. Oh no, I need to make a recoil. Single shot recoil is not an issue given enough time. Recoil can affect and save off throws. All calibers have recoil modifier, which modify the firearm attacks. Make use of the recoil caliber penalty. Oh man, you can throw your shots off, but you can also just kill someone outright. Well, damage according to it, they take it off their HP. Yep. Minimum weapon damage. You know, penalties to weapons bring damage below 1. You will deal 1 damage. New weapons. Critical strike. Critical strike is kind of interesting that if you do end up rolling, if you roll well enough, you can actually score a critical strike. If you receive a natural 16 to 18, what happens is you actually you will hit regardless of their defense, and you will score a critical strike. Now, overall, what this effectively means is you have a, I believe it would be a little over 10% chance. I believe about 10% chance. Let me actually check any dice here real fast, because I can do that. Any dice, you got about not even 10%. You got a grand total of about 5-ish%. About 4.5 to 5% of scoring a critical strike. D20, baby. D20. 20. Gamers. We came in with natural 20. We came in with natural 20. Hell yeah. 5%. Basic defense modifiers. You just gotta beat the defense. Manly ended up with a full defense of, here, his full defense is standard at 14, flat-footed at 10, and clutch at 11. So, yeah, don't forget, we do got our fucking flat-foot defense. But yeah, so someone has to effectively roll 3d6 plus what all their mods are, versus 14. That's it. You got some basic movement modifiers. Every 5 feet, the first 20 feet, characters move the game +1 to defense to a maximum of +10. You move 30 feet, you get a +2. You get a +2 to your defense. You move 50 feet, you would get it would be, let me see, 5, 10, 15. Get 7. Dodge bonus, dodge bonus. Touch attacks. Injury and death, logging damage, non-lethal damage, bleeding. Bleeding is actually fairly. And pretty much anytime you take over 3 points of literally any other kind of fucking damage except bludgeoning, you're gonna start bleeding. You're gonna do 1d. It'll be d3 for applicable point of damage. So, let's say, for example, I take 9 damage with a ballistic weapon. I'm going to roll 3d6. I've scored a grand total of 1, 3, 3. I'm taking 6 damage a round now, because I'm fucking bleeding to death. Damage is pretty deadly in this game. Give it that. Damage is deadly. It's just hit point. Here's extremity damage. Very important. Disabled. If you ever hit 0 exactly, you're not quite unconscious, but you're fucked. You need to drag your ass out of there, and you're bleeding. You're going to be bleeding out here soon. Hence why dying is pretty bad. Generally speaking, you're not going to die because you got shot or something. You're dying because you're on your ass and bleeding to death because you got shot. You're going to bleed out faster than you're going to do anything else, which I find interesting. Yeah, saving throws succeed, becomes stable. Stable character regains conscience, becoming disabled. Yeah, so you're gonna probably bleed to death very quickly if you don't do anything. Basic healing stuff, temporary HP, unaware combatants, initiative saving throws, initiative wagering. Pretty much what you can do is you can sacrifice your initial combat points and even to get a pretty hefty combat penalty, attack penalty, or a small bonus to your. That's it, really. Most actions in combat, if we go down here, look like this. So, movement. You're going to be spending action points. Up, 1 per 5. 1 per 5. 2 per 5. Prone, 3 per 5. Drop prone, stand up. Object manipulation. Fire taser. Fire crossbow. Standard melee attack. Light attack. Heavy attack. Full attack. Aggressive attack. Thrust attack. Swipe attack. Medium weapon. 5. Large, huge. 8. Gargantuan. 6. Auto fire. Going to do that. Pot shots, only 4. Double tap, burst firing. Oh gosh, you may see like, oh, it has combat points and stuff, but like how the costs kind of break down, you're gonna maybe do 1 or 2 actions around at most, mostly because of just how bulky some of these. You can pull off maybe like 3 pot shots in auto fire and something else if you don't move, but if you're not moving, your defense is going to be lower, and then they're going to flank you, and then you're going to die, and then everyone's going to laugh at you. It's a whole night. It's a whole night. So move actions, speak actions, everything costs something. Combat point. I don't hate the combat point system. I actually think it's pretty neat. I wish there was I wish you got a little bit more actively, so you could actually feel like you're doing, like I would say you're doing something a little bit more per turn than like 1 or 2, which problem is a vast majority of the time you are encouraged, if you want to do more than like 1 or 2 actions, is plop down, aim, and shoot. Plop down, aim, shoot. There's no, unless you're and if you're in cover, you don't move, you don't do anything. Those are how you get 2 actions. If you're trying to like maneuver around people, it's becoming like, oh, well, it's time to suppressive fire because it's going to burn 9 points, and then I'm going to do nothing because I don't have enough points. Yeah. Hello? Hello? Yep, don't know what happened there. I'm just fucking disconnected randomly. Yeah, that's... I could go over more of ops and tactics. Talk about it more. Use about it more. But I wonder... Should I? Day's been cursed by... Today's been cursed. Come on, OBS, you did so well. We've been doing this for 4 hours straight, baby. Come on. Been doing so well. We've been doing so well, baby. Come on, I believe it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I know you can do it. I know you can do it. Come on. Come on. There we go. Come on, baby. Come on, darling. Come on, darling girl. Whoa. Oh, not liking that. What happened? What happened? Download. I know what's a fucking Windows update. Window wants. Oh, good. Good. Don't know what happened there. I have no idea. I don't know why this game does this to me. I don't know why today OBS and Twitch are having a fucking stroke. But yeah, that's my opinion. This is like here's the thing. I can't really talk about ops and tactics because I hate ops and tactics. I dislike this game immensely, actually. You want to know why I immensely dislike this game? Because it's boring me. It disconnected me fully. God bless it. I don't even know where you guys cut off from. I don't even see. That's the best part. I don't even know where you guys cut off from. This could have been dying for fucking like 20, 30 minutes now. Who knows? Oh, no. There's no poor network connection. That's the best part. There's literally no poor network connection. It's clearly like I can see my network connection. I'm fine. Only for like 30 seconds. Okay, that should be fine. Like, here's the thing with ops and tactics. I'm going to be frank with you all. I don't like this game. You want to know why I don't like this game? Because it does nothing interesting. I'm fucking bored of ops and tactics. I hate this game. Want to know why I hate this game? Want to know why? Because I'm bored of it. Same shit. Same exact shit. It's fucking 3d6, you're gonna roll your fucking damage. Oh, well, look at this, 3d4 plus 2 damage. Oh my god, look how it's interesting. I don't fucking care. Don't fucking care. This does nothing interesting. I'm bored. I do this to look at something interesting. I'm not interested in this. I don't care. Let's look at the gun. Let's look at the fucking gun. Let's look at the gun. Look at the gun. This is the AK-74. You got your caliber. You want to roll your damage? It's gonna be 4d4 plus 2. That caliber is determined by the die size. So most everything is going to end up about d4, d6 because that's what the average goddamn caliber size is. And everyone's going to be shooting each other, and you're going to be doing pot shot, going bang, 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 going back, bang, bang, bang. Going to be shooting each other back and fucking forth. Weight and size, well, that's important too. You can go auto fire, you can go single shot fire. Oh, don't forget about all the little details. Forget about all those. What, you don't want the fucking... Yeah, this is what you're buying. This is what you actually want mobs and tactics for. You want to go over and find every single little piece of fucking equipment in the stupid fucking game that doesn't mean a jack shit. Doesn't mean jack shit. You want the actual fucking armory? This is the equipment section. The equipment section starts on page 112. Let's see how far the equipment goes. Come on. It'll be fun. The equipment ends on 209. You want to know what the half this equipment is? Don't fucking... Don't. That's the big secret there. Don't care. Don't care. I think that's the ultimate problem. This is going to be a nightmare to fix, by the way. That's the best. And I'd say I don't care about this game because it's like, oh boy, I sure do love tracking all my buckshots and my various different my shot shells, man. I really do enjoy trying to buy, gotta get all my, ACP out, gotta get all my ACP ammo in there. Is this for somebody? Yeah, it's for somebody. Obviously, it's somebody. You don't last this fucking long by being for nobody. But it's like, yeah, you can slam fire, upgrade your weapons. Here's all the sights. You want all the sights? Oh, it's so much fun to do all the sights. Oh boy. Doesn't do anything though. Do I care? Don't know. I don't know. Because to me, I don't give a shit. Being honest with you guys here, I don't give a fuck. Because there's not a single goddamn thing here that I'm like, this is fun. This is an interesting, new thing I've never seen before. Because there's nothing interesting here. It's not about being interesting. Never was. About doing the same shit over and over again because he never left 2006. And that's my two biggest critiques. The big issue with Ops and Tactics is that there is not a single interesting thing about it. That is why I saved this for dead last. You wanna know why I saved it for dead fucking last? Because you get games like 316. 316 does something. It's a fucking war game. Nightmarish. Very fascinating. You get a game like Price of Freedom, which Price of Freedom isn't very realistic, but it's dramatic. D20, my god, you got a light damage. D20, oh my goodness, you incapped him immediately. We're out of guns. We're out of fire. We're going to die because we're shooting each other with guns. The issue with Ops and Tactics really does boil down to the fact that there's a lot of stuff. Did this die? My stream's been fucked. Twitch has been trying to fucking kill me all day. It's just been a fucking night. I don't know why. Apology. I'm going to apologize to everyone after the stream, probably. Yeah, you dare fucking die. I see you. I'm going to probably wrap this up pretty fast. The problem with Ops and Tactics is two things. Two very important things. One, Ops and Tactics does not actually do anything unique. Oh, well, it's contemporary, modern fiction. Don't give a fuck, dude. There's 1,000 fucking games that do that. There's a dozen fucking games that do that. Dozen. Well, we accurately model firearms. No, you fucking don't. Don't say you accurately model fucking firearms. Of fucking course you don't. 44 fucking damage. Oh, don't worry. I can just stack up my fucking HP pool. That's fine. Let me just increase my BAB real fucking fast. Fuck no. If I want some hardcore fucking gunfight shit, I'm gonna go to fucking like Friday Night Firefight. Because that's gonna be some hardcore gunfight shit going on. Where I want to get fucking popped twice in the gut with a revolver and die on the fucking floor. I don't want to go like, oh, sorry, everyone. You don't have the right feats for it. You don't got the right fucking armor feats. Oh, make sure you hit your fucking defense over fucking 3. Oh, no, you did the thing that allowed, you did the little twirly go rep. Exactly. It's not realistic firearm. This is gamist firearms. But there's already games that do gamist firearm. This is fucking LARP. This is LARPing. This is what Ops and Tactics is, and I'm saying this in the nicest way fucking possible. I don't like Ops and Tactics because there's nothing unique about it. This is boring as sin. Oh, but I like Ops and Tactics. That's great, man. That's really awesome that you like Ops and Tactics. That's awesome. I don't. I wonder why you like it. I think the reason is the comfort zone. It's mid-game is fine. Yeah, effectively. Like, you can make an argument like, oh, well, it's kind of neat that there's so many different kinds of guns. You can make an argument that the fact that... You can make an argument that you have the advanced arms system. You have all these different kinds. You have all this shit here. You want cybernetic stuff. You want all this shit. You got it. It's all here. It's everything you want. Oh, but maybe you want the full armory and tell you about every single fucking gun known to human goddamn history. But you want to know what the problem is? Wow, look at everybody. It does the exact same thing except the range is 70 fucking large. Oh man, it's so cool that I have so many different kinds of guns that do the exact same fucking thing. Oh, man, you don't understand. I need the field identification guys. Oh, wow, so cool. You can fight a boar, a adolescent dragon. Oh, wow, here's a fucking volume 2 for it. Wow, look, 300 pages of this. Wow, here's the fucking fishing mini game. Wow, here's the random edibles table. Wow, here's Modern Magicka. Wow, here's the module. Wow, here's a fucking player's resource guide. Wow, look at the extended sports shooting system. Wow, look at all this shit. Nothing. Why is this here? I think the issue I have most with Ops, the issue I have most with it, is that you need to make an argument for existence. Every single game in the world must make an argument for its existence. Why do you exist? Why are you the way you are? I've seen some games make some pretty strong fucking arguments. I am the only game that does a fucking Native American prairie dog simulator. Fuck yeah, I'm in. And I'm the only game that accurately represents communist takeover of the United States in a guerrilla fight. Price of freedom, fuck yeah, I'm in. Don't need to make a strong one, but you just need to justify your existence. Even shitty games like fucking TSL, they make an argument for existence. We're making fucking money! Fine, cool. What is Ops and Tactics? You can make an argument. There's no setting, it's classless D20. Classless D20 exists. You can make you can probably find somebody who did a D20 classless game years ago. And there's probably a few others. There's probably multiple at this point. Dozens. Well, okay, man. Maybe because it does modern firearms really well. Fuck you. No, it doesn't. Don't look at me and say that. Oh, it has all the names. Yeah, do they fucking do anything different though? That's the important part. Do they do anything different? Do they matter at all? Issue. Do they matter? Some games are held by a setting, by an interesting pitch, by a cool idea. The Option Tactics doesn't have any of that. You can argue like, oh, it's Centurion City, but Centurion City isn't mentioned at all. This isn't like, hey, this is a cop drama, and this is because it's a cop drama, we have things to worry about because it's a cop drama. That doesn't exist. If you wanted to go this entire game, that it was just Door Kickers, the tabletop role-playing game, I'd be like, you know what? I understand it. Cut the fucking chaff. Do we need a fucking skill list for riding horses? No, we don't need a skill list for riding fucking horses. No. Don't. Oh man, you don't understand. Players might want to half draw their bow. We're dealing with guns. No. You don't understand. I have this extensive melee combat system. I have a 40 fucking 5. I'm gonna shoot you. I think that's my biggest issue. At the end of the day, I want something. I want something else. Odds. Now there is squats. It actually does. For the sake of completeness, I should. This is squats. A simplified quick action tactic system, which is pretty much cut down, the cut down version. However, it's still ultimately the same fucking thing. It's a simpler version. It's far lesser with far more controlled, idea. A lot more simple. If you want to just actually play the game, just get squat. Please fuck. That's my hot take. If you want anything more than this, I don't know why you just play squat. If you really want, if you want to stay in that little comfort zone, that's fine. I'm down. Just do something else, please. Maybe that's the ultimate. That's the 62 pages. If you honestly want to play Ops and Tactics, you want to play the 62-page version right here. Simplified, you can play Squad. Want to play Ops and Tactics? Yeah. So, 60-page quick start. No, it's its own independent thing. Squats is literally like its own thing that you just cut down. That's all it is. Rather than all the autism of. But, thank you very much. Guns in modern day conflicts are very odd, because they always bring a new angle to things, a new problem to endure. A new problem, new issue, new-ish problem-ish, a new thing, new angle to introduce any conflict. The need to understand firearms and guns, it's complicated. War is a complicated thing. Conflict is complicated. It's not fun, it's not interesting. It's a deadly exchange of people killing each other. It's unfortunate. It's human. Now, before I die horribly again, don't you fucking do this to me. No! Now! Come on. Come on, fuck. Bitch. You little cuck bitch. Fuck you, gross. I'll see you in hell. I'm not gonna do. I should do Should I do Kickstarter today? I don't know. I don't even know if my stream will last that long. I will try to do Kickstarter. We will only do Kickstarter though. Not fucking. If you can't tell a little bit, I'm a little bit annoyed with Twitch today. I am very frustrated, actually. I was very frustrated today. Sorry, apologies for everybody about that. You know, I don't think you guys quite realize. I've been like looking at it. Like I've lost a shit ton of. It's been really annoying today. It's really frustrating. Let's see. Do we have anything fun? That's card game. Surf and Sabotage 5e game. Okay, good start. Good start, team. Build a wind farm. Oh boy. I sure do love building wind farm. Oh. Fearsome Wilderness, a role-playing game. Wow. Right, a mysterious woodland planet full of fearsome critters. Wow, Wow, that... What the... That's terrifying. Oh, it's year 0. That's interesting. Geektopia. I'll keep an eye on this one. Looks like it's year 0. I like the year 0 engine's actually pretty good. I do quite enjoy it. I'm curious what they do with it though. It seems a little bit odd, and they're asking for very little. $2 grand? That's not a lot. What's the catch? Have you already? Yeah. Okay. The board game? Another board game. So this was last year they did a board game for. So I'm assuming okay. Oh, okay, I see what's going on. That's why they need so little money, because they're not actually they don't need the money. They already have all the art assets from the game. So they're just using the art assets from the board game probably with some new ones. Nothing much. All right. Against the Dark Master. The Feature Quarterly. 5th edition supplement. Oh, wow. That's cool. Imperium Battle. You've got 0 and you are fucked. You need 16,000. Oh, French. The Holy Roman. The Dutch. The Manchu Chinese, the Russians, the United States, the Italians, the Mughal India, Shogunate Japanese, that's a ninja, the Mexican, Ottoman Turks, Plain Nations, Barbary Pirate, how the fuck are half of these? The Swedes. Yeah, alright, that's cool, I guess. A little bit weird, but neat. Neat, okay. Pterodec. Technically, these shouldn't be here. The gas station TTRPG book. There it is, everybody. Oh my goodness, it brought it out. Look, it's the Cowboy Bebop role-playing game that doesn't need to exist because it's bad. To show us how the game actually plays. Oh, wow. Of course it fucking doesn't, because it's stupid. End screen. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this was the... Yeah, here it is. And, yep, they needed 20,000 euros. Of course, it automatically fucking went through, because why wouldn't it? It's Cowboy Bebop. No. Yeah, they created Risk Point. VS can convert stocks to Risk Point. Old way, you stock at the end of tab. Yeah, new way, you get stock at the end of tab. Yeah, it's a lot of these weird... I've been following this for a bit. It's like... Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go over it, of course, when it comes out. No shit. Just because it's, I must do it. Oh, this is the Monty Python tabletop game. Yeah, we got a lot of bangers, quote unquote bangers coming out. Oh wow, yep, this is Oh, yep, no, it's Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Oh, it has a D30 die. Thank God. 30-sided die used exclusively for special series abilities and stunning medium-sized opossums. Yep, it's over $1 million. My Exalted Funeral. These guys have actually, Exalted Funeral are working with a few people I know. They do a lot of these, which I think is kind of interesting. Yeah, that's weird they got a hold of. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, see, this is always the best. Like, franchise games are going to be on the goddamn heat. It's going to be great. I'm loving it. I have content for years. It'll never end. And God is dead because of it. God, why? Starsworn. Play storytelling game. Oh, God. Oh, no. Let's see. Canvas painting games. Chris Chan's Portents? What? What? Home haunted house map building RPG. That no. Fuck that. Goblin tray. Ooh, goblins. I do love like goblins. You ever just see things and you're just like, man, I wish there was something good in life, but there just clearly isn't because God is dead and you can't have nice things. I do sometimes. Sometimes I look at these things and, oh, well, there's got to be something good, right? There has to be something interesting. Then I realize it isn't something interesting. Just the same shit over and over and over again. We can't have a nice thing. 5e. We've seen ones already. With so compendium adventure, introduction to the rules, storytelling game of all ages, coloring book, choose your own adventure, and role-playing by the Stories Podcast. Master teacher all telling stories together. That's neat. Like, it's a very much story game for kids. Cool. Chris Chan's Portents. Oh. Christopher Chan. Okay. I am not as interested now. I'm like, are we gonna hear the sacred art of Sonichu? Oh my goodness, look everyone, it's the Prince of Sonichu. He's gonna deliver us from evil. Wow! Single casual skirmish game. Yeah, looks good. You like World War I games? And that's kind of neat. Let's see. Story games about being evil. People. Italiano. It's me, Mario. Actually, I should do. The thing is, I should do the voice a little bit more accurate. It's me, Mario. There we go. Doing it. I can be the new voice actor for Mario. Everybody. Motherfucker should really shorten his name. Let's see. Viscera Punk. Oh, I love that word. I love that fucking word. Wait a fucking moment. I know that name sounds familiar. You already make something Miguel Ray. Yeah, this is just Common Rider. This is just Common Rider, but it's another Common Rider. Yeah, that's just... Why does this name sound familiar? Miguel Ray. That sounds really familiar. You know what? I have somebody I can ask. Someone who spends far too long. Wuso. I don't know if Wuso's even in this channel. Wuso, if you're here, does Miguel Ray sound familiar? It doesn't seem familiar, but it also sounds very familiar. Oh wow, it's going to be a plain white book with some artwork in it. It's going to charge me $10, 10 Australian dollars. Gonna be, oh, well, don't mind if I do. Howdy hi. Well, I do. That's an Ashcan. Ashcan, baby. Alpha Directive 1.1, baby. Hell yeah. You love me some Ashcan. It was just a follow. If they don't have anything on their page, it doesn't allow you to go anywhere. And that name sounds really familiar. Because yeah, it just says follow. Not that means he doesn't have like you all, but this is all he has then. This name sounds really familiar. I can't put my name on why. I would not be surprised if I'm just getting people's names mixed up. Owlbears of Minerva, Lawless Mirrors, Dungeon War, Goldfinch, Horror, Middle Horror, Middle Horror, Middle. It's a me, a Mario. It's me, a Chris Prato. I am going home. Wander Home, independent content. What the fucking content? From the Mud, Elden Ring Toolkit. Patco de Etienne de Quipiantos. And you know you're doing good shit. Wander Home, independent content. Andrew Allenbeck. Let me fucking Andrew Allenbeck. Yep, this fucker uploaded like a bunch of things. Because anyone who works on Wander Home belongs. Cross outside. Oh, let's see. Come to itch. There's nothing good on itch. I should always say that. There's like very little actually decent on itch. Not good, decent. Yeah, none of this is. Hell, even my shit is bad. Alright. Fuck this. I'm seeing anime grills. Well, I guess, oh wow, this looks a little rough, but man. That is a child? Right. Alright, that's the thing, alright. Cool. Right. Exactly. Exactly. All the games I have on there are shit, except one, because I put it on drive-thru first. Well, all the games I have on drive-thru are good, and I put it on there. See what I did there? I insulted myself by insulting everybody else. But yeah, that's it. I'm going to call it there for today. Thank you all for watching. Okay, let's begin someone mixed. Yeah, thinking of somebody else. Thank you all for watching. Godspeed, good luck. Apologies for like the 3 fucking pings today. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try to get this video all like sorted together. There's probably a program I can use to me. Hoping anyway there is. If not, I'm gonna have a fun fucking time getting it all set up. But yeah, thank you all for watching. My name is Nope. Today, I will for the future, for this next week, we're going to do on Monday. We're going to be attempting to get the second half of Eclipse Judgment done. On Wednesday, we're going to try to get the rest of Eclipse Judgment done. And on Friday, we're going to have fun. We're going to relax a little bit. There might actually be a second case this week. Might be 2 cases next week. Because I've got a few things set up, and it kind of depends on if all the spooky stuff comes in. If the spooky stuff doesn't come in, I'll do some gameplay stuff on this Friday. I'll just hang out with you guys and just play a game. Otherwise known as, I'm going to play a game by myself and have you all watch me play it, because it's me. Thank you all for watching. Godspeed, good luck. And I will see you all Monday. All right.